Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had elemental gaming quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 12-year-old Izuku Midoriya ran as fast as his little feet could carry him. You wonder why that is? Well, let's just say having someone with the power of explosion trying to hurt you because you want to be a hero isn't ideal. Izuku Midoriya never meant to run this far. He'd only wanted to escape Bakugo and his goons just for once, to get away clean. But the forest had a way of swallowing up the sound of his footsteps, and before he knew it, he'd lost them, and himself. His lungs burned as he ducked beneath a low branch, sneakers slipping in the mud. He didn't notice the cave until he was almost on top of it, a split in the hillside, dark and inviting. He hesitated for half a second, then squeezed inside. The cave swallowed the sunlight. For the first time in hours, Izuku let himself breathe. The hush was complete, except for the slow drip of water and the frantic thumping of his heart. He edged deeper, feeling the rough stone with trembling fingers. Maybe if he waited here, Bakugo would get bored and go home. Maybe. His foot slipped. He tumbled forward, barely catching himself before he face-planted into a shimmering patch of air just ahead. He blinked, thinking it was a trick of the darkness, but the shimmer didn't go away. It pulsed, like something was alive, and before he could scramble back, it pulled him in. The world twisted. Izuku fell, weightless, through a tunnel of swirling colors. Then, with a jolt, he landed on something soft, a carpet of moss under a sky the color of emeralds. The air smelled like rain and smoke and wild, impossible things. He staggered to his feet. The cave was gone, replaced by towering trees and, in the distance, a mountain ringed in clouds. But it was what stood between him and the mountain that made Izuku's breath catch. 4 dragons, each the size of a house, coiled in a clearing like ancient kings. One was red as sunset, flames liking from his nostrils with every breath. Another shimmered deep blue, scales rippling like the surface of a lake. A third, lean and jade green, perched on a boulder, feathers in place of scales catching the wind. The last was massive and brown, his hide craggy as a mountainside. Izuku gasped, stumbling backwards. "D-dragons," he whispered, mind racing. That's impossible." Izuku fell to his knees. "I'm sorry," he blurted, bowing so low his forehead brushed the moss. "I didn't mean to trespass, The fire dragon let out a deep, rumbling laugh. "Impossible? You stand in the realm of magic, young one." Izuku's eyes went wide. "Magic? You mean it's real?" His voice cracked somewhere between terror and awe. The water dragon, Mardraconus, dipped her head. "It is as real as your hope, boy." Izuku's head spun. He'd grown up in a world of superpowers, but magic was for fairy tales and comics. Was he dreaming? He pinched his arm. "Still here." The wind dragon, Tio, hovered close, her emerald eyes swirling. "You crossed by accident, but perhaps it was fate." The earth dragon, Araba, rumbled, "Tell us, child, how did you manage to find this place? You are not of this world." Izuku hugged his knees, voice small. I wanted to get away. From people who say I can't ever be a hero. Because I don't have a quirk. But I want to help people. I want to save them. I just want a chance." Tio lowered her head toward Izuku, and there I met. Izuku had never seen such caring eyes before, not even his mom ever made him feel this warm feeling looked at before. "So young one, tell us more about yourself, you seem like a very kind, caring young lad." At first, all Izuku could do was sit in the mossy clearing, knees drawn to his chest, as the 4 dragons watched him with eyes older than mountains. Their great forms blocked out the sky. Igneel, fire blazing in his mane, Mardraconus, scales shimmering like a deep ocean, Tio, wind whipping her feathered wings, and Araba, hulking and still as the earth. He tried to wipe his face, but the tears kept coming. He'd never spoken his whole story out loud before, not even to his mother. But here, in this strange world, it all tumbled out: how he learned at 4 that he was quirkless, how hope in his mother's eyes faded a little more each year, how his childhood friend Bakugo turned on him the moment he showed weakness, how everyone seemed to agree he'd never be a hero. "I want to help people," Izuku whispered, voice breaking. "Even if I'm different. Even if I'm not good enough or strong enough. I just want to save someone." For a moment, the clearing was silent except for his quiet sobs. The dragons exchanged glances, deep, wordless, ancient. Igneel's eyes, normally warm as a hearth, smoldered with anger and sadness. His claws dug into the earth, smoke curling from his nostrils. How can a world so full of power be so blind? Igneel rumbled, his voice shaking the leaves. "To turn away a heart like yours? It is wrong." Tio's feathers fluttered as she stepped closer, a gentle breeze swirling around Izuku, drying his tears. You have suffered, little one. But you have not lost your kindness. Mardraconus bent her long neck, fixing him with a gaze as deep as a titapool. Your pain is real, but so is your hope. That is rare, even among heroes. Araba's voice was like distant thunder, steady and sure. You have endured more than most. And still, you wish to save others. Igneel looked at the others, and each nodded, one by one, solemn and resolute. Then Igneel leaned down, his gaze fierce but gentle. Izuku Midoriya, will you accept our help? Will you let us teach you, so that you may find the strength you need not to prove others wrong, but to fulfill your own heart? Izuku stared at them, stunned, hope flickering through the hurt. You'd help me? Even though I'm. You are not weak, Igneel growled. You are not broken. You are not alone. You are worthy of every dream you hold. The other dragons spoke as one, let us show you the path. Let us help you become what your world could not imagine. Something inside Izuku shifted, a tiny, trembling flame, fanned by kindness and belief. He wiped his eyes, stood up as tall as he could, and bowed deeply. Please, he said, voice steadier now. Teach me. And so, the dragons welcomed the quirkless boy as their pupil, and the world of magic opened its arms wide, ready to help him find the hero within. Before Izuku could even begin to process the dragon's offer, Araba rumbled, but first, young one, you need to get home. The one who cares for you will worry if you don't return soon. The words jolted Izuku from his thoughts. Oh no. My mom. She'll be so scared if I don't come back tonight. Panic started to creep in. But, how do I get home? And if I leave, how will I train with you? How do I come back? Tio stepped forward, her feathers catching the wind, a gentle smile in her eyes. No worries, little one. We would not let you be lost to either world. She knelt until her great green face was level with Izuku's. Hold out your hand. Izuku did as she asked, small fingers trembling. Tio pressed the tip of her claw gently onto his palm. He felt a strange tingling, warm and light. As he watched, a delicate tattoo like swirling wind and ancient runes appeared on his skin, then faded, vanishing as quickly as they came. Tio's voice was soft and sure. Whenever you wish to return to us, close your eyes and say the word, apparate. You will be transported here, to our side, no matter where you are. Izuku stared at his hand, heart pounding. That's amazing. Thank you, Tio. But how do I get home? Tio smiled. I will open a portal for you now. All you must do is picture where you wish to go, your home, your mother's face, and I will do the rest. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, thinking of his mother's worried smile and the scent of her cooking. A gentle breeze swirled around him, and when he opened his eyes, he was standing at the entrance of the cave, the familiar forest rustling around him. As he hurried home, heart full of wonder and hope, he could still feel the warmth of the dragon's promise and the soft tingle of magic in his palm. He wasn't alone anymore. Whenever he needed them, he could return, and the dragons would be waiting to help him chase his dream. Izuku burst through the front door, shoes barely off before he called, I'm home. The familiar warmth of the apartment wrapped around him, but his heart was still racing with everything that had just happened. Izuku Midoriya hurried from the kitchen, worry etched deep on her face. Izuku, you're an hour late getting home, where were you? I was so worried. He stopped dead in the entryway, mind spinning. Should he tell her the truth? If he told her about the dragons, about magic, what if she got scared and forbade him from ever going back? He couldn't risk it, not when this was his one chance to become someone different, someone who could save people. So, for the 1000th time, Izuku lied, hating how easy it had become. I'm sorry, Mom, he said, forcing a sheepish grin. I got held up watching some hero fights near the station. I lost track of time. I'm really, really sorry. Inko sighed, the tension in her shoulders easing. Izuku, you know you can't stay out so late, even for hero fights. You always get so caught up in watching them, she smiled, soft and tired. Just promise me you'll come straight home next time, okay? I promise, Izuku said, guilt pricking at his chest. All right then, go wash up for dinner, sweetie, Inko said, ruffling his hair with a gentle hand. And don't forget to scrub your hands, your favorite katsudon tonight. Izuku grinned and hurried to his room, relief and excitement swirling in his stomach. He still felt bad for lying, but as he washed his hands and glanced down at his palm, where the tattoo from Tio had briefly shown, he knew he had to keep this secret, at least for now. This was his chance. And he wouldn't let anything, not even the fear in his mother's eyes, take it away. Saturday morning felt different for Izuku. He woke before the sun, wide awake with excitement humming in his veins. He showered quickly, dressed, and padded into the kitchen, where the quiet apartment made everything feel possible. On the counter, his mother had left a neatly folded note beside a covered plate. He smiled as he read her careful handwriting. Izuku, I had to leave early for work. Please eat a good breakfast, and there's food in the fridge for lunch, just heat it up, okay? Take care of yourself today and don't forget to lock up if you go out. Love you, Mom. He set the note aside, heart warm, and finished his breakfast: rice, egg, and a few pickled vegetables, just the way he liked. After cleaning up, he tucked the note into a drawer where he kept all the others, mementos of her love and small reminders that she was always rooting for him, even if she didn't know everything. With the apartment to himself, Izuku felt his pulse quicken with anticipation. Today was for training, for pushing himself further. He hurried back to his room and changed into workout clothes, then grabbed his battered hero analysis notebook, the pages already overflowing with observations, sketches, and ideas for future training. He checked the time, tucked a pencil behind his ear, and gave himself a quick pep talk in the mirror. He was ready. Whether it was running through the park, studying heroes on patrol, or if he dared whispering apparate and stepping back into the dragon's world, Izuku was determined to make every second of the day count. With his notebook in hand, already imagining all the new things he'd learn before the sun went down. With his mother's note in his pocket and hope burning in his chest, Izuku Midoriya raced out into the world, chasing the dream that finally felt within reach. Izuku landed in the dragon's realm with a bright flash, barely able to contain his excitement. The 4 dragons were waiting for him in the clearing, their massive forms basking in the morning sunlight. As soon as he appeared, they all shared a knowing chuckle. He's even more eager than last time, Tio remarked, wind swirling playfully around her. Before Izuku could launch into a flurry of questions, Igneel lifted a claw. First, you need to understand something about this world, Izuku. Time flows differently here. For example, 1 hour in your world is equal to 7 rising suns, what you'd call a week here. Izuku blinked, gears spinning in his head. So, wait. You're saying if I spend just 1 hour here, a whole week goes by here, but only an hour passes back home? That means I can train so much more. Oh wow, I can get so much stronger, I could. His words tumbled out, faster and faster, until he was practically vibrating. All 4 dragons watched him with sweat beads forming on their massive brows, trying to follow his rapid-fire muttering. Igneel couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing, a booming, fiery sound that echoed through the clearing. The other dragons joined in, and Izuku finally snapped out of his analysis spiral, cheeks burning. Right, time, got it, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Now that you understand how time works here. Igneel said, still chuckling, let's get to your training. The first to step forward was Araba, the earth dragon, who eyed Izuku critically. Before you can learn magic, you need a body that can handle it. No point in mastering spells if the wind can blow you over, little one. Magic takes strength, stamina, and a core as solid as stone. And if your mana ever runs dry, a strong body is the best backup you'll have. Izuku gulped, but nodded with determination. Yes, Araba. Araba wasted no time. The training started with running laps around the clearing, what felt like miles, but Izuku never dared to count. Push-ups in the grass followed, his arms trembling as he tried to keep up. The other dragons watched with varying degrees of amusement and concern. Igneel laughed every time Izuku face-planted into the ground, roaring with delight at the boy's indomitable spirit. Tio and Mardraconus, on the other hand, hovered close, fussing over him like worried mothers, offering encouragement and gentle breezes to cool his sweat. By the time the first rising sun had passed, Izuku was sprawled in the moss, questioning every life choice that led him here. But when Araba rumbled, again, Izuku pushed himself up, grit shining in his eyes. This was only the beginning. And despite the soreness and exhaustion, Izuku smiled. He had never felt more alive. By the end of his first week in the dragon's world, Izuku was convinced he'd discovered new limits to human exhaustion. Every muscle ached, his arms felt like they might fall off, and it took all his willpower just to stumble back toward the little cottage Araba had shaped from earth and stone for him. He barely made it through the door before Mardraconus appeared, her watery form shimmering with concern. She knelt beside him, cool hands glowing as she worked her water-healing magic over his battered limbs. The pain faded to a gentle ache, and Izuku sighed in relief, slumping into a mossy chair. Tio drifted in on a playful breeze, looking him over with a twinkle in her eye. "How was your first week, little one?" she asked, though the answer was obvious. Izuku's face was streaked with sweat and his eyes were brimming with unshed tears. He tried to play it cool, forcing a shaky thumbs up and blinking furiously. "Fine. Really. I am not crying," he choked out, which only made Tio chuckle. "If it makes you feel any better," she teased, "Araba was going easy on you. You are rather young, after all." Izuku's head snapped up, real tears spilling down his cheeks this time. That was him going easy? I thought I was going to die. In the background, Igneel's booming laughter echoed through the clearing. "You should have seen your face," he roared, pounding the ground so hard it sent tiny earthquakes through the floor. "Stop laughing at me, Igneel. It's not funny." Izuku shouted, but his voice didn't carry much heat, especially not with the way he scrambled to hide behind Tio's feathery flank, sticking out his tongue at Igneel when Araba announced, "You're moving along nicely. Soon we can kick it up a notch." Igneel just laughed harder, pounding his fist against the earth, practically crying himself now. Mardraconus, ever the gentle guardian, rolled her eyes and smacked Igneel on the head with her tail. "Show some sympathy towards your little brother," she scolded. Igneel rubbed the new bump, muttering under his breath, "Party pooper," but he didn't dare say it loud enough for Mardraconus to hear. Araba, watching the chaos with a proud gleam in his eye, finally spoke. "You've earned a break, Izuku. Take the next week to recover. While you rest, we'll begin teaching you the basics of magic and mana control. You'll need both, if you want to truly use what this world can offer." Izuku peeked out from behind Tio, relief and excitement warring on his face. He was sore, exhausted, and a little bit terrified for what came next. But surrounded by laughter and warmth, even the dragon's tough love, he felt like he finally belonged. He wiped his eyes, managed a shaky grin, and nodded. "Thank you. I'll do my best." The dragon smiled back, and for the first time since arriving, Izuku let himself truly believe he was on his way to becoming something more. One night, just after his 14th birthday, Izuku found himself sitting across from his mother at the kitchen table, the evening quiet wrapping around them. Inko's hands twisted nervously in her lap, her voice gentle but steady. "Izuku," she said, "I know you want to be a hero. I might not understand everything you're doing, but I want to support you. Maybe you could take self-defense lessons? So you can protect yourself, just in case." Izuku looked down, heart pounding. For years, he'd kept his secret close, afraid that sharing it would only bring worry or fear. But seeing the hope and love in his mother's eyes, the way she was fighting her own anxiety just to help him, made something inside him shift. He took a deep breath. "Mom, there's something I need to tell you. It's kind of unbelievable, but I promise it's real." He told her everything. The cave. The portal. The dragons Igneel, Mardraconus, Tio, Araba. The world of magic. His training, the pain and the pride, the way he was changing and growing stronger. He showed her the faded mark on his palm, proof of Tio's gift. Inko listened without interrupting, her eyes wide with shock, her hands trembling just a little. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. Then, to Izuku's surprise, she reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "If this is where you've been finding your strength, if these dragons have helped you believe in yourself, then I want to meet them. I want to see the place that's given you hope." Izuku's face split into a grin, all nerves forgotten. "You mean it? You want to come with me?" She nodded, nervous but resolute. "Lead the way, Izuku." That night, in the soft glow of his bedroom lamp, Izuku took his mother's hand. "Close your eyes," he whispered, "and say the word, apparate." The air shimmered, cool and bright, and when Inko opened her eyes again, she gasped. The dragon's world was even more breathtaking than Izuku had described. Great trees, rolling fields, and the 4 dragons waiting in the moonlit clearing. Igneel bowed his fiery head in greeting. Mardraconus smiled, eyes gentle as rain. Tio swept in on a breeze to dry Inko's tears of awe, and Araba rumbled a welcome from the earth itself. Inko stood frozen for a moment, then managed a teary laugh. "So these are your friends, Izuku?" "They're more than friends," Izuku said, standing taller than he ever had before. "They're my family, too." The dragons welcomed Inko as one of their own, and as she watched her son confident, strong, and shining with hope, she knew he was exactly where he belonged. For the first time in a long while, she didn't worry about his future. She believed in it. Inko quickly became a familiar face in the dragon's world. Every time Izuku slipped away for training, she'd join him, her curious eyes drinking in the magic and warmth that filled this place. She found herself drawn to Mardraconus, who always had gentle, wise words and calming stories, and to Tio, whose windy laughter was infectious. The 3 of them would sit by the river, chatting about everything from earth foods to the mysteries of magic. But what really made Inko's heart soar was watching Izuku. She saw him sparring playfully or sometimes arguing outright with Igneel, who never missed a chance to tease. Araba, ever the grumpy father figure, watched over them with a sternness that only made Igneel and Izuku go harder at each other, while Tio and Mardraconus shook their heads and laughed. Inko would catch herself smiling so hard that tears pricked her eyes. Her baby boy was loved here, truly loved, and he was happier than she'd ever seen him. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and Izuku caught his breath after another round of wrestling with Igneel, Inko turned to the dragons. "You're all teaching him so much, but do any of you know martial arts? I thought it would help Izuku in the other world, and I want him to be able to protect himself without magic, too. Tio was the first to answer, feathers ruffling as she paused. Well, we do have martial arts, but they were designed for dragons. Not exactly easy to adapt for humans. Inko's hopeful smile faltered just a little, and Tio's heart twinged at the disappointment she saw there. Before the silence could settle, Mardraconus spoke, her voice warm and reassuring. But Araba and I know of someone, a friend who's a master of both swordplay and martial arts. He's taught many, both human and otherwise, and he's quite skilled at blending sword technique with hand-to-hand combat. He could teach Izuku how to use all three together, magic, sword, and martial arts. Instantly, Inko's eyes lit up again, matching the sudden spark in Izuku's. Really? He can learn all of that? Mardraconus nodded, her tail curling in satisfaction. We can arrange for him to meet the teacher soon. It will challenge him, but I think he's more than ready. Izuku practically buzzed with anticipation, clutching his notebook, already dreaming up ways to combine the things he'd learned. Inko just beamed, grateful beyond words that her son had found such a place, and such friends, who believed in him as fiercely as she did. The next day, the air in the dragon's realm buzzed with anticipation. Tio found Inko and Izuku by the river, a bright smile in her eyes. Today's the day, she announced. Our friend, the one who'll teach you swordsmanship and how to blend it with your magic, should arrive soon. In the meantime, keep training hard, little one. Izuku nodded, excitement and nerves swirling in his stomach. Before the newcomer's arrival, he spent the morning with Igneel, focused on offensive magic. Today's lesson was wild and a little scary, elemental absorption. Igneel's fiery gaze was serious for once. Listen, Izuku. Dragons can eat elements fire, water, wind, even ice and lightning to power ourselves up. If you face an enemy who attacks with an element, you can swallow it and use it to strengthen yourself. You can even mix the elements to create new attacks, like a true dragon's roar. Izuku's eyes went wide. Really? So, if someone attacked me with fire, I could eat the fire? Igneel nodded. Exactly. But first, you have to empty your mana pool. Think of it as making room. Then, circulate the element through your body, gather it in your belly, and let it out as a roar. Watch closely. With a mighty breath, Igneel demonstrated, unleashing a torrent of flames that roared across the clearing, a spectacle of raw, wild power. Izuku's jaw dropped. Now you try, Igneel grinned, lighting a small bush nearby with a flick of his claw. Remember what I taught you? SCK in the fire, cycle it, focus it, and roar. Izuku stepped up, nervous but determined. The first few tries were rough, he coughed, sputtered, and nearly singed his eyebrows. But after a dozen attempts, he finally managed to absorb the flames, circulate the hot energy through his body, and gather it in his core. He let out a mighty squeak. A tiny puff of fire, barely enough to light a birthday candle, drifted out, and his roar sounded less like a dragon and more like a startled kitten. For a moment, everyone was silent. Then Igneel burst out laughing, rolling onto his back, clutching his belly and kicking his legs. What was that, Izuku? He howled. You call that a roar? I've heard mice scarier than that. His laughter shook the ground, and even Tio and Mardraconus couldn't help but giggle. Inko covered her mouth, stifling her own laughter. My baby sounds like a little kitten. Face burning with embarrassment, Izuku glared at them. You guys don't love me. And Igneel, you're nothing but an overgrown lizard. He bolted from the clearing, tears pricking his eyes, while the laughter echoed behind him. Tio, seeing her little brother's distress, spread her great feathered wings and soared after him. She found Izuku by the lake, muttering and pouting, calling Igneel every silly name he could think of. Tio landed softly beside him. Hi, Izuku, she called gently. Izuku glared up, pouting even harder. What, are you here to laugh at me too? He grumbled. With a gentle swoop, Tio wrapped her wings around him, lifting him and placing him on her soft, feathery head. Do you really think we'd ever say or do anything to truly hurt you? She asked softly. Izuku hesitated, then shook his head. No, but that big dummy Igneel loves to pick on me. Tio sighed, her voice gentle as a summer breeze. Let me tell you something, Izuku, just between us. Igneel teases you because he cares about you. You remind him of his own son, Natsu, someone he hasn't seen in a very long time. Teasing you is his silly way of remembering the good times he had with his human son, and he's teaching you the same techniques he once taught Natsu. So try not to take it personally. When he cracks jokes, it's just his odd way of showing he loves you, little brother. Izuku wiped away the last of his tears, a small smile breaking through. Thanks, Tio. I get it now. Good. Now, let's get back before your mom and Mardraconus get worried. Besides, I think our new friend will be waiting for us. Cradled atop Tio's head, Izuku felt the embarrassment and frustration melt away, replaced by warmth and hope. With his dragons and his family by his side, he knew he could face anything. As Tio glided down and gently set Izuku on the ground, the clearing felt different, almost expectant. Standing beside Mardraconus was a stranger, tall and sharp-eyed, with a confident smile and the easy bearing of someone who'd seen more than a few battles. A sword hung at his side, polished but well-worn. The newcomer grinned as Tio approached. "Tio, it's been a while. How have you been?" Tio's eyes sparkled. "It really has, Alibaba. I'm glad you could make it. How have you been?" He laughed. "Never better. So, who's this?" He looked down at Izuku, who quickly bowed his head in greeting. "I'm Tio's little brother Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, sir." Alibaba raised his brows, clearly impressed. "Wow, he's really polite. And you're telling me he's spent all this time hanging around Igneel?" At that, Igneel's tail thumped the ground with a huff, a tick mark popping on his brow. "Say that again and I'll barbecue you, pest." Alibaba just chuckled. Yep, still the same old Igneel. Izuku couldn't help but join in the laughter, though he tried to stifle it behind his hand. Igneel turned, fixing Izuku with a mock glare. "What are you laughing at, little kitten? Have you forgotten your tiny roar already?" Izuku's laughter evaporated as he shot Igneel a glare of his own with sparks shooting off between the two glares, but there was more play than anger in his eyes now. Igneel just smirked, satisfied. Alibaba stepped forward, extending his hand to Izuku. "Well, since you're so polite, let me introduce myself properly. My name's Alibaba Saluja. I'll be teaching you swordsmanship and how to fight, with and without magic." Izuku's eyes shone with excitement and nerves as he shook Alibaba's hand. "I'll do my best. Please teach me everything you can." Alibaba smiled warmly. "With that attitude, you're going to go far, kid. Let's get started soon. I have a feeling you're going to surprise all of us." From the sidelines, Inko smiled, her heart full, as Tio and Mardraconus exchanged proud glances. This was the beginning of another chapter in Izuku's adventure, one filled with new lessons, new friends, and a growing strength that no one, not even Izuku himself, could have imagined. It didn't take long for Izuku's training with Alibaba to start showing real results. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and before he knew it, a full year had passed in the real world, 10 months before the UA entrance exams. The time spent in the Dragon's Realm had transformed him, not just in skill, but in presence. One afternoon, Izuku was packing up his things after class. He'd been given a rare week off from training in the human world, part of Alibaba's teaching about balance, not overdoing it, letting the body and mind rest. As he slung his backpack over his shoulder, Bakugo and his cronies swaggered up to his desk, Bakugo wearing his usual scowl. "DMN, Deku. Tell me what the hell's going on with you lately," Bakugo demanded, his voice sharp. "It's like you grew a spine or something. And what's with that look you keep giving me? You forgetting your place, Deku?" Bakugo's friend snickered, but Izuku just sighed and stood up. The entire class froze. No one had noticed before, but now, standing tall and proud, Izuku was the same height, maybe even a little taller than Bakugo. He wasn't hunching down or shrinking himself to be less of a target. He looked Bakugo straight in the eye, calm and unafraid. Bakugo faltered, just for a second, thrown by the change in Izuku's posture. His anger flared. "Hey! I'm talking to you," he snarled, reaching out to grab Izuku's shirt. But Izuku moved without thinking, his reflexes honed by months of Alibaba's drills. He sidestepped Bakugo's hand with effortless speed, not even bothering to look rattled. His backpack swung easily over his shoulder as he headed for the door. Bakugo, red-faced and seething, shouted after him, "You know what, freak? You better not show up to the UA exam, or else you know what's good for you. And here's a little advice if you want a quirk so bad." Izuku froze, his hand tightening on his bag. His mind screamed, "Don't you dare, Kaken. Not that." Bakugo sneered, "Why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life?" The words hit Izuku like a slap. He didn't turn around, but everyone in the classroom saw the way his shoulders tensed, the way his head bowed for a moment. Then, without a word, he walked out, letting the door shut quietly behind him. For the first time, Bakugo and his friends were left staring after him, the usual sense of power over Izuku gone. Even the other students sat in stunned silence, realizing that something fundamental had changed. As Izuku walked home, Bakugo's words echoed in his mind, the sting of them fresh and raw. He clenched his fists, shaking his head. Unbelievable. He actually said that to me. Idiot, if I reported him, his dream of being a hero would be over. Seriously, Kaken, think before you speak. Taking a shortcut under a bridge, Izuku's senses suddenly went on high alert. All the situational awareness and training with the dragons and Alibaba made every nerve tingle. Something was wrong. He slowed, scanning the shadows. That's when he heard a wet, gargling voice slithering out from the darkness. A perfect skin suit for me to wear. Izuku's instincts yelled, not today. The sludge villain lunged, but Izuku instantly threw up a protective membrane over his skin. With a swift dodge and a spin, he slipped out of the villain's reach. Stop moving, brat. It'll only hurt for 45 seconds, then it'll be over, the villain snarled, oozing closer. Izuku shot back, yeah, that's not happening. Moving into a defensive position, taught to him by Alibaba, Izuku summoned a blue magic circle in his palm he learned from Tio, chanting the magic incantation Whirless Ventos. Izuku wiped his brow, muttering, yeah, let's get out of here before another villain shows up. As he hurried up the stairs, the manhole cover suddenly blasted open. A booming voice called, have no fear, citizen, because I am here. All Might, dressed in civilian clothes and carrying his usual grocery bags, looked around expectantly only to find the villain. Already splattered all over the tunnel and not a soul in sight. His eyes darted around, confused. Someone beat me to it. With a sigh, All Might poured his empty soda bottles out, scooped the villain into them, and with one last puzzled look around, leapt away into the sky. Izuku, watching from the shadows above, let out a breathless laugh. For once, he didn't need saving. He was the hero this time. As Izuku made his way back to the busy public streets, Bakugo's words still twisted in his mind, anger mixing with disbelief. He really said that to me? Idiot. He shook his head, lost in thought, when his instincts, finely tuned by the dragons and Alibaba, suddenly screamed danger. Somewhere nearby, explosions echoed, cutting through the city noise. Izuku's head snapped up. His feet were moving before he even realized it, driving him toward the chaos. As he neared the scene, his breath caught. The sludge villain, the same one who had attacked him earlier, was back, and this time, it had Bakugo pinned. Izuku's blood ran cold. Didn't All Might deal with that villain? How did it get away? Their eyes met, red to green, and for a split second, Izuku saw raw panic and fear in Bakugo's face. Without thinking, he charged forward. Civilians and pro-heroes on the scene shouted for him to stop, but Izuku blocked them out. All Might, in his civilian form and watching from a corner, gaped in shock. This kid, he's running straight into danger to save that boy. Damn it, of all times to run out of time. Izuku was in range in seconds. The sludge villain recognized him instantly, recoiling in horror. No. Not you again. You're not going to stop me this time. Izuku threw up his wind membrane, chanting under his breath. Bakugo's palms detonated, sending a massive blast straight at Izuku. The crowd gasped as smoke swallowed him. For a heartbeat, everyone thought he'd been killed. All Might's heart twisted in guilt, the other heroes frozen in disbelief. But as the smoke cleared, Izuku stood tall, unharmed, a shield of swirling wind shimmering before him. Ventus scutum, he called, voice steady. The crowd erupted in shocked whispers. Bakugo's face was a mess of panic and confusion. The villain, still gripping him, couldn't believe his eyes. How? Izuku didn't hesitate. He darted forward and, with precise movements, cast 2 more spells in quick succession. First, he wrapped Bakugo in a protective membrane of wind, forcing the villain to lose his grip. Next, he combined water and wind, chanting, Ether Aqua Unio Glacies. A jet of freezing water blasted the villain, trapping him in solid ice. Kamui Wood seized the moment, lashing out with a branch to pull Bakugo to safety. The crowd exploded in cheers. Did you see that? That kid's amazing. He used wind and water together. What a quirk. All Might, still hidden, watched with awe. He's the one? That skill, that courage. One for all, you agree, don't you? I must talk to him. As order returned, Izuku got chewed out by the pro-heroes for charging in, while Bakugo was praised for his endurance. After the last hero finished scolding him, Izuku decided he'd had enough for one day. Hearing hurried footsteps behind him, Bakugo, no doubt, Izuku quickly muttered, Sandalium Celerider. Magic circles flared around his feet, and he dashed away at superhuman speed, vanishing before Bakugo could catch up. Bakugo looked around, seething with frustration. Saved by Deku? No way. It had to be one of the heroes. There's no way that nerd had a quirk. As Bakugo turned to leave, a thin man in civilian clothing stepped out from the shadows. Hello, young man. Have you seen a green-haired boy around here? Bakugo just glared. Get lost, skeleton, he snapped, shoving his hands in his pockets and storming off. All Might sighed. Well, that was rude. I must have just missed him. He looked up at the sky, determination in his eyes. I need to find him. He could be the perfect successor to One for All. With skills like that, he's sure to take the UA entrance exam in 10 months. That's when I'll meet him and make my offer. Yes, this could work out perfectly. Izuku made it home, slipping off his shoes in the entryway just as the sun started to set. He barely had time to catch his breath before his mom rushed in from the living room, worry written all over her face. Izuku, baby, are you okay? I saw the news about the villain attack. He forced a tired but reassuring smile. I'm alright, Mom. I wasn't hurt. I used everything I've learned from everyone and I saved Bakugo. Everything worked out. Inko let out a shaky breath, relief flooding her features. Okay, that's good. I'm just glad you're safe. Go wash up for dinner, alright? Sure, Mom, Izuku said, his voice soft with gratitude. He trudged up to his room, the weight of the day settling on his shoulders. He got ready for a long, hot bath, eager to soak away the aches of his body and the heaviness in his mind. 10 months left before the UA entrance exam, he thought. 10 months until everything changes. As the steam rose around him, Izuku let his thoughts drift. 3 years ago, he'd been running for his life, desperate and hopeless, never imagining that a twist of fate would lead him to meet Dragon's family now and learn magic that would change his world. If I told anyone, they'd never believe me. He remembered registering his quirk with a new doctor, memories of his old doctor who still made his skin crawl, glad we got a new quirk doctor. Now, with his magic, he could pass it off as a quirk, elemental control, an emitter quirk that lets me manipulate the classic elements. Fire, water, earth, air, lightning, lava, metal, sand. All covered. That's the story. That's the cover. With that settled, Izuku let himself relax, letting the hot water wash away the day's struggles and sorrows. He knew there would be more challenges ahead, but for now, he could finally breathe. He was stronger. He was ready. And with all he'd learned from his dragon family, he was certain, nothing was going to stop him now. Back in the dragon's realm, the cavernous hall was filled with the comforting glow of firelight, and the dragons gathered close over a hearty meal. With Izuku and Inko absent, the atmosphere was relaxed, nostalgic memories of old adventures and the joys of teaching their young human filled the air. It was Alibaba who finally broke through the laughter with a gentle question, his gaze drifting from one dragon to the next. So, have you told Izuku about what's coming soon? About what's going to happen in the next few months? The laughter faded, replaced by a heavy, thoughtful silence. The dragons exchanged uneasy glances. Mardraconus's tail curled protectively around herself as she sighed. No, we haven't told him yet. None of us have found the right words. Tio looked down, her usual breezy confidence gone. How do you tell someone that the portal to his world will close soon? She whispered. That we won't be able to see Izuku or Inko for a very long time? Araba's great head drooped, his deep rumble somber. He deserves to know, but every time I look at him, I remember how much he's grown. I don't want to take that joy away too soon. For a while, they sat quietly, the weight of the coming separation heavy on every heart. Even Igneel, usually the loudest, was uncharacteristically silent, staring into the fire with sadness flickering in his eyes. They all knew the truth, the time they had left was precious, and telling Izuku would be the hardest thing any of them had ever done. A week before the UA exam, Izuku was in the dragon realm with his mom, squeezing in some last-minute training with Alibaba. They were in the open field, the sun warm on their backs, as Izuku focused on channeling his elemental magic into his practice sword. It had taken months of DSPLN and patience, but at last, he could feel the surge of energy running through the blade, just like Alibaba had taught him. Alibaba watched him, pride shining in his eyes. Well done, Izuku. You've truly come a long way, he said, clapping Izuku on the shoulder. It seems this will be my final lesson to you, and I'm happy to say you did a great job. But it's a little bittersweet. I wish I could have made you a house member, one of my vessels. But you have your own world to protect, and your own path to walk. With a gentle smile, Alibaba reached into his cloak and pulled out a dagger. The blade was short, no more than 7 inches, with a graceful curve from the middle to the tip. Gold and silver accents shimmered along the grip, ending in a dragon's head at the pommel. Izuku stared at it in awe. Wow, thank you, Alibaba, he breathed, turning the dagger over in his hands. Alibaba grinned. Of course, you're welcome, Izuku. Now, let's go practice with your new dagger while your mom has a talk with the others. Izuku nodded eagerly. Sure. We'll see you guys later. He ran off with Alibaba, the new blade gleaming in his hand, not noticing the anxious looks exchanged between the dragons and his mom as she stayed behind. Change was coming, but for now, Izuku was focused on the thrill of learning, of growing, and on making the most of every last moment in the world that had become his second home. As Inko watched Izuku and Alibaba walk off into the distance for one last round of training, she turned to find the dragons all watching her with heavy, uncertain eyes. The warmth of the moment faded into something solemn. Alright, what's going on? Inko asked, folding her arms. You're all looking at me like you're hiding something from Izuku and me. Araba was the first to speak, his deep voice gentle. Inko, what we have to tell you is the hardest thing we've ever had to do. Know that we love Izuku, we see him as one of our own. He's a son to me. Tio, her feathers ruffling with emotion, nodded. Izuku is like a little brother to me. I care for him deeply, more than I ever thought possible. Mardraconus added softly, and much like you, who is his real mother, I too see Izuku as my own hatchling. I've grown to love him very much. Last was Igneel, who struggled with the words, his usual bravado gone. Izuku reminds me of my son, someone I haven't seen in a long time. But he's grown on me like a little brother. I would move heaven and earth to protect him. Tears welled in Inko's eyes as she listened. To finally hear others speak with such faith and love for her son, especially after all the times she doubted herself as a mother, was overwhelming. Araba spoke again, his voice heavy with sorrow. The reason we're telling you this is because, in the coming days, the portal to this realm will close. It won't open again for another 50 years. We just don't know how to explain this to Izuku. Inko gasped, the realization hitting her hard. Oh my god. Izuku, he's going to be heartbroken. All the dragons lowered their heads, the pain of what they were about to do weighing on them. They had promised themselves they would never hurt him like this. That's why we ask you, as his mother, to stand strong and believe in Izuku more than anything, Tio said, tears shimmering in her eyes. He's going to need you more than ever, Inko. Inko nodded, wiping her tears, her resolve solidifying. I'll be there for him. I promise. I'll believe in him with everything I have. The dragons drew close, comforted by her words, knowing that even when the worlds were apart, Izuku would never truly be alone as long as he had his mother and their love. Izuku returned from his training with Alibaba, a bright smile on his face and his new dagger still gleaming in his hand. He was about to call out to his mom and the dragons, but the mood in the clearing stopped him cold. Everyone, Inko, Igneel, Tio, Mardraconus, Araba, stood together, their heads bowed, the air heavy with something unspoken. He slowed, confusion settling over him. What's wrong? Did something happen? Inko looked at the dragons, then back at her son, tears shining in her eyes. Araba stepped forward first, his voice gentle and full of sorrow. Izuku, there's something we need to tell you. Something we wished we never had to say. Tio's feathers drooped as she spoke, her usual breeziness gone. The portal between our world and yours, it's going to close. Very soon. Once it does, it won't open again for 50 years. The words hit Izuku like a punch to the chest. He stared at them, disbelieving. What? No, wait, that can't be right. There must be a way. There has to be. Mardraconus moved closer, her eyes gentle. We wish there was, little one. We've searched and tried everything. But the magic binding our worlds is fading, and it will be a long, long time before it can open again. Igneel, for once, couldn't meet his eyes. You are family to us, Izuku. This hurts us more than you can imagine. Izuku shook his head, tears streaming down his face now. No, you're my family. You're my teachers, my friends, I can't just lose you. Not now. Tio wrapped her wings around him, but Izuku couldn't stop sobbing. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why does it have to be like this? Inko knelt beside him, pulling him close. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I wish I could change it. But you're not alone, you never will be. We all love you, and that won't change, no matter what world you're in. Izuku buried his face in her shoulder, the grief overwhelming. The dragons gathered around, each laying a claw or wing gently on him, sharing in his pain. For a long while, there were no words, just the ache of goodbye hanging in the air, and the love of a family that would endure, even across worlds. The next few days were the hardest any of them had ever known. With the portals closing drawing near, Izuku clung to every moment, making the most of his time with his dragon family. Laughter was softer, hugs tighter, and every shared story felt like it might be the last. Inko, Alibaba, and the dragons did everything they could to fill the days with warmth, but the sorrow beneath the surface was impossible to ignore. The day before the portal was set to close, everyone gathered together for one final farewell. The air was thick with emotion as each dragon approached Izuku, carrying a piece of themselves to gift him a parting token to carry into his new life as a hero. Igneel stepped forward first, pride and sadness mingling in his eyes. He pulled a shimmering red scale from his own body and, with a flourish of magic, shaped it into a pair of gloves. My little brother, take these gauntlets made from my dragon scales. With them, your fists will be the strongest thing in your world. Tio followed, her feathers glinting in the sunlight. She plucked a single emerald feather and transformed it into an arm bangle, adorned with swirling wind motifs. Take this, my sweet little brother. Wear it always, and know that I'll always be there, protecting you. Mardraconus, gentle and loving, reached out with a teardrop-shaped blue scale. She turned it into a single elegant earring. My dear, dear hatchling, take these. With them, and your water-healing magic, you can heal those in need. I love you so much, my little one. Last was Araba, who gently pulled a brown scale from his side and channeled his earth magic into it, transforming it into a sturdy grimoire bound in dragon hide. Izuku, my boy, I can't say how proud I am of you. The time we've spent together has been a blessing. This grimoire holds different spells and potions and elixirs you can try as you grow. I know you'll make us proud. And in 50 years, when the portal reopens, we'll look forward to hearing all your stories as a hero, maybe even meeting your own hatchlings one day. Izuku accepted each gift with trembling hands and tear-filled eyes. Dressed in these tokens, soon to be part of his hero costume, he felt the weight of their love surrounding him, love that would carry him through whatever came next, even as the worlds pulled apart. The day the portal was to close finally came, heavy and bittersweet. Izuku and Inko stood with their dragon family and Alibaba, hearts aching with the weight of goodbye. Tears streaked down Inko's face as she hugged each dragon tight, whispering her gratitude and love. Izuku tried to put on a brave face, but as he looked at Igneel, Tio, Mardraconus, and Araba, his teachers, his friends, his family, the tears he'd tried so hard to hold back spilled over. He clung to each dragon, promising over and over, I'll never forget you. I'll make you proud. I'll be the hero you always believed I could be. The portal shimmered, its magic thrumming with finality. Inko squeezed Izuku's hand, and together, they took one last look at their other family, scales glinting, feathers ruffling, eyes shining with love and sorrow, and stepped through. On the other side, as the portal snapped shut, Izuku collapsed into his mother's arms and sobbed. The pain of separation was raw and real, and he let himself cry, knowing just how much he was going to miss them. Back in the dragon realm, tears streamed down the faces of all 4 dragons. Igneel lifted his head to the sky and let out a mighty, sorrowful roar, a sound that shook the mountains, echoing his heartbreak at losing another loved one. Tio and Mardraconus comforted each other, their wings wrapped tight in shared grief. Araba stood silent, holding back his tears, the ache of seeing his son leave nearly too much to bear. Alibaba watched them, his own eyes wet with emotion. He spoke softly, you will see him again. He's strong, he'll recover, and he'll make you proud. With a gentle smile, he bowed to the dragons. Thank you for having me. When he returns, invite me again, so I can hear all the stories of his adventures and meet the hero he's become. With that, Alibaba opened his own portal, stepping through and leaving the dragons to their memories and their hope for the day their family would be reunited once more. The days after the portal closed passed in a blur. Izuku threw himself into his training, late nights in the park, early mornings reviewing hero notebooks, every spare second spent pushing himself harder. Without the dragon's world to escape to, the apartment felt smaller, quieter, almost too still. The morning of the UA entrance exam arrived, and Izuku's heart felt heavier than ever. He stood in his room, sunlight filtering through the curtains, quietly running his fingers over the gifts his dragon family had left him. Things that mattered most to him in this world were the shimmering earrings from Mardraconus, Igneel's crimson gauntlets, Tio's slender arm bangle, cool against his skin, and Araba's sturdy grimoire tucked safely into his bag, and his dagger from Alibaba. Each one a reminder, a promise, and a comfort. He double-checked everything, then forced himself to get dressed. As he headed downstairs, Izuku tried to steady his breathing, clutching the UA waiver form in one hand. Inko was waiting in the kitchen, nerves showing in the way her hands fiddled with his lunchbox. She looked up with a trembling smile. You have everything you need, Izuku dear? He managed a small, honest smile. Yeah, Mom. I've got the waiver, my gear, and I know how to use it. I'm ready for the test. She set the lunchbox down and reached for his hand, squeezing it tight. You're going to do great, okay, sweetie? You worked so hard for this. I know Igneel, Tio, Mardraconus, and Araba would all be so proud of you. Now go out there and show them what a dragon wizard can do. Izuku stood a little taller, pride blooming in his chest. Yes, Mom. His smile, bright and real, was the biggest she'd seen since the day they left the dragon's world. I'll do my best. Love you. Inko laughed. Softly, tears glinting in her eyes as she ruffled his hair. Love you too, my little kitten. She chuckled at the old memory, and Izuku's heart swelled. He slung his bag over his shoulder and headed for the door, the weight of his loss balanced by the power of hope and the knowledge that, wherever he went, his family's love would go with him. The train rocked gently as Izuku stood, one hand gripping the overhead pole, his gaze fixed on the scenery slipping past the window. Tokyo's skyline blurred by, but his mind was far away, still lingering in the dragon's world, with Tio's laughter on the wind, Mardraconus' soothing words, Igneel's fiery encouragement, Araba's rock-solid wisdom, and Alibaba's easy confidence. Each of them had changed him in ways he couldn't put into words. He traced his thumb absently over the bangle on his arm, feeling the reassuring weight of the earrings, the gauntlet, the grimoire in his bag. "I'm going to make sure I make you all proud," he vowed. As the train screeched to a stop, anticipation and nerves tangled together in his chest. He stepped off with the wave of other hopeful students, all of them drawn toward the famous gates of UA High School. The city air was crisp, full of possibility and promise. Izuku squared his shoulders, breathed deeply, and started walking, ready at last to show the world what a dragon wizard could do. Izuku stopped in front of the massive gates of UA, breath caught somewhere between awe and terror. This was it, his dream, right in front of him. He squeezed the strap of his bag, feeling the weight of his treasures from the dragon realm. "This is my dream. I'm going to make it happen." A sharp, familiar scent hit his nose, burnt caramel, bitter and bright. Izuku didn't even have to turn around. "What the hell are you doing here, Deku?" The words exploded behind him, sharp as ever. Izuku let out a long sigh and glanced over his shoulder. "Same thing as you, Bakugo. I'm here for the exam, just like everyone else." He made sure to use his old friend's real name, no nicknames, not today. Bakugo actually blinked, caught off guard for a half-second before his scowl snapped back into place. "Didn't I tell you not to show your face here? I'm the only one from our school getting in, got it?" Izuku raised a brow, unbothered. "And who's going to stop me?" "You." He nodded subtly at the gathering crowd. "If you haven't noticed, people are watching and so are some teachers. Don't ruin your chances before the exam even starts." Bakugo glanced around, realizing for the first time that his outburst had drawn attention. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned away with a sharp tch. "Whatever. You're quirkless but is gonna fail anyway," he muttered, stalking off toward the main gate. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. "DMN." He started walking again, nerves buzzing in his veins. He barely made it a few steps before his toe caught on a pebble, sending him lurching forward face first toward the pavement. "Guess this is how I die," he thought darkly, squeezing his eyes shut. I can only imagine Igneel's reaction, probably laughing his tail off. "Goodbye, world." But instead of pain, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder and something soft and flexible wrapping around his wrist, stopping his fall. "Wait, what?" Two feminine voices spoke up behind him, apologetic and worried. "Oh. Sorry, we saw you tripping and just acted. Are you okay?" Izuku blinked, letting himself be set carefully back on his feet. He turned to see two girls, one with a warm, permanent blush and short brown hair, the other with large, round eyes and dark green hair tied in a bow. His brain short-circuited for a second. They were both really cute. "Wait, stop. Not the time, Izuku." The green-haired girl gave him a quick, polite bow. "Karo. Are you all right? We saw you about to fall and used our quirks to stop you. Sorry if that startled you." The brunette bowed as well. "Yeah, I'm sorry. We just didn't want you to get hurt." Izuku waved his hands frantically. No, it's totally fine. Thank you both, really. I appreciate it." The frog-like girl smiled. "I'm Tsuyu Azui. And this is my best friend." The other girl grinned and offered a little wave. "Hi. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Nice to meet you." Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. "Oh, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Thanks for saving me from myself, I guess." Somewhere, far away, four mothers and a sister, Inko, Mardraconus, Tio, and two more, felt a sudden, inexplicable warmth in their chests. Two fathers, on opposite sides of Japan, shared an uneasy shiver. The world was already shifting. Back at the UA gates, Izuku realized his heart was pounding for a different reason, and this time, it wasn't fear. He smiled, bowing back to his new friends. "Let's do our best on the exam, okay?" Tsuyu and Achiko grinned, and together, they walked toward the entrance, three hopefuls, stepping into the future. Inside the main building, the three of them followed the flow of nervous, chattering students to a huge auditorium, walls lined with banners bearing the UA crest. Izuku's stomach twisted with nerves as they found their assigned seats. His was right in the middle, wedged between strangers, with Achiko a few rows ahead and Tsuyu off to the right. A proctor's voice boomed through the speakers, crisp and no nonsense. "Attention, examinees. Please take your seats and prepare for the written portion of the UA entrance exam. You have 45 minutes. Good luck." The exam booklets landed on the desks with a thud. Izuku took a deep breath, letting his training and the quiet encouragement of his dragon family steady him. He'd studied for this. He'd always been good at analyzing, memorizing, connecting dots. Still, his hands trembled as he picked up his pencil. Questions flashed by: hero law, basic science, battle tactics, ethics. Izuku's mind moved faster with every answer, the lessons from Araba's lectures, Tio's logic puzzles, and Mardraconus's patient explanations of cause and effect all surfacing just when he needed them. He grinned a little, remembering Igneel's study roars meant to scare him into focus. They'd worked. Minutes ticked by. Around him, some students scribbled furiously, others stared, frozen by panic. Izuku pressed on, refusing to let doubt drag him under. He finished with a minute to spare, double-checking his answers, then setting his pencil down with a small, satisfied sigh. When the proctor called time, Izuku looked up, heart pounding but hopeful. He caught Achiko's and Tsuyu's eyes as they filed out, all three giving each other the smallest, most relieved smiles. One test down. The real challenge was still to come. As they stepped into the hallway, Achiko bounced up beside him. How'd it go? Izuku grinned, nerves finally giving way to excitement. Pretty good, I think. Now for the practical, right? Tsuyu nodded, calm as ever. Karo. Let's do our best. The three made their way to the next stage, the energy in the halls buzzing as hundreds of hopefuls prepared to show what they were really made of. The three new friends made their way to the main auditorium for the presentation on the practical portion of the exam. Since they were from different schools, seating was assigned, so Izuku had to say a quick goodbye to Achiko and Tsuyu before finding his own spot. Of course, luck put him right next to Bakugo. Oh, great, both boys thought in unison. Before any words could be exchanged, the stage lights blazed and a tall, energetic man in a flashy jacket strode onto the platform. Welcome to today's live performance, he boomed, his voice rattling the windows. Everyone say, hey. A wave of awkward silence rippled across the crowd. Izuku barely noticed, his attention drawn to the strange speaker artifact slung around the man's neck, a support item, no doubt, but was it for his quirk, or just to amplify his already booming voice? Did it help control and direct his abilities? How did it work? Bakugo gritted his teeth beside him, hissing through clenched teeth, shut it, Deku. Sorry, Izuku muttered, snapping back to attention. On stage, the man present mic, a name Izuku instantly recognized from his father's old radio, didn't miss a beat. Well, that's cool, my examinee listeners. Name's present mic and I'm here to present the guidelines to your practical. Are you ready? Memories of listening to present mixed broadcasts flashed through Izuku's mind, topical pro-hero debates, stories about rescue missions, inspirational quotes. He'd never imagined meeting the man in person. Present mic clicked a button, and a bright projection appeared overhead. This is how the test will go, listeners. It's a 10-minute scuffle in a mock city. You're allowed to bring whatever you want, just be at your assigned location when it starts, K. Urban combat, then. Not ideal, but Izuku knew he'd have to improvise. Sometimes, you didn't get to choose the battlefield. The display changed, showing 3 types of strange, numbered faux villains. Each site's filled to the brim with 3 types of faux villains. Present mic explained. Use whatever trick you got up your sleeves to take as many of them down to earn points, listeners. And remember, fighting other examinees for points is absolutely forbidden. Izuku glanced down at the handout he'd picked up outside. Sure enough, it described 4 types of artifact creatures, not 3. He frowned, just as a tall, bespectacled boy with blue hair stood up in the crowd. May I ask a question? The boy declared. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of faux villains on this handout. Such a blatant error, if it is one, is highly unbecoming of Japan's top hero institution. And you, with the curly hair. The boy's finger jabbed in Izuku's direction. You've been muttering this whole time, distracting all of us. Is this some sort of game to you? If so, please leave immediately. Izuku stood up, voice steady but sharp. 3 things. First, who are you to tell me to leave? Second, you interrupted present mic. I believe he was about to clarify. Third, if my muttering is enough to distract you, then you might struggle as a hero, since a real battle is a lot noisier than I am. The room went silent. Bakugo included, stunned by Izuku's calm, direct retort. Luckily, present mic jumped in to defuse the tension. All right, examinee 7111, nice catch. He clicked the remote again, revealing the silhouette of an enormous, brick-like robot. This little guy's called the 0-pointer. You guessed it, IT gives you a whopping number of 0 points for its destruction. There's only one on each side. Its whole deal is to cause trouble and slow you down. I recommend my listeners just ignore it if you can. Present mic grinned, his energy undimmed. Now that's all from me, folks. With that said, let's end it with a favorite quote of mine, from good old Napoleon Bonaparte. True heroism is being superior to the ills of life. Plus ultra, everyone. Break a leg. As the crowd began to file out, Izuku felt his nerves settle, replaced by a focused determination. This was at the moment he'd trained for, the moment to make all his families proud. The bus ride to Izuku's assigned test center was a blur of nerves and anticipation. He kept his eyes on the city rolling by, grateful for the quiet. Dealing with Bakugo was one thing, but the last thing he needed right now was some living robot trying to make his life harder before the test even started. When the bus hissed to a stop, Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped out, already fitting the gauntlet over his hand, feeling the reassuring weight of his bangle, earring, and his dagger. He glanced around and spotted Uraraka standing nearby, looking pale and fidgety, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. He started to make his way over, wanting to offer a few words of encouragement. But just as he was about to reach her, a large hand clapped down on his shoulder. Izuku reacted on instinct. He spun, knocking the hand away in a single smooth motion. The owner of the hand, a tall boy with glasses and an intense look in his eyes, stared at him in surprise. "I saw you were about to approach that examinee," the boy said stiffly. "She's clearly trying to concentrate. Are you going over there to distract her? And what's with these items you have? That's against the rules." Izuku groaned inwardly. "This guy again. They're all registered support items," he replied, keeping his tone even, "and I'm not breaking any rules. I was just going to check on a friend." The blue-haired boy's jaw worked, clearly not expecting pushback. "Well, I'm reporting you to the proctors anyway." Before he could finish, a booming voice echoed across the plaza, "Start." The test had begun. Izuku didn't waste a second. He darted past the would-be rule enforcer, chanting softly, "Calcius celeris." In a flash, wind magic surged to his feet, and he shot forward, already vanishing into the mock city while the other students were still frozen in confusion. As he sprinted ahead, Izuku couldn't help but grin. This was his chance. This was the moment he'd show the world and himself just what he could do. Turning the first corner, Izuku darted down a narrow alleyway, muscles tensed and senses sharp. From a side street, 3 two-pointer robots trundled out, their sensors locking onto him. Target acquired. Izuku's heart hammered, but he was ready. He slammed a hand to the ground, voice low as he chanted, "Lapides, surgite et occupate. Stone, rise and seize." Concrete slabs erupted from the pavement, 3 on each side, trapping the robots in a sudden stone cage. Without missing a beat, Izuku called out, "Asta e terra, surge. Spear from earth, arise." An earthen spear shot from the ground, and with swift, practiced strikes, he shattered the robot's cores. Metal shards tumbled to the ground. 6 points already. Not bad. Let's keep going. He slipped into the maze of simulated streets, moving quickly, using every spell and tactic he'd drilled with his dragon family and Alibaba. Earth walls to block ambushes. Lightning arcs to fry a charging bot. When he saw an examinee, a purple-haired boy who looked like he hadn't slept in days, cornered by a 3-pointer, Izuku yanked him out of harm's way with a gust of wind. The boy barely managed a mumbled, "Thanks," before scurrying off. Between battles, Izuku kept careful track of his energy, pausing just long enough to gulp down an elixir he'd brewed the night before, one for mana, another for stamina. He pressed on, taking down robot after robot, racking up points and saving those who stumbled. High above, in the dimly lit control room, UA teachers and proctors watched the feeds, jotting notes on clipboards and murmuring among themselves. "We've got a good crop this year," one remarked, watching students zip through the city. "Wide battlefield and a tight clock really brings out their best." Another pointed at a monitor. "They're intelligence gatherers. That one's using duplication to scout for targets." On another screen, you can see a young man with blue hair with engines in his legs flashed as he rocketed down a street, demolishing robots in his path. "Mobility experts," a teacher nodded approvingly. A third teacher highlighted a student using precise shots to disable multiple bots. "Decision makers. Calm under pressure." And, of course, the natural-born warriors. Bakugo's screen lit up with explosions as he tore through a cluster of 3-pointers, his feral grin unmistakable. But then the camera panned to Izuku moving with impossible speed, conjuring barriers, wielding earth and wind in ways no one had seen before. "What's that kid's quirk?" a teacher asked, squinting at the display. A scruffy man in all black with a gray scarf eraser head leaned forward, sharp eyes narrowing. "I've never seen a quirk like that. He's almost got the same earth manipulation as Cementos." At the mention of his name, Cementos perked up, studying the screen with interest. "It is similar." Another teacher squinted as Izuku blasted a bot with lightning, then switched to a water barrier. "Is he a multi-quirk type? How's a kid his age blending that many elements?" The feed shifted to show Izuku weaving through robots, now using gusts of wind to send opponents tumbling, then a quick burst of water to short-circuit another bot, and finally, a flicker of lightning that fried a 3-pointer mid-leap. Nizu, perched atop his chair, scrolled through the applicant database. "Let's see. Izuku Midoriya. Registered quirk, element manipulation. Notes say he can control all classical elements fire, water, earth, air and uses specialized support gear to fine-tune his abilities. Snipe whistled, impressed. He's not just fighting, he's helping other students too. Look, he just saved that examinee from being crushed. All Might, who had been watching with arms crossed, leaned forward, his eyes shining. That green hair, that spirit? I knew it. He did show up. He could feel One for All pulsing with excitement. This boy, I need to speak with him. He's the one. Not everyone was so pleased. Shota Aizawa's gaze stayed hard. Is it just me, or is this kid too well trained for his age? Look at his control, his tactics. Is he from a hero family? Nizu double-checked the file. No. No family history of heroics. All the data suggests he's self-taught or trained elsewhere. Aizawa grunted. With this level of skill, he had to have been trained by someone. Wait, did you see that? His dagger just transformed, now it's a sword, and it's on fire. Nizu, rewind that part, back it up, and do you have audio? Aizawa said, eyes fixed on the monitor. At his command, Nizu flicked the footage back, pausing on Izuku's fight with the transforming sword. Does it look like he's chanting? Aizawa continued. Nizu nodded and turned up the audio. The teachers leaned in as Izuku's voice rang out, clear and foreign, Igneum Gladio. Present Mike was the first to react, his eyes widening behind his shades. Wait. That's Latin, old Latin-like, really old. It means, set my weapon ablaze. If my Latin is correct. But I haven't heard anyone use that kind of Latin in, well, ever. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, Mike? Mike leaned in, animated now. That Latin's ancient. We're talking pre-classical, maybe around 75 BC. I used to geek out on dead languages back in school, and nobody uses that form anymore. Not since Rome was just getting started. Where would a teenager even learn something like that? The other teachers stared at the screen, then at Mike, then back at Izuku's chanting form on the monitor. The question hung in the air, heavy and strange. Midnight leaned forward, her eyes narrowed in fascination. He chants for each attack. Is that a focusing technique? Some quirks need triggers, but it almost sounds like he's casting a spell. It's just as Midnight said, Cementos added, leaning closer to the monitor. Have you guys noticed the circles that appear whenever he chants? They form exactly where he needs them, sometimes around his hands, sometimes under his feet, sometimes out in the open air. Present Mike perked up, eyes wide. Whoa, you're right. Those look like magic circles straight out of fantasy. Is he actually casting spells? A hush fell over the staff as everyone watched the replay again, each spell punctuated by a flash of glowing runes and intricate patterns. Nizu's whiskers twitched with delight. Fascinating. This is more than an ordinary quirk. It's almost ritualistic. Whatever the method, it's working. Let's keep observing and see what else he can do. Aizawa grunted, eyes never leaving the screen. If he makes it in, he's mine. I'm calling dibs. Now someone with that much firepower and DSPLN needs to be under my eye. Vlad King grumbled but nodded. Honestly, with a quirk like that, you're probably right. Better in your class than blowing up my walls. As the exam continued, the teachers watched Izuku's every move, baffled, impressed, and more than a little curious. Then Nizu's paw hovered over the control panel. Shall we see how they all handle the final challenge? He said with a sly smile, and pressed the big red button. The ground trembled as the zero-pointer burst onto the battlefield, its massive treads smashing through city blocks like cardboard. Screams rang out as examinees scattered, some frozen in terror, others sprinting for their lives. Izuku felt his heart lurch at the sheer size of the machine. It was even bigger than he'd imagined. Izuku, already sweaty and breathing a little hard from the constant spellcasting, caught sight of Uraraka trapped under a fallen slab. He didn't even think, he just ran. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward her. Around him, students were fleeing or hiding, but he focused only on her desperate eyes and the sinking dread in his gut. I'm not letting anyone get hurt. Not if I can help it. He slid to a stop beside her, dropping to one knee. Hang on, he called. I'll get you out of here. As the zero-pointer thundered closer, Izuku drew his dagger, focusing every scrap of mana and will into the blade. He planted his feet and raised the weapon overhead, pouring his power through it until the metal glowed with blue-white energy. The cold in the air was sudden and sharp, making everyone nearby shiver. Izuku's voice rang out, tired but fierce, as he chanted. Aqua viva, frigori eterno circumda, spiritus glaciae, ad me veni. Fluctus gelidi, in rigorem vertimini, omnem modum in silentio teen. Vis nivis et ventorum, corpus aquae compromitus, frange fluctus, dura cristalla cray. Sub tacta meo, aqua immobilis fiat, glacium invocamus, vires hiemus crescent. Glacies Eternum. Izuku's eyes blazed with a fierce blue. Translation. Living water, surround with eternal frost. Spirit of ice, come to me. Cold waves, turn into rigidity. Hold all motion in silence. Power of snow and winds, compress the body of water. Break the waves, create hard crystals. Under my touch, let the water become unmoving. We call upon ice, let the powers of winter grow. Internal ice. He slashed down with his sword, unleashing the spell in a brilliant arc. A tidal wave of ice erupted from the blade, freezing the earth and roaring toward the 0-pointer. In seconds, the giant robot was trapped, treads locked, metal groaning, every joint encased in a thick glacier. Izuku staggered, sweat running down his face, his shoulders slumping from the effort. He knelt beside Uraraka, smashing the concrete with a quick burst of earth magic, then carefully helped her up. You okay? He asked, his voice a little shaky. Uraraka stared between him and the frozen robot, eyes wide. Why yeah, did you really do all that? Up in the control room, the teachers were dead silent for a solid 5 seconds. Cementos's mouth hung open. Midnight blinked. Vlad King whistled low. Holy crap, Present Mike muttered. Aizawa, arms crossed, just grunted, but the corner of his mouth twitched up. Not bad kid, he said, a little softer. Nizu's eyes sparkled. Well, that was impressive. On the field, the klaxon blared. The exam was over. Izuku let out a long, exhausted breath as Uraraka leaned on his arm. All around them, students gawked at the glacier and the boy who'd made it. Izuku just wanted a nap. But as he looked at the frozen 0-pointer, he allowed himself a tiny, proud grin. Across the field, students stared in shock, none more so than Ida. The sheer power of that attack was incredible, but what struck Ida most was the green-haired boy's immediate rush to help someone else. If this wasn't an exam, I surely would have gone to help too, he thought, cheeks burning. The teachers wouldn't put us in real danger, right? But a memory flickered in the back of his mind, his brother's words, Tenya, helping those in danger is more important than chasing a villain. Ida realized, with a pang, that he'd missed the true spirit of the test. He bowed his head. Next time, I'll remember, and match your spirit. At the edge of the frozen battlefield, Izuku's exhaustion finally caught up with him. He staggered as he helped Uraraka limp toward the recovery entrance, sweat beading on his brow, every step heavier than the last. Uraraka winced, glancing down at her ankle. Ouch. I think it's twisted, she admitted, trying to keep her voice light. Izuku set her gently on a bench, then dropped to one knee, his breathing ragged. He slowly removed her shoe, revealing a badly swollen, bruised ankle. Hold on. I can help, he said, voice barely above a whisper. He knew he was running on fumes, but he pressed his palm over the injury, channeling the last remnants of mana into his dagger and chanting softly. Unda vitae, wave of life. As he spoke, a cool wave of water droplets shimmered into existence around his hand, glistening like tiny dewdrops in the air. They spiraled down, settling on Uraraka's ankle. The bruising faded, pain melting away under the gentle touch of his spell. Uraraka gasped, eyes wide with wonder. Your ankle should be okay now, Izuku murmured, struggling to stay conscious. His vision blurred and, before Uraraka could thank him, his eyes rolled back and he slumped forward. Uraraka barely caught him before his head hit the bench. Midoriya. Hey, she cried, panic rising as she felt the heat radiating off his skin. Recovery girl hurried over, her eyes widening at the sight. What happened here? He healed me, Uraraka stammered, and then he just passed out. He's burning up. Recovery girl pressed a hand to Izuku's forehead, frowning at the fever. He overused his quirk, pushed himself too far. She waved over the medic bots. Get him to the infirmary, now. And you, young lady, you can come too, but quietly, please. As Izuku was whisked away, word quickly reached the observation room. Nizu's voice cut through the soft chatter. Izuku Midoriya collapsed from quirk overuse after healing an injured student. He's running a high fever, contact his guardian immediately. Present Mike was already dialing, concern etched on his face. In the observation room, the teachers exchanged glances, some shocked, some worried, all quietly impressed. Wow, Midnight breathed. Cementos just shook his head, still staring at the frozen 0-pointer. Aizawa, arms crossed, grunted. Definitely mine, he said, voice rough but not unkind. All Might stood a little apart from the rest of the staff, arms crossed tight over his chest as he watched the frozen 0-pointer on the screen. For a long moment, he didn't say anything, he just stared, wide-eyed, at the glacier rising from the rubble, at the lone boy who'd unleashed such overwhelming power just to save someone else. He'd seen a lot of quirks, a lot of courage, but this was different. The way Midoriya moved, the way he ignored the points and ran straight to help the girl in trouble, the way he risked everything even when he was running on empty. That's the heart of a true hero. When the announcement came in, Midoriya collapsed from overuse, feverish after healing another student. All Might's jaw clenched with worry and pride. He gave it everything, he murmured, voice low but full of awe. Even when he had nothing left, he still put others first. A quiet, hopeful smile broke over his face. That's the spirit I've been looking for. That's what it means to be a hero. He could feel one for all pulsing in his chest, almost singing with excitement. Hang in there, young Midoriya. You've exceeded every hope I had for you today. When you wake, I want to meet you. And thank you, properly, for reminding me what true heroism looks like. As Uraraka followed the medic bots into the infirmary, she looked down at the sleeping boy by her side, gratitude and awe mingling in her chest. On the field, the ice still sparkled in the sun, a silent testament to the quiet heroism of Izuku Midoriya. Izuku slept deeply for nearly 3 hours, his face flushed with fever, sweat beading on his brow. Recovery Girl checked on him every so often, but no matter what she tried, her healing kiss, cooling pads, even fever reducers, his temperature barely budged. Uraraka sat at his bedside, worry etched into her features. Not wanting to be alone, she sent a quick text to Tsuyu, who soon arrived and quietly joined her, both girls keeping silent watch over their friend. When Inko arrived, pale and anxious, Recovery Girl met her at the door. He's stable, but his fever isn't going down. He used too much of his quirk, he just needs time to recover, but this is a bit more than I'm used to. Inko nodded, grateful but still worried. She moved to Izuku's side, brushing his hair back. Zuku, oh, my sweet boy, her voice trembled, but she kept strong in front of the girls. After a moment, she looked up at Recovery Girl. May I see his backpack? Recovery Girl handed over the backpack, watching with mild curiosity as Inko unzipped it and rummaged inside. In a moment, she pulled out a small glass vial filled with a shimmering blue liquid that seemed to catch the light with every movement. Inko held it up, her voice gentle but sure. This is an elixir, one of the special medicines developed by Izuku's master during his training. We found, back then, that when he pushed his quirk too far, he'd sometimes get fevers and extreme exhaustion. This always brings him back. Recovery Girl studied the vial, her expression skeptical. What's actually in it? It's a family recipe, Inko said, offering a reassuring smile. I promise, I'd never give him anything dangerous. But nothing else you've tried is working, right? There was a moment's hesitation before Recovery Girl nodded. All right, but I'll administer it myself, just to be sure. Carefully, she poured the elixir into the drip bag and attached it to Izuku's fore. The blue liquid slid down the tube and into his veins. For a few tense minutes, everyone watched. Gradually, the fever faded from Izuku's cheeks, his breathing eased, and his color returned. Recovery Girl let out a soft, surprised sigh. Well, whatever that was, it's working. He should be waking soon. Relief washed through the room as Inko, Uraraka, and Tsuyu settled in to wait, quietly sharing stories while Izuku began to stir, safe and surrounded by friends. Relief washed over Inko, Uraraka, and Tsuyu. The three women sat together, the two girls quietly listening to his mother's stories about Izuku, his kindness, his quirk, his heroics on the field until, at last, Izuku's eyes fluttered open. Mom, he croaked, blinking up at the three faces above him. Inko smiled through her tears, squeezing his hand. I'm here, sweetheart. Everything's all right now. You have some wonderful friends here, you know? Uraraka beamed. Welcome back, Midoriya. You are something else, you know that? Tsuyu nodded. You really scared Achiko-chan, Karo. But I'm glad you're okay. Izuku managed a tired, sheepish grin, his heart full at the sight. For the first time since the portal closed, he truly felt surrounded by his mom and by his first two real friends in a long time. Whatever happened next, he knew he wasn't alone. And somewhere, far away, for dragons and a swordsman smiled, feeling the warmth of their little wizard's triumph across worlds. As Izuku slowly regained his strength, the room filled with quiet laughter and relief. But then, the door slid open with a soft shhk, and a trio of unexpected visitors entered, Principal Nizu, standing primly with paws folded, eraser head Aizawa, his tired gaze sharp and unreadable, and, impossibly, All Might in his full, larger-than-life hero form, blue eyes bright and smile dazzling. For a long moment, Izuku, his mother, and the girls could only stare in disbelief. Uraraka's jaw dropped. Tsuyu's eyes went wide. Inko even gasped, nearly spilling her tea. All Might's voice boomed, warm and reassuring, I am here, coming to check up on young Midoriya. Izuku's mind went completely blank. His idol, the symbol of peace, was right there, towering, radiant, and seemingly carved out of pure hope. All Izuku could do was gape, his words tangled and stuck. Why how, he stammered, cheeks burning. That got a chuckle from Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Inko, the tension in the room melting away. Aizawa, already over All Might's theatrics, was less impressed. He shot Izuku a flat look. Problem child, what you did was crazy, dangerous, and reckless. The look on Midoriya's face like a kitten scolded for doing its best made Aizawa almost regret his gruff approach. But then, a small smile flickered at the edge of his mouth. But you did a good job saving Miss Uraraka over there. Just, don't overdo it again next time. Izuku's face immediately lit up with the biggest, brightest smile anyone had seen from him yet. Yes, sir. All Might laughed, his deep voice filling the room. Young Midoriya, you really put on quite a show today. Your skills set you apart, no taking away from the others, but you truly showed the heart of a hero, giving your all to save young Uraraka. He gave a classic thumbs up, his smile somehow even brighter. Then Nizu hopped off Aizawa's shoulder, landing with a graceful little bow. That's right. It's me, Nizu, the one who could be a dog, a mouse, or a bear, but more importantly, I'm the principal. He gave another, deeper bow. Izuku Midoriya, on behalf of UA, I wish to thank you. And I must apologize for the danger you and Miss Uraraka faced. For you to go to such extremes to save Miss Uraraka? I hope you can forgive us. Both teens stared, wide-eyed, as the staff of UA bowed their heads in genuine apology. Please, please stop, they said in unison, flustered but grateful. It's okay, we're both fine. Thank you for caring so much. Nizu's eyes twinkled, and he nodded. Well then, with that all taken care of, we'll take our leave. Please, rest up and have a good day. Once the teachers had gone, Recovery Girl bustled in with a clipboard. What a long day. Now, dearie, whatever your mom took out of your bag did help, your vitals are looking great. You should be good to go and head out. With that, Izuku packed up his things. Inko helped gather his gear, and together with Uraraka and Tsuyu, they left the infirmary, stepping out into the afternoon sun ready for whatever came next, and more connected than ever. For Izuku, it felt like the true beginning of his new life. A couple of days had passed since Izuku took the UA exam and made 2 new friends along the way. Things were finally looking up for him. He spent his days doing mild training, creating potions and elixirs, some for healing, others to boost physical abilities. He practiced new spell combos from his grimoire, and often found himself talking to Uraraka and Tsuyu over the phone, eagerly waiting for the exam results. Then one day, Inko burst through the front door, shouting, Izuku! Izuku! It's here! Izuku jumped out of bed and rushed downstairs, heart pounding. In his mother's hands was the letter he had been waiting for. With shaky hands, he took it from her. Do you want to read it yourself, sweetie? Inko asked gently. He shook his head. No, I want you to hear it with me, okay? Holding the letter close, Inko squeezed his shoulder. Whatever it says, I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Izuku gave a small nod, then ripped open the letter. A flat disc fell out. I've never seen a letter like this, he murmured, flipping the disc over. Suddenly, it sprang to life, surprising everyone in the room. Young Midoriya boomed the symbol of peace, smiling wide. I am here to deliver your results. First, let me say, you exceeded every expectation. Not only did you excel in the written and practical exams, you showed compassion and selflessness far beyond your years. The teachers and I were deeply impressed. Izuku's eyes shone with disbelief and hope battling inside him. All Might's image continued, you passed with flying colors, Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to UA High School. Plus Ultra. Inko wiped her tears and hugged Izuku fiercely. The disc flickered again, and All Might's image reappeared with a glowing scoreboard projected behind him. Now, for those who like to see the numbers, let's check out the top performers in the practical exam. One by one, the scores appeared, each name accompanied by a snapshot of their highlights. Izuku Midoriya, 125 points, 60 villain points, 65 rescue points. Katsuki Bakugo, 77 points, 77 villain points, 0 rescue points. Eijiro Kirishima, 74 points, 39 villain points, 35 rescue points. Achiko Uraraka, 73 points, 28 villain points, 45 rescue points. Ibara Shiozaki, 68 points, 36 villain points, 32 rescue points. All Might's voice, full of pride, said, Midoriya, you not only placed first, but you showed the true meaning of heroism, balancing villain points and rescue points to save and protect others. Congratulations to our top testers, and to all who gave their best. Izuku stared at his name at the top, barely able to believe it. Inko laughed and cried, clutching him with pride. You did it, Izuku. Number 1. He felt his eyes sting with happy tears as the scoreboard faded, All Might's final message ringing through the room, welcome to UA, young heroes. Plus Ultra. Izuku grinned, hope and excitement roaring in his chest. His new life was just beginning. I gotta call my friends. I need to see if they got in too. Izuku exclaimed, practically bouncing as he dashed upstairs to his room. Inko watched the back of her son as he ran, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips. For a brief moment, she thought of the ones who had helped bring Izuku so far. A flicker of guilt and memories of her earlier doubts flashed through her mind, but she quickly shook them away. No, she was going to keep her promise. She would be Izuku's #1 supporter, no matter what. Meanwhile, at the Bakugo household, an explosion rattled the entire house. Katsuki! What the hell is wrong with you, brat? His mother's sharp voice echoed as she and his father burst into his room. Smoke curled from the corners, and the projector was still glowing, displaying the top scores from the UA exam. Well, would you look at that, his mother said, a spitting image of Katsuki, eyes narrowing at the screen. Little Izuku came in first place. And look, you're second. Good job. She spun on her heel, pulling out her phone. I gotta call Inko and congratulate Izuku on his score. His father, quieter than his wife but no less intense, gave Katsuki a nod. Congrats on getting in, son. As the door clicked shut behind them, Katsuki stood frozen, fists clenched, shaking with rage. Not only did he get in, but that DMN Deku scored higher than him rescue points? What kind of nonsense was that? Who cares about rescue points? The point was to beat the villains. But All Might's words echoed in his mind, you did great getting that many villain points, but fighting villains isn't the only purpose of being a hero. Bakugo's anger only burned hotter. He was supposed to be the best, no one above him. That DMN Deku was ruining everything, stealing his origin story by coming in first. Little sparks popped off his hands as he growled, just you wait, Deku. When I see you again, you're going to pay for this. The first day of high school arrived with a mix of nerves and excitement for Izuku. He struggled with his tie, admitting to himself that no amount of magic could fix this particular problem. Maybe he could create a spell to help with tying ties, but he quickly dismissed the idea there were more important things to focus on. From downstairs, Inko called, Izuku, you're going to be late meeting up with your friends if you don't hurry. Coming, Mom. Izuku yelled back as he rushed down the stairs, grabbing a slice of toast with butter and jelly to eat on the way. Before he left, Inko called after him, Izuku, you look pretty cool. That put a big smile on Izuku's face. Thanks, Mom, he said, stepping out the door, hope and nerves warring in his chest. The train was packed with students buzzing about UA famous heroes, wild rumors, first-day jitters. When Izuku got off, he was greeted by his two new friends, Tsuyu and Achiko. Over the weeks leading up to today, the three had grown close enough to start using first names. Hi, Tsu. Hi, Achiko. Are you guys ready? Izuku asked, waving. Hi, Izuku, the girls answered together. We're ready. Achiko pumped her fists in the air, grinning, while Tsuyu gave a calm, cute smile. As they walked toward the main building, Izuku couldn't help but murmur, 1A, 1A? Wow, this place is huge. I think we might be lost. Luckily, a teacher passed by, and the trio quickly asked for directions. When they finally reached their assigned classroom, they could hear raised voices from inside. Izuku recognized one of them immediately, a certain ashen blonde. He turned to his friends, deadpan. Is it too late to ask for a transfer to another class? The girls exchanged glances and then said together, yes, with matching smiles. Izuku sighed, straightened his tie, and said, oh well, let's get this over with, before heading inside. The classroom was already a scene. At the front, a tall, blue-haired boy was scolding Bakugo for putting his feet on the desk. Once again, I must demand you remove your feet from that table at once, the blue-haired boy declared, stern. You're being disrespectful to the craftsmen who made it and to our predecessors who once sat there. Bakugo just rolled his eyes. What the hell is your issue, for eyes? Izuku and his friends found seats as chaos swirled. The blue-haired boy noticed Izuku and rushes over and approached, and bowed with precise formality. My name is Ida Tenya. I want to apologize for my behavior during the practical exam. You saw the true meaning behind the test, proving yourself the better candidate. Meanwhile, Bakugo growled while looking at Deku, you think you're better than me? I will show you just how much better I am. Whoa, you don't have to do all that, Izuku replied, a little flustered. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Let's just get to our seats. I think our teacher is, he pointed toward a yellow sleeping bag rolling on the floor. At that moment, a scruffy-looking man emerged from the sleeping bag, tired eyes scanning the room. Nice work noticing me, Midoriya. You were the only one prepared for an attack if this had been a real villain, he said, voice dry as dust. You all are not logical at all. Now, get to your seats at once. He reached into his bag and tossed out some uniforms. Put these on and meet me on the field. We're going to have a quirk apprehension test to see where you're at. You have 10 minutes to meet me at the PE grounds. Get going. The classroom erupted into motion, students scrambling for the door, rushing to their lockers to change. Izuku's heart hammered with excitement. This was it. The start of his journey as a hero. Aizawa waited on the field, arms folded, as his new students rushed across the grass in matching gym uniforms. He took quiet note that Midoriya was the first to arrive, breathing only a little hard. You're the first one here. Good, Aizawa said flatly. A hero needs to be quick to a villain scene. The rest of you, he watched as the other students trickled in, some still tugging at sleeves or tripping over their sneakers, took almost the full 10 minutes. We'll need to work on that. As everyone gathered, Achiko raised her hand, just a little hesitant. Sir, what about orientation? Don't we get a tour or something? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You don't need it. There's no time for unnecessary things here. You all know UA's reputation for freedom on campus? Well, that freedom applies to us teachers, too. He gestured to a line of equipment laid out, cones, tape, softballs, and more. We're starting with the quirk apprehension test. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance run, grip strength, and a few others. You've all done these in middle school where quirks were banned. Today, you'll use your quirks however you want. The country still hasn't standardized records for quirk use in these tests, but I intend to keep track. He turned to Bakugo, who was already rolling his shoulders, itching for a challenge. Bakugo, how far could you throw a softball in middle school? Bakugo scoffed. 67 meters. Aizawa tossed him a ball. Okay, try again. But this time, use your quirk. As long as you don't step out of the circle, anything goes. Don't hold back. Bakugo grinned, swaggering up to the pitch circle. He glanced at Midoriya, then wind up, sweat glistening on his brow. Just augment the pitch with some shockwave power, he muttered. He let the ball fly, an explosion rocketing from his palm. Now die. Bakugo yelled as the ball vanished skyward, trailed by smoke. Izuku watched, deadpan. Die? Really? Aizawa didn't flinch, just checked the reading on his device. 705.2 meters. The class erupted in gasps. Aizawa held the scanner aloft. This is the rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. If you want to be pros, you need to know your limits and push past them. He swept his gaze across the group. You all better give it everything. Because at UA, if you come up short, you might not get a second chance. A chill ran through the class, but Izuku felt a spark of excitement. Awesome. That looks like so much fun, a girl with bubblegum pink skin squealed, bouncing on her toes as Bakugo's distance flashed on the screen. 705 meters? Unreal. Another student, tall and lanky with jet black hair, whistled. So we can really use our quirks now? That's the Department of Heroics for you. Guess this is our shot to cut loose, huh? Around Izuku, the mood shifted. Some faces lit up with excitement, others tightened with nerves. He couldn't help grinning. Finally, a place where he was allowed to go all out. Looks fun, right? He said, mostly to himself, clutching his gauntlet fist. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, the faintest smirk flickering across his tired face. So, he spoke, voice low and dangerous, you were all planning to spend your 3 years here having a good old time? The class froze. Aizawa's gaze swept the field, sharp as a blade. What happened to becoming heroes? Did you come here to play, or to fight for your dreams? He straightened, raking a hand through his wild hair. All right, then. If you want fun, here are your new rules. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. No second chances. That's the freedom we teachers have in the Department of Heroics. We can dispense with students as we please. A low, uneasy murmur rippled through the class. Some students looked shaken, others defiant, a few even smiling with anticipation. Izuku's heart pounded. Expelled on the first day? Was he really about to risk everything, all that training, all those promises before even starting? Aizawa's voice cut through the tension, cold and final. Welcome to UA High. Welcome to the Department of Heroics. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling his dragon family's gifts warm against his skin. No way was he going to be last, not today, not ever. A wave of protest swept through the students. A boy with spiky red hair blurted, "Wait, expelled? The kid who ranks last gets kicked out? This is our first day here," someone else shouted, voice cracking with disbelief. Uraraka stepped forward, her round cheeks flushed with worry. "But even if it weren't, that's just too unreasonable, Sensei," she said, her voice trembling but earnest. "Isn't that a little much?" Aizawa's expression didn't change. He just shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, eyes scanning the group. Natural disasters. Massive accidents. Egomad villains. All kinds of calamities happen when you least expect them. Japan's practically drenched in unreasonable. And it's our job as heroes to reverse it, to restore reason to a world that's lost it. He looked down the line, his gaze cold. If you were counting on a friendly chat at the local McDonald's after school, that's too bad. From now on, for the next 3 years, all you can expect from your life at UA is one hardship after another. This is plus ultra. I expect you to overcome these trials and climb to the top. Tenya Ida's jaw clenched, his mind racing. The pressure is on? So this is Yui's baptism. The pinnacle of hero training. No choice but to give it my all. Bakugo scoffed from the back, cracking his knuckles. I could throw it farther, he muttered, eyes locked on the tape measure. Aizawa ignored the chatter. He clapped his hands once, sharp and decisive. Now then, that was just the demonstration. Time to step up to the plate. Trial 1, the 50-meter dash. Ida Tenya, Azui Tsuyu, you're up first. To the starting line. The two students took their marks. Ready, set, go! Aizawa called. With a thunderous burst of speed, Ida shot off the line, engines roaring. He blasted across the finish in a blur, the timer flashing 3.04 seconds. Tsuyu bounded after him, her frog-like leaps covering ground in rubbery arcs. She landed with a quiet karapi 5.58 seconds. Ida, breathing hard but standing tall, adjusted his glasses. For the 50-meter, I had to shift straight to third gear. Aizawa barely glanced at the clock, making notes on his tablet. That's him in his element. What he does for the other trials, that's what interests me. The rest of the class watched nervously as the next names were called, each heartbeat louder than the last. The trials and their futures had only just begun. Aizawa scanned his roster. Uraraka Ochako and Ojiro Mashareo, you're up next. Uraraka bounced to the line, determination in her eyes. I'll make my shoes and clothes weigh less, she whispered, cheeks puffed in focus. At Aizawa's signal, she took off light as air, arms pumping. The timer flashed 7.15 seconds. She beamed. Wow, I managed to shave some time off my middle school record. Ojiro, tail flicking, ran with steady, practiced power. Not flashy, but effective. Aizawa barely paused. Aoyama Yuga and Ashido Mina, to the line. Aoyama struck a pose, sparkling and dramatic. Ready to shine, he laughed, then turned so he was facing the wrong direction. The moment go was called, he spun, fired his naval laser, and rocketed down the lane so fast he tumbled and had to stop to recover, letting Ashido zip past. The robot called, Aoyama Yuga, 5.51 seconds. He clutched his stomach, wincing. If I keep shooting for longer than a second, my tum-tum will collapse, non? Ashido, breezing by with a grin, muttered, what is with that guy, but couldn't hide her own amusement. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, jotting notes. The way these kids push their quirks shows me how much room they have to grow and what creative limits they're running up against. Let's see how you all adapt to keep yourselves afloat. The tension thickened as the next names were called. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki, Aizawa barked. Izuku swallowed hard. Oh, great. Just my luck. He could already feel Bakugo's glare burning into the back of his skull. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, the threat plain in his voice. Time to show you why you don't belong here, Deku. I'll put you in your place just like always. Aizawa's brows flickered up at that. Really? Put him in his place, huh? I'll need to keep an eye on this one. Both boys crouched at the starting line, muscles tensed. Izuku's mind raced, knowing Bakugo, he'll try to blast me the second he hears, go. Got to be ready. But before the signal, Izuku whispered, Venturum Alice, Curum Velocitor. Small magic circles flared around his feet. The instant go was called, he exploded off the line in a streak of wind and light. The timer blared, 1 second. The field went silent. Even Ida's jaw dropped. He beat my score? Impossible. Ochako and Tsuyu were the first to rush over, eyes wide with excitement. OMG, that was amazing, Izuku. Ochako squealed. Yeah, Karo, I can't believe how fast you are, Tsuyu croaked, admiration plain in her voice. At the finish, Bakugo stood frozen, confusion and rage fighting on his face. What the hell was that? How is he so fast? No way I lost to that loser. That was just a fluke. It had to be. Meanwhile, Aizawa's mind was whirring. This kid is fast, but that's not the issue. My quirk doesn't work on him. He's supposed to have an emitter-type quirk, so my erasure should cancel it. But there's no physical mutation to block my ability. Something about this kid isn't adding up. The rest of the class buzzed with energy, their nerves dancing between awe and anxiety as the tests pressed on. Aizawa just watched, eyes sharper than ever, as the future heroes of Class 1A sprinted toward their destinies. Trial 2, the grip strength test. Izuku stepped up to one of the grip testers, his heart still pounding from the dash. He closed his eyes and murmured under his breath, Spiritus fortitudinis, vires meis multiplica. Corpus meum robor impel. A surge of raw strength flooded his limbs, and he squeezed the handles with everything he had. The machine's digital readout blinked, then shot straight to the max, 999 kgw. A hush fell. Then a spiky redhead kid Kirishima let out a whoop. Holy hell, dude. You beat out Shoji and his 4 arms. He got 540 kgw and everyone thought that was insane, dude, you're a beast. Once again, Bakugo was left fuming, no closer to figuring things out. How the hell is Deku pulling this off? He's gotta be cheating. And if he is, why isn't that hobo-sensei doing anything about it? That's really pissing me off. Trial 3 and 4 went by in a blur, Izuku scoring in the top 3 every time, his spells and tactics making even seasoned quirk users look ordinary by comparison. Trial 5, the pitch. To start it off, Uraraka stepped up. Aizawa pointed the screen toward the students, displaying the numbers as she wound up for her throw. With a bright grin, she tapped her finger to the ball, making it weightless, and sent it flying. The robot called out, "Infinity." The whole class cheered. Holy cow! Infinity? Izuku grinned, genuinely happy for her. Then, all eyes turned to him. The anticipation was electric. Everyone wanted to see what the new prodigy would do next. Bakugo's burning stare drilled holes into his back. I'm watching you, Deku. I know you're cheating. There's no way you get a better score than me, Bakugo snarled. Izuku just breathed in and out, then looked up at Aizawa. Am I allowed to go all out? Aizawa actually smiled, just a little. Sure, kid. Go all out, just don't hurt yourself or anyone else. Nodding, Izuku strode to the circle and began to chant. Spiritus venti, in circulo furioso congregamini. Turbo potens, ab orb surgas et hosts absorbias. Vires etheris, in meme potestatum venient, ut ventorum vortex omnia corruit. The wind began to swirl, picking up around him, whipping at everyone's clothes and hair. Some students ducked behind Shoji's massive arms, while Mineta clung to his leg so he wouldn't blow away. Once again, Aizawa tried to erase Izuku's quirk, but nothing happened. The confirmation hit him hard, my erasure still won't work. This kid's quirk isn't acting like any emitter I've ever seen. Something's not right here? Bakugo, meanwhile, looked like he was about to have a meltdown. Watching Deku command a tornado was making his eye twitch. Izuku tossed the ball into the air, called out, Spirit Storm, and a spiraling cyclone shot the ball sky high, so fast it was whipped out of sight. The wind howled across the field, and the robot meter beeped, struggling before finally blinking, 1.6 kilometers. A raven-haired girl Yayorozu murmured, awestruck, that's over a mile? That's incredible. The class erupted in cheers and shouts. But not everyone was celebrating. Bakugo couldn't contain himself. What the F dash? A quirk manifests by age 4 at the latest, and yet what is this, Deku? Explain now, shitrag. He lunged at Izuku, fury in every muscle. But as Bakugo's fist came down, something strange happened. His explosion swiped through nothing but dust. Izuku's image scattered away on the breeze. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing Izuku standing calmly next to Ochiko and Tsuyu, both girls squealing in surprise. Bakugo spun, wild-eyed, where are you, Deku? Izuku waved from the sidelines. Over here. Before Bakugo could react again, Aizawa's capture scarf shot out, binding Bakugo tight. The class stared as their teacher's eyes glowed red, erasure activating. Bakugo thrashed, confused. Why is this cloth so strong? Why can't I use my quirk? Aizawa's voice was cold. Bakugo Katsuki detention, right now. Bakugo gaped. What? For what? I was putting this cheating, lying, quirkless BSTRD in his place. You should be thanking me. Aizawa's glare didn't budge. Make that 3 days. And we'll be having a talk with your parents about your quirkist ideology. Now leave my field. Bakugo's rage was volcanic, but the scarf held firm. The rest of the class watched, stunned, as their loudest member got dragged off for the first time in his life. Just then, Izuku finally spoke up, turning to Aizawa with wide eyes. Wait. Eraserhead? You're the underground pro hero. Aizawa just blinked, the smallest hint of a smile crossing his lips. Yeah, kid. And you just made my job a lot more interesting. But for now, the tests continued, heroes in the making, their destinies just beginning to unfold. As the 8 trials came to a close, Aizawa gathered everyone around. Time to present the results. Izuku stared up at the display, disbelief blooming as his name flashed at the top. Izuku Midoriya, first. Momo Yayorozu, second. Shoto Todoroki, third. Katsuki Bakugo, fourth. Tenya Ida, fifth. Fumikage Tokoyami, 6th. Mizo Shoji, 7th. Mashireo Ojiro, 8th. Eijiro Kirishima, 9th. Mina Ashido, 10th. Achiko Uraraka, 11th. Koji Koda, 12th. Rikido Sato, 13th. Tsuyu Azui, 14th. Yuga Aoyama, 15th. Hantasiro, 16th. Denki Kaminari, 17th. Kyokujiro, 18th. Toru Hagakure, 19th. Minoru Mineta, 20th. He'd done it first place. He could hardly breathe. Aizawa eyed the class, completely deadpan. By the way, that whole expulsion thing? Just a logical ruse to bring out your best performances. Wait, the entire class yelled, voices echoing off the field. Yaoyorozu huffed, arms crossed. Come on, use your brains. Of course it was a ruse. Mineta cheered, relief flooding his face. My dream of being popular with the ladies isn't dead. Nothing's off the table, Yaoyorozu, here I come. Yaoyorozu shot him a glare, muttering, absolutely not. But then Aizawa lifted a hand, expression unreadable. I've changed my mind. The class stopped cold, even Yaoyorozu paused, caught off guard. Wait, what? She blurted. Aizawa locked eyes with Mineta. I am going to expel someone after all. Minoru Mineta, you came in dead last in every trial. You weren't giving it your all, and your lack of creativity with your quirk was obvious. But what clinched it was your goal. Your motivation for becoming a hero is, frankly, the most shallow thing I've ever heard. Your behavior toward your classmates is also unacceptable. Don't think I didn't notice it. You're no longer a student at UA. Go see the principal. I don't want to see your face here again. Mineta's jaw dropped as realization set in. Wait please. This is my dream. You can't. Aizawa's gaze was cold as steel. Everyone else, get changed and head back to class and pick up your curriculum sheets. Welcome to UA, Department of Heroics. As Mineta slunk away, the rest of the class exchanged glances, some relieved, some shocked, a few even grateful. Izuku just stood there, heart pounding, surrounded by new friends and the real start of his journey. As the students filtered back toward the lockers, a sharp voice called out from behind the gym. Aizawa, you liar. Aizawa turned, only to find himself face to face with All Might in his buff form, rocking a blinding yellow pinstripe suit. The symbol of peace looked both amused and exasperated. So you were watching, I take it? Aizawa said, not missing a beat. You must have a lot of free time, All Might. All Might crossed his arms, the glint in his eye unmistakable. A logical ruse, huh? April Fool's was last week, my friend. You expelled an entire class of first years last year for not measuring up. You've never hesitated to kick out anyone you judged had zero chance, and now you're pulling a full 180? This isn't like you at all. Aizawa shrugged, his usual mask of boredom slipping just enough to show a hint of a smile. Maybe I'm just getting soft. But All Might leaned in, voice dropping. No, I think you felt it too, didn't you? Midoriya's raw potential. That kid, he's different. Aizawa's gaze flickered, thoughtful. You too, huh? I'd have to agree his potential is a cut above the others. But what really gets me is his quirk. I still can't figure out why my erasure doesn't work on him. He's listed as an emitter type, but there's no mutation, and I can't cancel it out. Something's not right, and I plan to have a talk with Nizu. We need to get the full story on Midoriya's quirk. All Might nodded, glancing back at the school where the students were gathering, buzzing with first-day excitement. Whatever the case, I think we're about to witness something special. Keep your eyes open, Aizawa. The future's about to get very interesting. After class, Izuku waited outside the main doors, the afternoon sun warm on his back. He didn't have to wait long. Two familiar voices called out across the courtyard. Izuku! Achiko waved, her smile bright as always. Tsuyu strode beside her, calm and cool. Hey, Tsu! Achiko! Izuku grinned, raising a hand. Did you have to wait long? Tsuyu asked, adjusting her backpack. Izuku shook his head. Only about 2 minutes. You girls ready to head out? Before they could answer, a metallic voice echoed behind them. Hey, you three! All three friends turned to see a tall, blue-haired figure striding their way. Ida's stiff, earnest posture was unmistakable, a walking robot, as Achiko liked to joke. Oh great, this guy again, Izuku thought, bracing for another lecture. What's he gonna recommend we do now? Ida stopped in front of them, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Are you heading to the train station? If you don't mind, may I accompany you as well? The three blinked in surprise before Izuku spoke up. Oh, sure. More the merrier. Ida straightened, a bit flustered. Thank you, he said, formal as ever. Izuku grinned, nudging him. Dude, you gotta chill a little. These are my friends Achiko Uraraka and Tsuyu Azui. Tsuyu gave a polite wave. You can call me Tsu. Oh. Ida Tenya. Pleased to meet you all, Ida replied, bowing again. As the trio became a group of 4, laughter and chatter followed them down the steps. None of them noticed the sharp eyes watching from a classroom window above. Inside, Bakugo sat at his desk, forced to stay behind after his outburst. He glared down at the courtyard, pencil snapping in his fist as he watched Izuku and the others walk away smiling, at ease, like nothing had changed. He ground his teeth, rage simmering. Deku hid his quirk from me all these years, and now he thinks he's better than me? As if he just got lucky. If it weren't for that DMN hobo teacher, I could have beaten the answers out of him. But fine. I'll just have to wait. Sooner or later, I'll expose that liar for what he really is. Down below, Izuku laughed with his friends, unaware of the storm brewing just out of sight. For the first time in years, he felt like he truly belonged. Second day of U.A. Izuku, Achiko, Tsuyu, and Ida took their places just as Aizawa shuffled in, looking as sleep-deprived as ever. You're learning fast. Good, he muttered, dropping his bag with a thud. After homeroom, prepare for your standard classes. UA offers English with present mic, modern hero art with midnight, math with ectoplasm, and modern literature with cementos. But I know what you're all really looking forward to, no get ready for the day. Most of Class 1A jolted at present mic's booming voice, but Izuku just grinned. There was something electric about being taught by actual pro heroes even if present mic's idea of a lesson was shouting English phrases with the energy of a rock concert. Today, we're diving headfirst into the language of international heroics, he proclaimed, scrawling rescue terminology across the board with a dramatic flourish. Because heroes, you dig, gotta communicate around the globe. Surprisingly, the lesson was a hit. Present Mike pulled in real rescue stories from his own hero gigs, making the vocabulary stick in a way no textbook ever could. Even Kaminari, usually hopeless at English, found himself caught up in the excitement, especially when he realized knowing the right word could mean saving a life. Math with ectoplasm? That was a trip. The hero split into a dozen clones, each one helping a different student with equations that actually mattered, calculating force, angles, and velocity for real rescue scenarios. Figure out the angle and force needed for a rescue jump, ectoplasm instructed, his clones gliding between desks. And don't forget wind resistance or civilian safety. Izuku's notebook filled up fast. Every formula was a lifeline, not just numbers on a page. Modern literature with cementos was a curveball. The usually stoic hero made stories come alive, literally molding cement into dioramas of legendary moments. Literature shapes how society sees us, cementos explained, sculpting a scene from their assigned reading. If you want to be a hero, you'd better understand the stories people believe. But it was modern hero art and history with Midnight that really stole the show, and not just because of her, iconic costume. She had a way of linking the evolution of hero costumes to changes in society's idea of heroism. Suddenly, even the shy kids were raising their hands. Notice how the Golden Age was all about bold emblems? Midnight swept her cape dramatically. Modern designs? All about function. Our costumes say everything about who we are and who we want to be as heroes. The cafeteria buzzed with laughter until it was shattered by a voice everyone knew too well. Oi, Deku! Bakugo stomped across the room, explosions crackling at his palms. Conversations died. Every eye swiveled to the drama unfolding by Izuku's table. Bakugo didn't waste time. He slammed his tray down, glaring at Izuku with pure, undiluted rage. You think you're clever, huh? Think you can keep hiding after everything? I'm sick of it, the games, the tricks, the way you act like you belong here. He turned, sweeping his gaze over the gathered students. Let's get something straight, this guy Midoriya is quirkless. That's right. He was born with nothing. Spent his whole life as a quirkless freak, and now he's here, like he deserves to be on the same stage as us. Gasps and whispers rippled across the cafeteria. Izuku's shoulders stiffened, but he kept his head up, pride burning in his eyes. Bakugo sneered, voice rising, you all saw what happened today. What, you think he just suddenly got special? Nah. He's a fraud. He's nothing. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to put him in his place and show UA that I was right all along. People like him, quirkless nobodies, don't belong here. They should know better than to try and reach for the top, where real heroes stand. He jabbed a finger at Izuku, voice trembling with fury. You hear me, Deku? Don't get comfortable. You don't belong here, and I'll prove it to everyone. Silence hung heavy. Izuku clenched his fists, fighting the urge to shrink away. But this time, he stayed seated, staring Bakugo down. Uraraka and Tsuyu closed ranks around him, Achiko's voice trembling but fierce. Bakugo, that's enough. You can't decide who deserves to be a hero. Tsuyu's tone was ice cold. Karo, you're just making yourself look small. Even Kaminari, always quick with a joke, glared at Bakugo. Dude, let it go. Bakugo scoffed, but for a moment, uncertainty flickered behind his eyes. The old pecking order was gone and everyone knew it. Before Bakugo could spit another insult, Aizawa's voice cut through the tension. That's enough, Bakugo. Sit down before you embarrass yourself further. Bakugo's glare lingered on Izuku, but this time, he obeyed, retreating to his table, surrounded by silence, his pride wounded but his fire far from out. Izuku let out a shaky breath, his friend's support warm at his back. The message was clear, he wasn't alone anymore. No matter what Bakugo said, he was here and he wasn't going anywhere. He didn't need to finish, every student perked up. The buzz in the room was electric. Heroics lesson, everyone's real reason for being here. Who do you think is going to be our teacher? Jiro whispered, tapping her earjack anxiously. But before anyone could guess, the door slid open with a bang. I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person. All Might entered the room as he always did, a quick glance that took in every detail and then striding in like he owned the place. Today he wore his Silver Age costume, cape flared out dramatically behind him. All Might? Mina squealed. I'm your biggest fan. All Might laughed. Some people might argue with you on that proclamation, young Ishido, he said, winking in Izuku's direction, but I do appreciate the sentiment and support. So, welcome to your first class in heroics. We'll be together 2.5 hours every day and 4 hours on Saturdays for more in-depth lessons. For today, we're going to be running a battle exercise, you newbies. Tsuyu raised her hand. Shouldn't we learn some of the basics first? Ribbit. All Might nodded, and we will, in subsequent classes, but we wanted to understand your level of skill, and this will give me a good idea in a controlled environment. After a few weeks, we'll run this exercise again and then conduct a review to show you how much you've improved as you master those basics. Don't worry, you won't be graded on your performance today, but it will help us to find areas where you can improve. But for now, here's what you've all been waiting for. He pressed a button on a small remote control he held in his hand, opening a compartment along the wall. Your costumes. Each built to the specifications you supplied the school in your admissions packet. Get changed and report to ground beta. Everyone rushed to grab their costumes and headed to the locker rooms. Excitement and nerves buzzed through the locker room as Izuku unlatched the silver briefcase marked with his name. He hesitated a moment, breath catching in his throat, then slowly lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in velvet, was the costume he'd dreamed up after years of training and dragon stories. The base was a sleek, deep green longcoat lined with protective mesh and reinforced at the shoulders, collar, and cuffs, a blend of classic hero style and modern magic user flair. The coat split at the back for freedom of movement, with silver runes stitched subtly into the lining. Beneath, he wore a fitted black shirt, armored at the chest and ribs, and sturdy pants tucked into dragon scale boots scarlet at the toe, a gift from Igneel when he started training. Across his wrists, gleaming crimson, 2 gauntlets crafted from Igneel's scales caught the light, segmented for flexibility but tough enough to block a blade or channel a spell and destroy anything in its path with a single punch. One arm sported Tio's emerald bangle, a swirl of silver set with a single green feather-shaped gem. A single blue earring, delicate but unbreakable, hung from his left ear, Mardraconus's parting gift. At his hip, Alibaba's enchanted dagger rested in a runic sheath. He slipped the grimoire from Araba into a holster on his belt, the dragonhide cover cool to the touch. Everything was functional, nothing wasted, just as Alibaba and the dragons had taught him. Izuku caught his reflection in the mirror, green hair wild as ever, eyes shining with nervous hope. He looked like a wizard knight out of a fantasy epic, but streamlined for UA's world, half scholar, half hero, all his own. He tightened the last strap and took a shaky breath. Okay, here goes. In the halls, students gathered in their new gear: Ishido's neon pink bodysuit, Ida's rocket armor, Bakugo's grenade gauntlets. The chatter died down as Izuku stepped out, dagger at his side, coat swirling dramatically, his dragon-gifted accessories gleaming in the light. Achiko's eyes went wide. Whoa, Izuku, you look amazing. Tsuyu grinned, tilting her head. Karo, is that a real dagger? You look like a wizard and a hero at the same time. Even Ida paused, adjusting his glasses. Incredible craftsmanship. The balance of tradition and innovation is most impressive, Midoriya. Izuku straightened his coat, feeling the weight of every gift, every lesson, every promise. This was his first day as a hero, truly his own. All Might's dramatic voice echoed through ground beta. All right, kids. Today's lesson will be an indoor battle trial. The class buzzed with excitement and nerves as they gathered in their new costumes, capes swirling, armor gleaming, all eyes fixed on the number one hero. Villain cleanup is usually seen out in the open, but statistically, the better part of it is an indoor job. All Might continued, hands on his hips. Most acts of villainy are committed indoors: imprisonment, house arrest, black market dealings. In our hero-saturated society, any villain with smarts is lurking in the shadows. He grinned, teeth flashing. For this test, you'll split into villain and hero groups. That's right, a 2-on-2 team battle. Whispers shot through the group. Tsu asked, isn't this a little advanced? What about foundational training? All Might's eyes sparkled with mischief. This is foundational training. There's no better way to learn than to do. Yaoyorozu raised her hand, composed as ever. So how do we determine who wins and loses, sir? Bakugo cracked his knuckles, a dangerous grin spreading. Is it okay if we just blow them away? Achiko piped up, a hint of nerves in her voice. Is there a threat of expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei's exercise? Ida, ever the strategist, asked, if we're separating into different groups, what would be the most logical way to do so? All Might blinked, sweat dropping at the barrage. HNNNN, I can't hear you if you all speak at once. One at a time, please. He clapped his hands, regaining command with his trademark charisma. Rules are simple. The hero team wins by capturing the villain team or securing the nuclear weapon prop hidden in the building. Villains win by keeping it safe or capturing the heroes. Teams and matchups will be drawn at random. Now, everyone line up and get ready. Your trial of heroism begins now. As the students jostled for position, excitement and tension buzzed in the air. Izuku glanced down at his own modern wizard costume, sword at his hip, gauntlets gleaming, bangle and earring catching the light. He felt the weight of every lesson, every promise, every hope. This was it. Time to show what a dragon wizard could do in front of the greatest hero of all. All Might called out, team assignments coming up. Be ready, young heroes. The future of Class 1A was about to be forged, one indoor battle at a time. The screen at the front of Ground Beta flickered to life as All Might pressed a button, his booming voice full of anticipation. Now, for the most important part, let's see who fate has paired together for this trial. A holographic chart spun through the air, names shuffling and locking into place one by one. Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka, Team A, versus Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida, Team D. Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, Team B, versus Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure, Team I. Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui, Team H, versus Eijiro Kirishima and Hantashiro and Rikido Sato, Team J. Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro and Yuga Aoyama, Team G, versus Momo Yaoyorozu and Mina Ashido and Koji Koda, Team C. A ripple of whispers ran through the class. Some students grinned, others exchanged worried glances. Izuku's heart hammered as he read his name, paired with Achiko, up against Bakugo and Ida. Achiko leaned in, eyes wide. We're together, Izuku. But Bakugo and Ida? That's gonna be tough. Izuku nodded, trying to hide the nerves in his smile. Yeah, but we've got this. We just have to work together. Across the way, Ida adjusted his glasses, determination in his eyes. Bakugo just cracked his knuckles, a predatory grin spreading on his face. TCH, looks like I get to wipe that smug look off your face, Deku. All Might clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Teams A and D, you're up first. The rest of you, observe closely, you'll be learning from each other as much as from me. Remember, heroes, plan, adapt, and act with purpose. Now, suit up and move out. As Izuku and Achiko made their way toward the briefing area, their hearts pounded with a mix of fear and excitement. As they walked toward the briefing area, each student wrestled with their storm of nerves and determination. Achiko's heart thudded as she glanced at Izuku. We're together, but Bakugo and Ida are so strong. I can't let Izuku down, not after everything he did in the entrance exam, and how kind he's been since we met. If I keep calm and use my quirk smart, we might have a shot. Just breathe, Achiko. Plus Ultra. Izuku's counting on you and I won't let him face Bakugo alone. Ida tightened his gloves, mind racing. Midoriya's intelligence and instincts are incredible, and Bakugo's power is overwhelming. But this is a team test. I have to support Bakugo's offense and keep our objective in mind. If we're villains, our job is to defend, not just attack. I need to be disciplined, analyze the situation, and adapt. My brother always said, act with purpose and heart. I will. Bakugo cracked his knuckles, eyes burning with frustration. Deku. After all this time, after all those years playing weak, he's suddenly some kind of prodigy? Everyone's looking at him now. No. This is where I show him, where I show everyone who's really number one. I don't care about the rules or the point system. I'll crush Deku in front of the whole class and wipe that smile off his face for good. A hallway too short, too bright, and buzzing with energy. Each of them, in their own way, was ready to step onto the stage and prove themselves, no matter the cost. Tenya Ida did not feel good about this. As his friends, Izuku and Achiko, walked off toward the building, he turned to his teammate. So, Bakugo, we should. Bakugo cut him off. Shut the hell up, Four Eyes. You can sit back and coast. I'll handle it. Tenya took a deep breath. He once rode in an elevator at a social function with Endeavor, and he suspected he preferred Endeavor to Bakugo. Surely we can work together. There is no I in team, as they say. Maybe, Bakugo said, but there's an I in win and a U in SCK. Now, shut the hell up and stay the hell out of my way. Across the plaza, Izuku turned to Achiko, laying out his plan with a calm, practiced confidence. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. Bakugo's quirk relies on his sweat, so if I change the temperature in the building, make it cold enough, he won't be able to create as many explosions. That should limit his offense. As for Ida, leave him to me. Achiko told Izuku. Achiko nodded. How do we get past Bakugo, though? Izuku smiled. First, we need to get you past him. As soon as All Might says start, I'll use my elemental technique to bend the air and light around you. He'll be focused on me, so you'll slip right by. All Might's voice boomed from the speakers. Begin. Izuku quickly whispered, Ventorum fluctus, lumen refringite, formum meme oculis abscondite. A shimmer of air danced around Achiko, and she looked down, eyes wide. Her body was nearly invisible, refracted by the swirling wind. In the monitor room, jaws dropped. Kaminari blurted, did he just turn her invisible? What kind of technique is that? Yaoyorozu, ever the observant one, explained, he's manipulating the air and light to create a cloak, bending it so she blends in. That's clever. Back in the building, Izuku gave Achiko a thumbs up. First part done. Now, for the next step. He spread his hands, focusing on the world around him, and murmured. Calor domus exiet frigori cedo. Spiritus hyamus, adest et idem hanc amplectamini. Frostum periodibus inscribit, ut air gelatus et umbra glacialis hic regnant. Nullum teperem, nullum lusum calidam reliquate solemn silentium et algor manent. The temperature inside plummeted as frost spread along the walls, creeping across the floor. Even Todoroki, watching from the observation deck, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is that ice forming inside? Bakugo, making his way through the hall, felt the temperature drop. He tried to spark an explosion, but nothing happened. His palms only produced weak pops. What the hell? Why isn't my quirk working right? He spotted the frost, realization dawning. That DMN Deku? How is he doing this? I thought his quirk was wind, not ice. On the comms, Ida's voice crackled. Bakugo, what's happening? It's freezing in here. The frost isn't coming near the nuclear prop, but the rest of the building is like a freezer. Is this Midoriya's doing? Bakugo slammed a fist into the wall, frustration mounting. Of course it is. He's messing with the environment. I'll find him and blow him away, cold or not. Meanwhile, Achiko crept forward, unseen, as Izuku whispered, go now. He won't see you coming. In the monitor room, All Might and the student watched, wide-eyed, as Izuku's strategy shifted the entire battle. All Might grinned, eyes shining. Now that's real hero thinking, using your environment, your quirk, and your head. The battle trial had only just begun, and already, Izuku was showing everyone exactly what he could do. Achiko moved quietly through the frosted corridors, her body nearly invisible as Izuku's elemental technique bent the air and light around her. Every step was careful, her breath shallow as she trusted completely in Izuku's plan. If I can just get past Ida? If I can just do my part for Izuku? In the monitor room, All Might leaned forward, his eyes wide, practically sparkling. Astounding! Midoriya's already using advanced tactics, camouflage, environmental control. He's thinking like a pro. On the villain team's floor, Ida shivered by the nuclear weapon prop. The chill in the air was biting, condensation forming on his glasses. Bakugo, do you read me? The temperature is dropping rapidly. There's frost forming on the walls. Midoriya must have done something to the building's climate. Bakugo's voice came through the comm, tight with frustration. I know. My explosions aren't working right. No sweat, no boom. That DMN nerd is messing with me again. But I'll track him down. Just guard the objective, Four Eyes. Ida frowned. This isn't how I expected the exercise to go. Bakugo is ignoring teamwork, and now the environment is turning against us. I have to be vigilant. If an enemy gets past me, we lose. Meanwhile, Bakugo stalked the hallways, teeth gritted, his palms sparking only weakly. He slammed a fist against the ice-slick wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. Come out, Deku. Stop hiding and fight me. You think you can outsmart me with some ice and wind? I'll show you, hero or not, you're still a DMN nerd. Achiko, unseen, slipped past a corner just as Bakugo blasted through a door further down the hall, missing her by seconds. Her heart hammered as she moved toward the objective room, determined not to let Izuku down. Back in the monitor room, All Might pumped his fist, grinning. Achiko pressed herself against the icy wall just outside the objective room, her heart pounding. She could see Ida through the frosted glass, standing tall and vigilant right next to the nuclear weapon prop. This was it. The win condition was clear, the hero team had to touch the bomb. If I can just get past Ida and touch it, we win. Izuku's counting on me, and I won't let him down. She slipped through the doorway, invisible and silent. Ida's breath fogged in the frigid air as he scanned the room for threats. He was focused, but he kept glancing at the entrances, expecting Izuku, not her. Ida wiped his frosted glasses, peering into the hallway as a slight shimmer caught his eye. Was that movement? No, it must be a trick of the light. Or is it Midoriya? No, he wouldn't hide. He'd face us directly, wouldn't he? But Achiko was already halfway across the room, silent as a breeze, moving into position for her next move. Achiko tiptoed closer, heart in her throat. Then, just as she reached the pedestal, her foot brushed a loose tile. Ida spun, sharp and quick, but saw nothing. Who's there? He called out, moving to block the bomb. Achiko didn't hesitate. She lunged, fingertips brushing the cold metal casing of the bomb. All Might's voice blared from the speakers above, "Hero team wins. The bomb has been touched. The exercise is over." Ida stared in shock, spinning around as Achiko's invisibility faded, leaving her standing by the bomb, hand still pressed to its side. She gave him a sheepish grin. "Sorry, Ida." Izuku said to trust him, and I just went for it. Meanwhile, in the corridors, Bakugo and Izuku faced off amid swirling frost and wind. Bakugo's explosions fizzled, his anger burning hotter by the second. "Fight me, Deku. Stop hiding and fight me head-on." Izuku stood his ground, calm and resolute. "Teamwork, Bakugo. It's not just about power. You can't win alone." Before Bakugo could answer, the victory buzzer blared. All Might's voice echoed through the building. "Exercise complete. Hero team wins by securing the bomb." Bakugo's fists shook in disbelief. No way. That DMN nerd, and round face too?" In the monitor room, All Might grinned, pride shining in his eyes. "Excellent work." Midoriya kept Bakugo busy and changed the environment, while Uraraka slipped past Ida and touched the bomb. That's the spirit of true heroics. Izuku jogged to meet Achiko and Ida, all three catching their breath as the building warmed and the ice began to melt. Achiko smiled, a little breathless. "We did it, Izuku. We won." Izuku grinned, tired but proud. "You were amazing, Achiko. Ida, you too, you almost had us." Ida bowed, humbled but sincere. "You both worked together brilliantly. I have much to learn." In the halls, Bakugo punched the wall, frustration simmering. "Next time, Deku. Next time, you won't be so lucky." But for now, Team A's teamwork and quick thinking had won the day. Down a deserted, frosted hallway, Bakugo stood frozen in place, fists trembling at his sides. The echo of All Might's declaration, "Hero team, victory," rang in his ears, louder and more painful than any explosion he'd ever made. He barely registered the melting ice around him or the distant cheers of the others. All he could see was that moment, Deku's calm eyes, before he'd even gotten a real fight. No clash. No contest. No chance to prove, once and for all, that he was better. Bakugo's jaw clenched so tight it hurt. His breath came in ragged bursts, fogging the air in front of his face. A wild, helpless anger burned in his chest hotter than any of his explosions, and just as uncontrollable. He punched the wall, hard. The ice shattered, cracks spiderwebbing down the plaster, but it didn't help. It never helped. "Damn it," he snarled, voice raw. "That wasn't a real fight. You hear me, Deku? You didn't beat me, you ran, you cheated, you." He stopped, chest heaving. He could feel his pride cracking, something unfamiliar twisting inside. "Why do I feel like this? Why does it hurt so much? All I wanted was a straight-up fight. I was supposed to win. I'm supposed to be the best." Images flashed in his mind, Deku, always behind him, watching and muttering, then suddenly outpacing him at every turn. The others' wide-eyed stares. The way All Might praised their teamwork, not his strength. Bakugo pressed his forehead against the cold wall, eyes squeezed shut. "Next time," he whispered, voice trembling with equal parts rage and desperation. "Next time, you're not getting away. I'll show everyone, I'll show you. I'll crush you, Deku. I swear it." But for now, all he could do was stand in the empty corridor, surrounded by the fading chill, fists bleeding and pride in tatters, haunted by a victory that felt like the cruelest loss. The students gathered in the monitor room, the chill of the battle still clinging to their uniforms. All Might stood before the screen, projecting replays of the match for the class. Izuku and Achiko sat side by side, Ida joining them a moment later while Bakugo lingered at the back, arms crossed, face shadowed and stormy. All Might's voice boomed, "Let's review. First, who was the key player, the MVP, in this match?" Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He could feel every pair of eyes in the room flicker toward Izuku or Achiko. His teeth ground together. He wanted to bark out, "Me, obviously," but he knew. Everyone had seen it. He'd been outmaneuvered, not just outmatched. "If I may, All Might?" she asked politely. At his nod, she faced the class, already organizing her thoughts. "I'd like to break down what we just saw." She gestured to the screen, where footage of the match played. Izuku Midoriya's plan was the deciding factor. By using his elemental control to lower the temperature, he shut down Bakugo's ability to use his explosions effectively. He also devised a way to conceal Achiko, bending air and light to render her invisible. This allowed them to bypass Bakugo and left Ida isolated. Yaoyorozu's eyes were sharp as she continued. Uraraka executed her role perfectly, using stealth to approach the objective. Ida defended well, but the combination of environmental control and teamwork overcame his efforts. The win condition was clearly stated: the hero team had to touch the bomb. Uraraka's touch sealed the victory. She paused, letting her words hang in the air. "The MVP, in my assessment, is Midoriya. He created a plan that leveraged his team's strengths and his opponent's weaknesses, then adapted it on the fly. Without his quick thinking and precise control, none of this would have been possible." All Might beamed, pride in his voice. "Well reasoned, Yaoyorozu. That's an excellent analysis. Midoriya, you demonstrated not only power, but intelligence and teamwork, the hallmarks of a true hero." The room echoed with murmurs of agreement, but at the back, Bakugo stood rigid, jaw clenched, eyes burning holes through the floor. All Might, ever the teacher, turned to Bakugo. "Bakugo, do you agree with Yaoyorozu's assessment? Who do you think was the VIP?" Bakugo's fists trembled at his sides. He looked up, eyes red and wild, voice barely steady. "It doesn't matter. It wasn't a real fight. If Deku hadn't pulled all those tricks, I would've." He cut himself off, the words bitter in his mouth. "Whatever. Believe what you want." He turned away, unable to look at anyone, shoulders shaking with the effort of holding himself together. All Might let the silence linger just a moment, then addressed the class. "There's a lesson in every match, win or lose. Today, the lesson is that brains and teamwork can win against brute force. Learn from this, every one of you." As the review ended, most students clustered around Izuku and Achiko, congratulating them. Bakugo, isolated at the edge, seethed, his pride battered, his rage growing, and a new, unfamiliar doubt gnawing at his heart. He didn't say another word for the rest of the day. "Hi everyone. I'm sorry for the chapter mix-up earlier. I know it probably caused some confusion, and that wasn't my intention at all. I appreciate your patience while I figure things out and make sure everything gets back on track. Thanks for sticking with me. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again." The battle trials were over, and the rest of the class gradually drifted back to the classroom, buzzing with excitement and questions. But Bakugo didn't follow. He lingered in the corridor, fists trembling at his sides, eyes fixed on some invisible point far ahead. But Bakugo's footsteps finally echoed into the classroom, slow and heavy. He kept near the door, fists clenched so tight his knuckles blanched, jaw set hard against the boiling in his chest. He replayed the battle trial over and over, except battle wasn't even the right word. He hadn't gotten to do anything. He hadn't won. Deku had countered every move before Bakugo could even try them. "TCH, he spat under his breath, the memory burning. That nerd had said, "It's not about fighting, it's to stop the bomb." Like Bakugo didn't get it. Like he was better than him. Bakugo glared at the floor, refusing to look up. "Just you wait, Deku. Next time, things would be different." When the last student had shuffled into their seats, the classroom's chatter simmered down into a tense hush. All eyes turned to the front where Aizawa stood, arms folded, expression unreadable. His capture scarf hung loosely around his neck, and for a long moment, he just stared at the class, letting the silence stretch until even the most hyper students fidgeted in their seats. Aizawa's voice was low, but it cut through the silence. "Let's talk about what happened in the battle trials. It was a lesson in priorities, about thinking like heroes, not just fighting." He scanned the room, lingering for a moment on Bakugo, whose glare was fixed on his desk, and then on Midoriya, who sat rigidly upright, hands clasped together on top of his notebook. Ochako, beside him, still looked a little dazed but wore a bashful grin. Aizawa fixed his gaze on Midoriya. "Midoriya, you demonstrated something I rarely see in first-year trials: creativity under pressure. Manipulating both wind and light to cloak your partner, refracting her image so she was nearly invisible. You got a good handle on your quirk in ways most wouldn't consider. Kaminari leaned over to Shiro, whispering, light and wind? That's nuts. He made her vanish right in front of us. Aizawa didn't pause. He turned to Ochako. Uraraka, you trusted your teammate's plan and executed it. You moved quietly, using that invisibility to slip past obstacles and reach your objective. You kept your cool, didn't panic when things got tense, and struck at the right moment. Ochako's eyes widened at the praise, and she tried not to squirm, a shy smile tugging at her lips. Aizawa swept his gaze over the class. I want everyone to notice this, they didn't win because they were the strongest. They won because they adapted, combined their skills, and played to each other's strengths. Midoriya's manipulation of wind and light created an opening. Uraraka's trust and timing sealed the deal. He paused, letting the silence drive the point home. This is what it means to use your brain and think like a hero. It's not about showing off your strongest attack. It's about using what you have, adapting, and working as a team. Bakugo's fists tightened, and his glare deepened, but Aizawa didn't soften. There were mistakes, yes. But the hero team took risks and trusted each other. That's the kind of thinking UA expects. He turned back to the board, voice steady. Midoriya, Uraraka, good work. The rest of you, review the footage and figure out what you do differently. That's how you improve. A new kind of energy buzzed in the room, one of possibility and challenge, every student turning the trial over in their mind, wondering how they'd rise to meet it next time. School let out with the usual clang of the bell and a rush of scattered voices, but a heavy tension still clung to the air. Students packed up, swapping stories or laughing quietly, yet every so often someone's eyes flicked to Bakugo, who hadn't moved from his spot near the doorway. He stood rigid, backpack dangling from one hand, jaw clenched and eyes burning holes through Midoriya. Izuku tried to slip past on his way out, hoping for a quiet escape, but Bakugo blocked his path. The chatter around them faded as everyone instinctively sensed a storm brewing. Bakugo's voice was rough and low. Don't think you won, Deku. That wasn't a real fight. I don't care what the hobo or All Might said, you're nothing but a coward, hiding behind tricks. His fists trembled. You actually think you're better than me? Because you pulled off some light show in a breeze? I'm better than you. I don't need fancy tricks to win. I'm going to be the next #1 hero. Just you wait. Denki, forever the peacemaker, piped up from his desk, dude, chill out. It's literally the first day. It's not that serious. Bakugo whipped around, the fire in his eyes making Denki shrink back. Shut up, you knockoff Pikachu, he snapped. Shiro snorted, unable to resist. He's got a point though, man. Maybe take it down a notch? We're all still learning. Bakugo ignored him, turning his wrath back to Midoriya. The rest of the class watched, frozen, unsure if they should intervene or just let the two work it out. Izuku, his shoulders slumping with exhaustion, finally met Bakugo's glare. Bakugo, you really need to let this anger go. It's not going to help you. Your idea of being a hero and mine, they're not the same. You want to fight and beat villains. I want to protect people. If you want to be the kind of hero who's always chasing a fight, then go ahead. Be the next Endeavor, the forever #2 hero. The words hit like a slap. For a moment, Bakugo's face was blank with shock, as if he couldn't process what he'd just heard. Then the red crept up his cheeks, his whole body trembling with rage. What did you just say? He snarled, voice dangerously close to breaking. Todoroki, halfway through packing up, looked up sharply at the mention of his father. His eyes widened for a split second before his face returned to its blank mask, but the rest of the class saw it. Even Shiro and Denki fell silent, glancing nervously between Bakugo and Midoriya. Dang, Midoriya, that's cold, Shiro muttered under his breath, nudging Denki. Denki let out a low whistle. He really went there. Bakugo's goanna blow a fuse. Bakugo's hands shook as he grabbed his bag, every muscle in his body coiled with fury. He stomped to the door, slamming it behind him so hard the windows rattled. The sound echoed down the hall, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. No one moved for a few seconds. Shiro let out a long breath. Man, I did not expect Midoriya to say that. Guess Bakugo's not the only one with some fire. Denki grinned nervously, scratching the back of his head. Yeah, but is it weird that I'm a little scared for both of them now? The rest of the class just watched the door, some worried, some impressed, and some quietly wondering what would happen the next time Bakugo and Midoriya faced each other. As the echo of Bakugo's slammed door finally faded, the last pockets of students trickled out of the classroom, their voices low with curiosity and unease. Izuku packed his things slowly, letting the crowd thin. Only when the halls outside were calmer did he slip from his seat and make for the exit. When two familiar voices called his name. Midoriya. Wait up. Ida jogged over, tie already loosened, his posture as upright as ever. Ochako hurried beside him, her cheeks still a little pink from Aizawa's praise. Izuku slowed, letting them catch up as they exited the building together. The campus was bathed in warm afternoon light, students scattered across the courtyard, laughter floating on the breeze. Achiko matched her pace to his, hesitating just a heartbeat before asking, "Hey, Midoriya? Can I ask something?" She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Why does Bakugo always call you Deku? He says it all the time, but I don't get it. Isn't that kind of a weird nickname?" Ida nodded, adjusting his glasses. "I have wondered the same. It seems more pointed than a simple nickname." Izuku's smile faltered, and he looked down at his shoes. "Yeah, it's not really a friendly thing. Bakugo started calling me that back in grade school. My name, Midoriya Izuku, if you take the d from Izuku and the ku from the end, you get Deku. But in Japanese, Deku is also a word for someone who can't do anything. Like blockhead or dummy." Achiko's eyes went wide, her steps slowing. "Wait, really? That's so mean." Midoriya shrugged, a little embarrassed, but kept walking. "Bakugo's always been intense. Ever since we were little, he was the strongest, the loudest. He hated that I tried to keep up with him, even when I didn't have a quirk. Deku was his way of telling me to give up. To remind me I was useless compared to him." Achiko's eyes went wide. "You never had a quirk?" He shook his head. "Up till I was for most of my life, I was just ordinary. And Bakugo he hated that I still tried to keep up with him, even without any powers. Deku became his way of putting me down. In Japanese, it means someone who can't do anything. A loser. He'd say, 'Deku, you can't do this. Deku, you'll never be a hero.' It was his reminder that I was always a step behind." Ida's face twisted in sympathy. "That's harsh, Midoriya. To persist despite such discouragement, that takes real strength." Izuku smiled, a little stronger this time. "It was hard. I wanted to prove everyone wrong, show them it didn't matter if I had a quirk or not, that being a hero was about helping people, not just having power. But every time someone called me Deku, it stung." Achiko gave him an encouraging look. "But you didn't let it stop you, right?" Izuku nodded. "I guess I had to learn to live with it. After a while, it wasn't just an insult anymore. It was a challenge. If Deku means someone who can't, I wanted to be the one who could. Someone who never gave up, even when everyone else said I should." Ida smiled, his glasses shining in the sunlight. "That's an admirable attitude, Midoriya. You turned something meant to hurt you into your own motivation." Achiko grinned. "It suits you, Midoriya. Not because you're powerless, but because you never quit." Izuku laughed, feeling lighter than he had all day. The three of them continued down the street together, the shadows behind them, and the future wide open ahead. After a long day at UA. Between the battle trails, dodging Bakugo's explosions, surviving Udata classes, and trying to act like the normal student everyone expected, Izuku wanted nothing more than to collapse in bed and forget about the world. He greeted his mom with a tired smile, did his best to enjoy the katsudon she'd made, then took a quick shower, letting the hot water wash away the aches and worries of hero school. Back in his room, towel still draped around his neck, Izuku noticed something strange. His grimoire, the one Araba had gifted him in the Dragon Realm, was glowing. Not just the soft shimmer it usually gave off, but a pulsing, almost urgent radiance. The pages fluttered, turning rapidly on their own as if caught in a silent wind. He froze. What the? This had never happened before. Not since Araba entrusted it to him. He edged closer, heart pounding, drawn in by the strange, silvery light. The glow spilled over his hands as he reached for the book, warmth prickling up his arms. Then without warning he began to glow too, a cascade of green and gold light swirling around him. He yelped, stumbling back, panic rising in his throat. "Izuku!" His mom's voice rang out in the hallway. "Izuku, what's wrong?" She burst into his room just in time to see her son lit up like a lantern, his eyes wide with shock, the grimoire floating gently in the air between them. I don't know, Mom." Izuku stammered, voice shaking as the light flickered around him. I came in after my shower, and the grimoire." The light grew brighter, then suddenly faded, dropping both of them back into the soft, familiar dark of Izuku's bedroom. For a moment, neither moved. Then they both let out a shaky, relieved breath. But before they could speak, a new voice, clear, warm, unmistakably female, echoed in the room. "I'm sorry for the alarm. It's the first time I've been able to fully connect to my master. I needed you to be strong enough, Izuku, for me to reach you." The grimoire hovered in the air, its pages settling, as the voice continued, gentle and kind, "You may call me Altair. I am the spirit of this grimoire, and I am here to help you on your journey as long as you'll have me." Izuku and Inko stared, wide-eyed, at the floating book. Then, as the shock finally caught up to them, they both fainted clean away. The grimoire floated serenely above them, letting out a soft, exasperated sigh. "Oh dear," Altair murmured, amusement and affection twined in her voice. "I suppose that could have gone smoother." When Izuku finally drifted back to consciousness, he did so to the strangest sound, a chorus of tiny, heroic catchphrases echoing through his room. "Have no fear, young Midoriya, for I am here. Plus ultra. Go beyond." He blinked groggily, expecting to see All Might himself, and instead saw a tiny, plastic All Might figure bouncing on his pillow, limbs flailing like it was possessed. The collectible's mouth opened and closed with every squeaky, heroic declaration. Beside him, Inko snapped awake with a start, blinking blearily at the chaos. Her eyes widened as she caught sight of her phone, which was now displaying a rapid-fire slideshow of grocery coupons, discounts, special deals, a 50% OFF on cabbage banner flashing like a slot machine. What in the world? Before either of them could process it, a gentle giggle filled the air, and the grimoire floated down to hover at eye level. Altair's voice, bright with mischief, rang out. "Sorry, I needed a little extra magic to wake you both up. I figured I'd go with what you love most. For you, Master Izuku, All Might's greatest hits? And for you, Miss Inko, look at those savings." I couldn't resist. Izuku gawked at the All Might figure, which puffed out its plastic chest and struck a pose, voice box blaring, "Eat a balanced breakfast to be a true hero." He yelped, the shock finally propelling him upright. Okay. I'm awake. Altair, was that really necessary?" Altair's laughter was warm and unapologetic. "You fainted. I had to improvise. And I must say, your toy collection is delightfully motivating." Inko, still dazed, blinked at her phone. I don't even shop at half these places." "Altair, was it? Are you always this creative?" The grimoire spun in a slow circle, as if bowing. "Only when the situation calls for it, Miss Inko. Consider it a warm welcome to the world of magical support." Izuku rubbed his eyes, cheeks burning as the All Might figure kept flexing and shouting encouragements. "So, you're really the spirit of my grimoire? You can talk to us now?" "Indeed," Altair said, sounding pleased. "Now that your magic is strong enough, I can finally appear and help you directly. Think of me as your magical consultant. Or maybe your sassy life coach. Whichever you prefer." Izuku glanced at his mom, who was still staring at her phone in disbelief. "Mom, are you okay?" Inko took a shaky breath, managed a weak smile, and reached over to squeeze his hand. "I'm not sure what I am right now. But I think I've always wanted a helpful coupon fairy, and a talking grimoire is close enough." Altair sparkled, delighted. "Excellent. Now, shall we have a proper introduction, minus the fainting? I am Altair, the guardian spirit of this grimoire, at your service. I promise not to possess any more action figures. Unless you're late for school, Izuku. Then all bets are off." Izuku let out a helpless laugh, the last of his shock fading into wonder. "Okay. Welcome to the family, Altair." The All Might figure let out one final, heroic, plus ultra, and flopped over, exhausted. Inko finally laughed, tears of relief and joy mixing in her eyes as she drew her son and his magical book into a warm, only slightly confused hug. For the first time that week, everything felt just a little more magical. Altair floated before them, her spectral form shimmering in the lamplight. A woman's face formed in the swirling pages, eyes kind and smile playful, with just a hint of mischief. Izuku and Inko sat cross-legged on the bed, the All Might figure and phone coupons forgotten, both caught between awe and disbelief. "Okay, Altair," Izuku said, voice trembling with excitement, "so you're really alive? I mean, you're sentient?" Altair tipped her head, her voice softening. "As alive as any spirit can be, Master. I've always been here, sleeping in the grimoire, waiting for the day you'd be strong enough for us to connect. That's why I could only whisper before, nudge you a little when you struggled until tonight." Inko reached out, hesitating before her hand passed harmlessly through Altair's light. "You're really a magic spirit. And you can talk to us? Why now?" Altair's pages fluttered, as if in a sigh. "Because my power is tied to yours, Izuku. The dragons made sure your body and soul could handle magic safely before letting me awaken. Every spell you cast, every lesson, every bit of training built your strength. Tonight, you crossed the threshold. Now, I can help you directly. And with that, your magic and your future just got a serious upgrade." Izuku's eyes went comically wide. "Upgrade? You mean I get stronger?" A spark danced across Altair's form. "Much stronger. Your magical core's grown enough to unlock the advanced functions of your grimoire." She spun around, pages opening and closing, scattering gentle light. "Let's break down your new toolkit, Master Izuku." She counted on spectral fingers, floating higher with each point. Spellcasting without chance. First, you can cast basic and some intermediate spells without reciting the full chant. Just focus, picture what you want, and will it into being. The Grimoire's bond will stabilize the magic for you. Less time muttering Latin, more time saving the day. Izuku's mouth dropped open. You mean, like, just think windshield and... A gentle breeze swirled around him. Altair nodded, grinning. Exactly. Though the most powerful spells will still need a chant otherwise, you might accidentally freeze your own socks off. Offense and defense, weapons and armor. She spun, conjuring shimmering images in the air: a sword wreathed in flames, a shield of earth, a suit of armor flowing like wind. With my help, you can channel spells into your sword thanks to Alibaba, or use elemental magic to create weapons and protective gear: swords of fire, shields of stone, armor woven from wind itself. You can summon and dismiss them at will. No more lugging around a full armory unless you want to show off, of course. Izuku reached out, awestruck, as a miniature sword of green fire flickered to life in his palm. That's amazing. Inko clapped, tears in her eyes. Oh, Zuku, look at you. Duplication spell. Altair snapped her fingers, and a perfect copy of Izuku appeared, waving awkwardly. Need to be two places at once? Now you can. The duplication spell lets you send a magical double to handle simple tasks or fight alongside you. But be warned, if both get hurt, you'll feel it double. Izuku nodded furiously, mind already racing with possibilities. So, I could use one for rescue and one for battle. And one for homework, if you're sneaky, Altair winked. Tanking and reinforcement magic. The next illusion showed Izuku enveloped in a glowing aura, shrugging off a barrage of attacks. Reinforcement spells now last longer and are far stronger. You can shield yourself or others from almost any physical or magical assault for a short time. With training, you'll be able to tank hits that would flatten a pro hero. Not that I recommend testing it against Bakugo's explosions for fun. Inko's face paled, then relaxed as Altair gave her a reassuring nod. Dragon powers borrowed might. A swirl of dragon-shaped light circled them. Here's where things get wild. You can now channel the elemental powers and unique abilities of the 4 dragons who trained you. With focus, you can breathe fire like Igneel, summon tidal waves like Mardraconus, ride the wind with Tio, or command earth and stone with Araba. You might even discover a few fusion techniques like combining fire and wind for a blazing storm. Izuku's hands shook with excitement. So I can really use their powers? Even in this world? Altair's smile was gentle and proud. Yes. Their magic lives in you now. That's the mark of a true dragon wizard. The most important, communication with the dragon realm. Altair's expression grew serious, her form glowing brighter. But the biggest gift is this: you can now reach out to the dragon realm, no matter where you are. If you're lost, in danger, or just need advice or comfort, you can open your mind and spirit to the world beyond. You'll hear their voices, feel their encouragement, maybe even get a little scolding if you're slacking off. Izuku's chest tightened, hope and longing warring in his eyes. Even if the portal closes again? Even if I can't visit, I'll still hear them. Altair's gaze softened. Always. The bond can't be broken, not by time, not by distance. You're part of their family forever, Izuku. As long as the grimoire exists, so does the link. Inko let out a shaky breath, tears glimmering. Oh, Zuku, you'll never truly be alone. Altair floated closer, her voice gentle and warm. You've built a bridge between worlds, Izuku. You may walk your path as a hero here, but the dragons and I will always be with you. And as you grow, so will your magic. New spells, new forms, new ways to help people, and maybe, one day, to teach others like you. For a moment, the room was still, the only sound the quiet hum of magic and the soft sniffles as Inko pulled Izuku into a hug. Izuku wiped his eyes, grinning through his tears. Thank you, Altair. Thank you for everything. I promise I'll use these gifts to help everyone I can. Suddenly, the grimoire's pages began to flutter again, and Altair's expression shifted to one of concentration. Oh. Speaking of the dragons. I think someone wants to say hello. The air in the room shimmered, and suddenly 4 familiar voices echoed softly around them, distant but unmistakably warm. Well, well. Look who finally unlocked his grimoire's full potential. Igneel's boisterous laugh filled the space. I told you the kid had it in him. Indeed, came Araba's measured tone, tinged with pride. Young Izuku, you have grown much since we last spoke. I can sense your magical core has stabilized beautifully. Tio's melodic voice chimed in, oh, how wonderful. Izuku, dear, you must tell us all about your hero school. Are you making friends? Eating enough vegetables? And more importantly, Mardraconus added with amusement, are you remembering to practice your water-breathing exercises? I won't have my student getting rusty. Izuku's face lit up like a sunrise, tears streaming freely now. Everyone. I can hear you so clearly. I've missed you all so much. Inko watched in amazement as her son spoke to the empty air, but she could hear the faint echoes of responses, warm and loving voices that made her heart swell with gratitude for these beings who had clearly become family to her boy. We've missed you too, little flame, Igneel said warmly. But we've been watching. You're becoming quite the hero. Though I notice you're still muttering, Araba observed dryly. Some habits never change. Izuku laughed, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Yeah, well. Some things are harder to break than others. Altair cleared her throat gently. I hate to interrupt this reunion, but Master Izuku, you should know this connection takes energy. For now, you can maintain it for about 10 minutes at a time before you'll need to rest. As you grow stronger, that limit will increase. She's right, Tio agreed. We don't want you exhausting yourself, dear. But know that we're always here when you need us. The voices began to fade, growing distant once more. We love you, Izuku, came Igneel's voice, barely a whisper now. Make us proud, little flame. Always, the others echoed in unison, and then they were gone. The room fell quiet except for Izuku's soft sniffling. Inko wrapped her arms around her son, holding him close as he processed the emotional reunion. They really love you, don't they? She whispered. Yeah, Izuku managed. They do. And now I'll never really lose them. Altair settled back into her grimoire form, though her presence remained warm and comforting. Well then, Master Izuku, Miss Inko, I believe that's enough excitement for one evening. Tomorrow, we can begin proper training with your new abilities. But for now, perhaps some rest? Izuku nodded, suddenly feeling the exhaustion of the day and the magical awakening catching up with him. Yeah, that sounds good. But Altair. Thank you. For everything. It's my pleasure, Master. Sweet dreams to you both. As Inko kissed her son goodnight and headed back to her room, Izuku settled into bed with the grimoire resting on his nightstand. For the first time since leaving the Dragon Realm, he felt truly complete. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new training, and possibly new threats. But tonight, surrounded by the love of his mother, the guidance of Altair, and the eternal bond with his dragon family, Izuku Midoriya fell asleep with a smile on his face and magic humming gently in his heart. The grimoire glowed softly in the darkness, a beacon of hope and power, ready for whatever adventures lay ahead. The next morning, Izuku woke up to find his grimoire already glowing softly on his nightstand, not the urgent pulsing from the night before, but a gentle, welcoming light. Good morning, Master, Altair's voice chimed warmly in his mind. How are you feeling? That magical awakening was quite intense. Izuku stretched, surprised to find he felt amazing. Better than he had in weeks. I feel great. Actually. Really refreshed. Ah, that would be one of the perks I forgot to mention last night, Altair said with amusement. Now that we're properly bonded, the grimoire provides passive healing, nothing dramatic, but it'll help with fatigue, minor aches, and even emotional stress. Think of it as magical self-care. Self-healing magic? Izuku sat up, eyes bright. That's so cool, yes. But the main point of this is the advance healing. What do you mean advance healing? With this magic you can restore lost limbs, organs, even heal people who are on death's doors as if nothing ever happened. Izuku grinned, mind already racing with possibilities. This could change everything about rescue work. An hour later, that optimism took a hit when he saw the crowd of reporters swarming UA's entrance like angry wasps. This is bad, he muttered, hanging back with Achiko and Ida as other students were stopped and questioned. They're asking everyone about All Might. We could try going around the back? Achiko suggested nervously. Absolutely not, Ida declared, adjusting his glasses. We are students of UA High. We should not have to skulk around like ninjas? Izuku interrupted, an idea forming. Actually. Wait right here. Izuku closes his eyes for a sec, then whispered to his friends, grab my hands. Midoriya, what are you? Ida began. The spell settled over them like cool mist, and suddenly Izuku could see right through his own hands. Achiko squeaked in surprise, while Ida made a strangled noise of shock. Invisible. Achiko whispered, barely audible. Midoriya, you're amazing. This is highly irregular. Ida hissed, but he didn't let go of Izuku's hand. They made their way through the press crowd, stepping carefully to avoid bumping into anyone. The reporters continued their aggressive questioning, completely oblivious to the three students walking right past them. But as they approached the school gates, Izuku noticed two figures who definitely weren't oblivious. Aizawa stood next to present mic. His tired eyes noticed some movement the way the imprint on the ground and the displacement of the leaf caused the tired teacher to raise a brow. Midoriya, is that you? Aizawa called out. Oh, Izuku whispered. Yeah, those three think they're real sneaky. Present Mike announced cheerfully, somehow managing to point directly at them despite their invisibility. But you can't hide from heroes. Feeling caught, Izuku released the spell. They materialized right in front of the two pro-heroes, Ochiko and Ida, blinking in the sudden visibility. Aizawa looked at them for a long moment, then gave the barest nod of approval. Resourceful. But next time, use the proper channels to avoid the press, and also watch where you step because that's how I notice you, just for that I. Be giving you stealth lesson if you planning to keep using that ability. With a scary smile that both Ida and Ochiko had to step away from Izuku. Show stop that you are scaring the kids, Present Mike yelled to Aizawa. However, he continued, his capture weapon twitching slightly, invisibility. We need to update the affects of your quirk, Midoriya. Izuku's heart stopped. We'll discuss it later. Aizawa turned and walked toward the school. Follow me. Class starts in 10 minutes. That was so cool. Present Mike yelled as they hurried after Aizawa. Midoriya. Ida was practically vibrating with indignation as they walked. While I appreciate your innovative problem solving, using your quirk to circumvent a legitimate obstacle is against school regulations. As future heroes, we should. Ida, Ochiko interrupted gently, maybe save the lecture for when we're not about to be in trouble. In his mind, Izuku could hear Altair laughing. Oh, this is delicious. Your square-headed friend is having a moral crisis, and your teacher definitely knows something's up. I do love a good drama. Not helping, Altair, he thought back desperately. Sorry, master. But you handled that beautifully. Quick thinking, effective execution, minimal harm. The dragons would be proud. Despite his nerves, Izuku felt a warm glow of accomplishment. Maybe he was getting the hang of this whole having magical powers thing. Now then, Aizawa announced, pulling up his sleeping bag. I'm sorry to spring this on you all, but we need to choose a class president. The entire class erupted as one, finally, something school-like. Izuku slumped in his seat with relief. Maybe, just maybe, he could get through one normal school activity without any magical complications. In his bag, the grimoire gave the faintest pulse of amused light. The class president election proceeded much as Izuku remembered it would, everyone wanting the position, Ida's passionate speech about leadership, and somehow, despite his protests, Izuku finding himself elected with 4 votes. This is a mistake, he muttered, staring at the tally on the board. I can't be class president when I'm hiding. Hiding what, exactly? Altair's voice whispered in his mind, tinged with amusement. Your magical abilities that make you even more capable of protecting your classmates? Master Izuku, Altair interrupted gently, you've been trained by dragons. You've faced challenges that would break most heroes. Trust yourself. The morning classes passed in a blur of normal school activities. Present mix enthusiastic English lesson, more theoretical hero work, the blessed routine of regular academics. For a few hours, Izuku almost forgot about magical grimoires and dragon powers. Then lunch arrived, and with it, chaos. The alarm system shrieked through the corridors, level 3 security breach. All students and staff must evacuate immediately. This is not a drill. The cafeteria erupted into panic. Students screamed and pushed toward the exits, the crowd becoming a dangerous crush of bodies. Izuku found himself separated from his friends, swept along by the tide of panicking teenagers. Altair, he called out mentally. What's happening? Let me scan the area, she replied, her voice focused. Perspicere circumference. I can see the entire school grounds now. It's not villains, master, it's just reporters who broke through the security gate. They're swarming the courtyard, but they haven't actually entered any buildings. Through the chaos, Izuku could hear students crying out, are there villains in the school? Where are the teachers? That's when he saw Hera, a small first-year girl who'd been knocked down in the rush, curled up on the floor as students trampled around her. She was crying, clutching her arm at an unnatural angle. Without thinking, Izuku pushed against the crowd, dropping to his knees beside her. Hey, it's okay. I've got you. My arm, she sobbed. I think it's broken. Izuku looked around desperately. Using healing magic here would expose everything. Too many people, too much attention. But he couldn't just leave her hurt. Don't worry, he said, carefully helping her sit up while shielding her from the crowd with his body. Can you move your fingers? He pretended to examine her arm while actually whispering under his breath, Sanitas Luminous. The faintest shimmer of golden light passed between his hands and her injury, but he angled his body to block any view from the panicking students around them. To anyone watching, it would just look like he was checking her injury. The girl blinked in confusion as the pain faded. It doesn't hurt anymore? But I thought. Sometimes injuries feel worse than they are when you're scared, Izuku said gently, helping her to her feet. Adrenaline can make pain feel more intense. You probably just bruised it in the fall. She flexed her arm, still looking puzzled but relieved. Thank you for helping me. Get to the exit safely, Izuku told her, then looked around at the continued chaos. This was madness. Someone was going to get seriously hurt, and he couldn't heal everyone without exposing magic to the entire world. Altair, I need to calm everyone down and let them know it's just the press, but I can't reach everyone with my normal voice in this chaos. I have just the thing, Master. Vox Amplius. It will amplify your voice across the entire cafeteria, but make it sound like natural projection rather than anything supernatural. No one will question it. Izuku spotted a table that hadn't been overturned yet. With more confidence than he felt, he clambered up onto it. Everyone, he shouted, and as Altair whispered, Vox Amplius, his voice suddenly carried across the entire cafeteria with perfect clarity. Everyone, please listen. The crowd began to slow, turning toward him. I know you're scared, but we're making this worse. If there really were villains in the school, do you think they'd trigger the alarm system? He could see faces in the crowd starting to look less panicked, more thoughtful. This is probably a false alarm or a security test, he continued, drawing on every lesson about leadership Ida had ever given. But even if it's not, we're heroes in training. We don't stampede, we evacuate calmly and safely. But what if someone called out? Then we trust our teachers and the pro-heroes who work here, Izuku said firmly. Aizawa-sensei, All Might, Principal Nizu, they're all here. We're safe. He pointed toward the windows where they could see the courtyard. Look, it's just reporters. They broke through the gate, but there are no villains. The crowd began to settle, the crushing panic easing into nervous but orderly movement toward the exits. That's it, Izuku encouraged. Nice and calm. Help anyone who's fallen. We're UA students, let's act like it. As the cafeteria finally began to empty in an orderly fashion, Ida appeared at his side, glasses gleaming with pride. Midoriya. That was exceptional leadership. His hand-chopping was more enthusiastic than usual. You've proven you're worthy of the class president position. Izuku climbed down from the table, legs suddenly shaky as the adrenaline wore off. I just did what seemed right. Outside the Udata staff gather around the Grumble Udata gate. Could an ordinary reporter have done something like this? A staff member commented. Someone instigated this, Nizu stated. Has some element of evil penetrated the grounds? Perhaps this was intended as a declaration of war. The classroom buzzed with residual nervous energy as Class 1A filed back in after the security breach. Students clustered in groups, still processing the chaos of the stampede and the broken gate. Aizawa stood at the front, arms crossed, his expression more serious than usual. Settle down, he ordered, and the room fell silent immediately. As you've all figured out by now, the breach was caused by reporters forcing their way onto campus. They've been removed, and security measures are being upgraded. His eyes swept across the class. However, what interests me more is how you all handled the situation. Several students shifted uncomfortably, remembering their panic. Most of you lost your heads, Aizawa continued bluntly. You stampeded like civilians, not heroes in training. But his gaze landed on Izuku. Midoriya showed actual leadership. He calmed the crowd, prevented injuries, and organized an orderly evacuation. Achiko beamed at Izuku from her seat. He was amazing. Which brings us to an important announcement, Aizawa said, consulting his tablet. We need to finalize the class representative positions. Midoriya, you were elected class president this morning. Do you accept? Izuku stood, his mind racing. Part of him wanted to refuse. Being class president meant more attention, more scrutiny, more chances for someone to notice something unusual about his quirk. But another part of him, the part that had been trained by dragons and taught by Alibaba, knew that leadership meant protecting people. I accept, he said clearly. But I'd like to nominate Ida as vice president. His organizational skills and knowledge of proper procedures would complement my more improvised approach. Ida shot to his feet, hand raised. I would be honored to serve alongside you, Midoriya. Aizawa gave the barest nod of approval. Fine. Ida is vice president. Yaoyorozu, you'll be secretary. Your analytical skills will be useful for meeting notes and planning. He looked at the rest of the class. Any objections? Silence greeted him, though Bakugo's glare could have melted steel. He'd scored 0 votes for class president, a humiliation he clearly hadn't forgotten. Good. Now then, Aizawa's expression shifted into something that might have been anticipation. Let's move on to your afternoon class. You'll be having rescue training at an off-campus facility. You'll be dealing with different types of disasters, shipwrecks, landslides, fires, etc. It's up to you whether or not you wear your costumes. Some of them aren't well suited for this kind of activity. The class erupted in excited chatter. Real rescue training. This was what they'd all signed up for. Costumes are stored in numerical order on the bus, Aizawa continued. Get moving. The bus leaves in 10 minutes. As the class gathered their things, Altair's voice whispered in Izuku's mind. Rescue training, master. This will be an excellent opportunity to practice your healing magic in a controlled environment. But I can't just, Izuku thought back desperately. What if someone sees? Then we'll be creative, Altair replied smoothly. You've already used subtle healing today. We can develop cover stories, misdirection techniques. Besides, if you're going to be a hero, you need to be able to help people openly eventually. Izuku grabbed his costume case as they filed out toward the buses. She had a point, he couldn't hide his abilities forever, not if he wanted to save lives. But the thought of explaining magic to his classmates, to his teachers. One step at a time, master, Altair soothed. For now, focus on the training. We'll handle complications as they arise. The bus ride to the USJ, unforeseen simulation joint, was surprisingly normal. Izuku found himself seated between Achiko and Tsuyu, with Ida standing in the aisle and gesturing enthusiastically about proper bus safety protocols. You know, Midoriya, Tsuyu said thoughtfully, your quirk is really versatile. You can do so many different things with those elements. Yeah, Achiko agreed. I was thinking about it, you can attack, defend, support, rescue. It's like you have multiple quirks in one. Several other students turned to listen. Kirishima leaned over from his seat. Dude, seriously, how does your quirk even work? Is it like Todoroki's Ice and Fire, where you inherited multiple abilities? Izuku froze. This was dangerous territory. It's complicated. My quirk lets me manipulate different elements, but they all stem from the same source, so it's really just one quirk with multiple applications. Unlike some people who just make explosions, Kaminari interjected with a grin, glancing toward Bakugo who was sullenly staring out the window. Shut it, Pikachu! Bakugo snarled, sparks popping from his palms. My explosions are way more versatile than your brain-dead electric shocks. Kaminari put his hands up defensively. Whoa, dude, I was just making conversation. No need to get all explosive about it. I'll show you explosive. Bakugo half rose from his seat, but Kirishima grabbed his shoulder. Come on, man, chill. We're supposed to be learning teamwork and stuff. Those explosions are powerful and sophisticated. Kirishima added quickly, trying to defuse the situation. Bakugo's quirk is awesome and he's definitely pro-material. Bakugo shrugged him off. I don't need you defending me, shitty hair. See? Kaminari whispered to Shiro. Totally mellow. The conversation shifted as other students began discussing their own quirks and costumes, much to Izuku's relief. But he caught Todoroki watching him with those heterochromatic eyes, expression unreadable. The half-and-half student had been quiet for most of the ride, but Izuku had the unsettling feeling that Todoroki was analyzing everything he said. The USJ facility was massive, a dome structure that loomed like a small stadium. As they filed off the bus, even the most jaded students gasped at the sheer scale of it. Waiting at the entrance was a figure in an astronaut-like costume. Hello, everyone. I've been waiting for you. The Pro Hero 13's cheerful voice echoed slightly inside their helmet. It's the Space Hero, 13. Izuku heard Achiko squeal with excitement. The chivalrous Pro Hero who's rescued tons of people from disasters. 13 struck a pose. Indeed. Welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Inside, I've created various disaster zones for training. They gestured to the facility. Shipwreck zone, landslide zone, fire zone, and more. You'll learn to handle any emergency. As 13 spoke, Izuku scanned the area, taking in the details with the tactical awareness Alibaba had drilled into him. Multiple zones meant multiple potential complications. His fingers brushed against his grimoire through his bag. If things went wrong, he'd need to be ready. I wonder where All Might is, 13 said, looking around. He was supposed to meet us here. Aizawa pulled something from his capture scarf, a message on his phone. His already tired expression grew more weary. He apparently did too much hero work on his way here and ran out of time. He's resting in the teacher's lounge. 13 deflated slightly. That's unfortunate. He's so reckless. Then they brightened again. Well then, shall we begin? But as they turned toward the entrance, something in the air shifted. Izuku felt it before he saw it, a wrongness that made his magical senses prickle with warning. Master, Altair's voice was sharp, urgent. Something's not right. I sense malicious intent. Multiple sources. At the center of the plaza, a swirling mass of purple and black began to form. Darkness pooled like liquid shadow, and from it emerged figures, dozens of them, all wearing dark clothing and sinister grins. Aizawa's hand shot up, stopping the class in their tracks. "Stay together and don't move." His voice was hard, professional. 13. Protect the students. "What's that?" Kirishima asked, squinting at the growing portal. "Is that part of the training?" "Stay back," Aizawa commanded. "Those are villains." The purple-black mist solidified into a figure, something that looked like living shadow in a butler's suit. Behind it, more shapes emerged, a man covered in severed hands, pale hair wild, a massive creature with an exposed brain and a beak-like mouth, and dozens upon dozens of thugs, all with aggressive quirks at the ready. Eraserhead and 13, the hand-covered man, clearly the leader, spoke with an unsettling childish tone. "Where is he? Where's All Might? We've come to play." Aizawa's capture scarf began to float, his eyes activating erasure. 13, get the students out of here. Try the alarm. As Aizawa prepared to charge forward, Izuku's instinct screamed at him. His teacher was about to face dozens of villains, alone professional criminals who'd somehow infiltrated UA's most secure facility. And that massive creature standing next to the hand villain. Something about it made every one of Izuku's magical senses scream danger. "Aizawa-sensei, wait!" Izuku called out, but the teacher was already moving. Without thinking, Izuku's hand shot out, and he whispered desperately under his breath, "Presidium fortitudinis. Scutum invictum." Golden light flashed briefly from Izuku's palm, so quick most students missed it, distracted by the villains and invisible threads of protective magic wrapped around Aizawa. Like armor. A second spell followed immediately, Vigor Multiplicatus, a surge of enhanced strength flowing into his teacher's muscles. Aizawa paused mid-step, a strange sensation washing over him. His body felt lighter? Stronger? He glanced back at the students briefly, but there was no time to question the sudden boost of energy he felt coursing through his limbs. Must be adrenaline, he rationalized, then launched himself at the villains. "Sir, you can't fight them alone," Kirishima shouted, but Aizawa was already engaging the first wave of enemies, his capture scarf whipping out with unusual force. "That's why you need to leave," Aizawa snapped as he took down 3 villains at once. A hero always has more than one trick up their sleeve. 13, do it now. But before anyone could move toward the exit, the mist villain expanded, flowing around them like smoke. A cultured voice emerged from the darkness. "I'm afraid I cannot allow that. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today, we've come here to UA High School, this bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might, the symbol of peace. Begone." 13 activated their black hole quirk, but the mist villain simply reformed. "How very unfortunate," the villain said. "My quirk is Warp Gate. Scattering you all would be the optimal strategy." The mist surged forward, and Izuku felt a pulling sensation. "Master!" Altair shouted in his mind. "Brace yourself." The world twisted. Izuku had a brief sensation of falling through darkness, voices screaming around him, then he hit water with a tremendous splash. Cold. Dark. Deep. He flailed for a moment before his training kicked in. Breathe. Think. React. Breaking the surface, he gasped for air, treading water as his eyes adjusted. He was in the shipwreck zone. Massive structures of capsized vessels loomed around him, half submerged in murky water. And he wasn't alone. Midoriya. He spun to see Tsuyu surfacing nearby, looking alarmed but unharmed. About 10 feet away, Mina Ashido broke through the water with a gasp, her pink skin standing out starkly against the murky depths. "Are you guys okay?" Mina sputtered, paddling toward them. "We're fine, Ribbit." Tsuyu responded, her frog-like abilities making her perfectly at home in the water. "But where are the others?" "Split up," Izuku said grimly, scanning their surroundings. "That mist villain separated us into different zones. We need to." A splash interrupted him as more figures emerged from the water, at least 15 villains with various aquatic mutations. Some had gills and shark teeth, others had tentacles or fins. They surrounded the 3 students, cutting off any escape routes. Well, what do we have here?" A villain with gills and shark-like teeth grinned from atop a piece of wreckage. 3 little hero brats all alone. Boss said to kill anyone who resists, but maybe we'll have some fun first. There's so many of them," Mina said, her usual cheerful demeanor cracking with fear as she tried to keep herself afloat. Another villain with octopus-like tentacles dove toward them. "Let's see how long you can hold your breath, kiddies." Altair's voice was calm but urgent in Izuku's mind. "Master, you're in your element here literally. Water is one of your strengths. You can turn this around." Izuku's hand went to his grimoire, feeling its warmth through his costume. "If I use obvious magic here, in front of Tsu and Mina, They're about to kill your friends, Altair reminded him sharply. Sometimes, Master, exposure is less important than survival. Your classmates' lives are on the line. She had a point. And as the octopus villain's tentacles reached for Tsuyu, Izuku made his decision. Mina. Take a deep breath and trust me, he called out. But Midoriya, Mina started. Now. He took a deep breath, centered himself, and whispered a spell he'd practiced countless times in the dragon realm, Aqua Dominari Dominium Maris. The water around him began to glow with a faint blue light. Every villain in the water froze as they felt the currents suddenly turn hostile, as if the ocean itself had become their enemy. What the hell, the shark villain started to say. Izuku raised his hands, and the ocean obeyed. Water surged upward in controlled waves, lifting him, Tsuyu, and Mina safely onto the deck of the nearest capsized ship while simultaneously forming swirling vortexes that trapped the villains. It was the technique Mardraconus had taught him. Water wasn't just for attacking, it could be shaped, controlled, commanded. Midoriya? Tsuyu's eyes were huge as she landed safely on the ship's hull. How are you doing that? Mina coughed up some water, staring in amazement. That was incredible. Your quirk can control this much water? I'll explain later. Izuku said, maintaining his focus as the villains thrashed in their water prisons. Right now, we need to. The shark villain snarled, trying to break through the barrier with his powerful jaws. You little brat. Do you know who you're messing with? We're the League of Villains. Izuku's eyes hardened. These villains had come to UA to kill All Might. They'd attacked his classmates. They'd threatened his friends. And that monstrous creature in the plaza with Aizawa. I don't care who you are, he said quietly, and the water around the villains began to swirl faster, forming tighter vortexes. You made a mistake coming here. With a gesture, he compressed all the water prisons together, slamming the villains into each other with enough force to knock them unconscious. Then he carefully deposited them in a neat pile on the ship's deck, bound in water that had frozen into ice around their limbs. Tsuyu and Mina could only stare, mouths agape. That was. Mina struggled for words. That was amazing, Midoriya. Your quirk is way more powerful than I thought, Ribbit, Tsuyu added, then looked at him with those large, perceptive eyes. But how did you freeze the water? I thought your element manipulation was about wind and fire and things like that. Izuku clutched his grimoire through his costume, mind racing for an explanation. My quirk. It's more versatile than most people realize. I can manipulate water too, and control its temperature. It wasn't a lie, technically. He just left out the part about magic and dragons. Before either girl could ask more questions, an explosion echoed from across the USJ, followed by the sounds of combat. Multiple zones were under attack. We need to get to the central plaza, Izuku said, his tactical mind taking. Over. Aizawa-sensei is fighting alone against dozens of villains and that thing. The big creature with the exposed brain? Mina asked nervously. That thing looked terrifying. Which is exactly why we need to help, Izuku said firmly. Can you both make it across the water? Tsu, can you carry Mina if needed? I can jump between the ships, Ribbit, and yes, I can carry a Shido. Good. Let's move quickly but carefully. There might be more villains between here and the plaza. As they made their way across the shipwreck zone, hopping between capsized vessels and wreckage, Izuku kept his magical senses alert for any threats. The water around them remained calm under his subtle influence, helping them move faster. Midoriya, Tsuyu said as they paused on a particularly large piece of wreckage, you're different than you seem, aren't you? Izuku met her gaze honestly. What do you mean? You're strong. Really strong. And the way you took control of the situation back there. It wasn't just your quirk. It was confidence. Like you've done this before. Her head tilted. Have you? Mina looked between them, sensing the weight of the conversation. Izuku chose his words carefully. I've trained a lot. More than most people my age. My quirk requires precise control, and I've had good teachers. All technically true. But everything I'm doing, every ability I have, it's all to help people. To be a hero. Tsuyu studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. I believe you, Ribbit. Just be careful. Whatever's happening here, it's dangerous. Those villains came prepared. I know, Izuku said grimly. Which is why we need to hurry. They continued their journey, and as they got closer to the central plaza, they could see the battle unfolding below. Aizawa was in the middle of a swarm of villains, his capture scarf whipping through the air as he took down enemy after enemy. But even from their vantage point, Izuku could see his teacher was getting tired. What Aizawa didn't know was that Izuku's protective spell was the only thing keeping him from being overwhelmed. Every hit that should have broken bones merely bruised. Every attack that should have slowed him down was shrugged off with unusual resilience. But the spell wouldn't last forever, and that massive creature with the hand villain hadn't even moved yet. We need a plan, Izuku whispered to Tsuyu and Mina as they crouched behind some debris, watching the battle. That big creature. Something about it feels wrong. Really wrong. What do you mean, Ribbit? I don't know how to explain it, Izuku said, though Altair was screaming warnings in his mind about the creature's unnatural presence. But I think it's their trump card. We need to be ready for anything. Below them, the hand villain Shigaraki was getting impatient, scratching at his neck. Where is he? Where's All Might? This is taking too long. Aizawa, breathing hard but still fighting, glanced toward where his students were supposed to have evacuated. Please let them be safe, he thought, then refocused on the enemies in front of him. Whatever strange energy boost he'd felt at the start of the battle was sustaining him, but he knew it wouldn't last forever. From their hiding spot, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mina watched, waited, and prepared for whatever came next. The real battle was only just beginning. The central plaza had become a war zone. From their position overlooking the battlefield, Izuku watched as Aizawa fought with desperate efficiency, his capture scarf a blur of motion. Even enhanced by Izuku's protective spells, his teacher was being worn down by sheer numbers. We need to help him, Mina whispered urgently, her acid already starting to drip from her palms in nervous anticipation. Not yet, Izuku said, his analytical mind working through scenarios. If we rush in without a plan, we'll just become hostages or casualties. We need to understand what we're dealing with first. Tsuyu's large eyes tracked the movements below. That hand villain seems to be in charge, Ribbit. And he keeps looking toward the entrance, like he's waiting for something. All Might, Izuku realized with growing dread. This whole attack is designed to lure All Might here. But he's not, he thought to himself. Then what's their backup plan? Since All Might isn't here, Mina asked. As if answering her question, Shigaraki's irritated voice carried across the plaza. Kurogyri. This isn't working. Eraserhead is more troublesome than expected, and All Might isn't showing up. He scratched at his neck frantically, his childish tantrum barely concealing something far more dangerous. Fine. Let's change tactics. Nomu kill Eraserhead. The massive creature Nomu that had been standing motionless finally moved. And when it did, it was like watching a natural disaster gain sentience. Aizawa turned just in time to see Nomu charging toward him with impossible speed. He tried to use erasure, his eyes locking onto the creature, but it's not working. Aizawa's voice held genuine shock as Nomu's fist connected with his capture scarf, the reinforced fabric barely slowing the attack. Only Izuku's protective spell prevented the blow from shattering every bone in Aizawa's arm. His quirk isn't working on that thing. Mina gasped. Altair's voice was sharp with urgency in Izuku's mind. Master, that creature, it has multiple quirks. I can sense at least 3 distinct energy signatures. Shock absorption, regeneration, and enhanced strength. Your teacher's erasure can only nullify one at a time. Multiple quirks? Izuku's blood ran cold. That shouldn't be possible. Everyone had 1 quirk, maybe 2 if they were incredibly rare cases like Todoroki. But 3 or more. Midoriya, what do we do? Tsuyu asked, her usual calm cracking as they watched Nomu grab Aizawa by the head and slam him into the ground with enough force to crack the concrete. The protective spell held, barely. Izuku could feel it fraying under the assault, the golden threads of magic straining against forces they weren't designed to withstand. If Nomu hit him like that again. Stay here, Izuku said, standing up. Both of you, stay hidden and watch for an opportunity to help any other students who might be scattered around. I'm going down there. Are you crazy? Mina grabbed his arm. You can't fight that thing alone. Did you see what it just did to Aizawa-sensei? I'm not going to fight it alone, Izuku said, though he wasn't sure if that was true. But I can't let sensei die while I hide up here. That's not what heroes do. Then we're coming with you, Ribbit, Tsuyu said firmly. No. Izuku's voice held an authority that surprised even him. I need you two to be ready to help the others when things get chaotic. Trust me, they're going to get chaotic. Before either girl could argue further, Izuku whispered urgently, Nebula obscurans. A thick, impenetrable mist erupted across the plaza, rolling down from their position like a supernatural fog bank. Within seconds, the entire central area was blanketed in white, visibility reduced to mere inches. What the? Shigaraki's irritated voice cut through the mist. Kurogyri. Clear this. I cannot disperse physical matter with my quirk, the mist villain responded, frustration evident in his cultured tone. Under the cover of the fog, Izuku whispered another spell. Umbravelum. A shimmer passed over his body, rendering him completely invisible. He moved quickly and silently, years of training with Alibaba guiding his steps as he navigated through the obscured battlefield. He could hear the villains shouting in confusion, Nomu's heavy breathing as it searched blindly for targets, and their Aizawa's labored breathing nearby. Izuku dropped to his knees beside his teacher, his invisible hands already glowing with subtle healing magic. "Sensei, it's me Midoriya. Don't react. Stay still." "Midoriya?" Aizawa tried to turn his head, but Izuku's hand gently but firmly kept him in place. "What are you doing here? Get out of here before you get hurt." "I'm not leaving you here, Mr. Aizawa." He could hear the villains shouting in confusion, Nomu's heavy breathing as it searched blindly for targets, and their Aizawa's labored breathing nearby. Izuku dropped to his knees beside his teacher, quickly pulling out a small vial filled with glowing golden liquid from his utility belt. "Sensei, drink this." "What?" Aizawa's voice was pained, confused. "Midoriya? What is this?" "We don't have time." Izuku insisted, uncorking the vial. "Just drink it." Before Aizawa could protest further, Izuku forced the vial to his teacher's lips, tipping the contents down his throat. Aizawa sputtered but swallowed reflexively. The effect was almost instantaneous. Within seconds, the severe damage began to heal, broken ribs knitting back together, internal bleeding stopping, lacerations closing. Aizawa's eyes flew open wide, shock replacing pain as he felt his body mending itself at an impossible rate. "The pain. It's fading. I'm healing." Aizawa gasped, staring at his hands as bruises disappeared before his eyes. "What the hell is going on?" "I'll explain later," Izuku said urgently. "Right now we need to." "Nomu!" Shigaraki's shrill voice cut through the mist. "Clear this fog." The massive creature raised both hands and brought them together in a thunderous clap. The shockwave rippled outward, and the supernatural mist dissipated in seconds, blown apart by the sheer force. Shigaraki's eyes immediately scanned the plaza, landing on the spot where Aizawa had been lying moments before. "What? Where is he?" His hands flew to his neck, scratching frantically. "Where did Eraserhead go? What's going on?" But Izuku had already whispered another spell. Velum Geminis. The invisibility cloak expanded, wrapping around both him and Aizawa like a protective shroud. Moving carefully, supporting his teacher's weight, Izuku guided them away from the center of the plaza, their footsteps silent, their presence completely hidden from the increasingly agitated villain leader. "He was right there!" Shigaraki screamed, his tantrum reaching new heights. "Right there! Kurogyri, did you warp him away?" "I did not," the mist villain replied calmly. "I've been focused on containing the students at the entrance." "Then where?" Shigaraki spun in circles, his eyes wild behind the hand covering his face. "Did one of the students grab him? Is this another quirk? This is wrong. This isn't how the game is supposed to go." Hidden in their invisible refuge, Aizawa whispered urgently to Izuku, "Kid, I don't know what you just gave me or how you're doing this, but when this is over, we're having a very long conversation." "I know, Sensei," Izuku murmured back, still guiding them toward safety. "But right now, let's focus on surviving." Izuku carefully guided Aizawa through the plaza, keeping their movements slow and deliberate. His teacher was mostly healed but still recovering, and the invisibility spell required concentration to maintain over both of them. They were almost to the edge of the plaza, almost to safety, when Izuku's foot caught on a piece of debris, a chunk of concrete dislodged during the fighting. He stumbled, and the rock skittered across the ground with a sharp scraping sound that echoed in the suddenly quiet plaza. Shigaraki's head snapped toward the noise, his body going perfectly still. "There," he whispered, then his voice rose to a shriek. "There! Nomu, attack that spot! Now!" The massive creature moved with terrifying speed, its muscled arm already pared back. In the fraction of a second before impact, Izuku saw the fist coming, massive, unstoppable, aimed directly at where the sound had come from. Where they were standing. "Sensei, move!" Izuku shoved Aizawa hard to the right with all his strength, then threw himself to the left. Nomu's fist crashed into the ground between them with the force of a meteorite. The concrete exploded outward in a shower of debris, the impact crater easily 6 feet across. The shockwave alone was enough to shatter the delicate invisibility spell like glass. The magical shimmer dissipated in a cascade of fading light, revealing both Izuku and Aizawa sprawled on opposite sides of the impact zone. "There you are!" Shigaraki's voice was filled with manic glee, his scratching intensifying as he bounced on his heels like an excited child. "I knew it. I knew someone grabbed him. Some kind of invisibility quirk? Stealth type?" His red eyes fixed on Izuku with disturbing intensity. "Doesn't matter what it is. You're just another brat playing hero." Izuku pushed himself to his feet, his mind racing. The invisibility was exposed, but at least they hadn't noticed Aizawa's condition. He could see Aizawa staring at him with a mixture of shock and questions, but there was no time for explanations. Nomu, Shigaraki said casually, gesturing toward Izuku like he was directing a puppet. Kill the boy first. Then finish Eraserhead. Make it hurt. The creature turned its eyeless gaze toward Izuku and charged. Izuku saw the Nomu barreling toward him, its massive form blocking out everything else. Aizawa, who was barely healed, could only watch in horror as the monster closed in on his student, knowing he was too weak to intervene. Master! Altair's voice screamed in his mind, urgent and sharp. Izuku's hand flew to his side, and in one fluid motion, he drew his sword, the blade given to him by his sword master Alibaba, forged in their flames and tempered by their magic. The familiar weight settled in his grip as muscle memory took over. He channeled his magic through the blade, the sword's shape changed as the blade extended ice energy flowing from his core into the steel. The sword's edge began to glow with a pale blue light, frost crystallizing along its length as the temperature around it plummeted. Glacis lamina, he whispered. Nomu's fist came down like a hammer, but Izuku was already moving. He dodged to the left, his body twisting with the grace Alibaba had drilled into him through countless hours of training, and brought his ice-wreathed blade up in a perfect arc. The sword met Nomu's left arm. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the sound not of cutting flesh, but of ice crackling and spreading like wildfire. The moment the blade made contact, frost erupted from the point of impact, racing up Nomu's arm with supernatural speed. The creature's limb froze solid in an instant, the tissue crystallizing from the inside out, encased in a thick layer of ice that gleamed like blue glass. The entire plaza fell silent. What? Shigaraki's voice was barely a whisper, his manic energy replaced by genuine shock. What the hell is that? Kurogiri's misty form seemed to waver. Did he channel his quirk to that weapon? Nomu stared at its frozen arm, seemingly confused by the sudden loss of function. The regeneration quirk tried to activate, but the ice magic was too deep, too cold, suppressing the healing on a fundamental level. Before anyone could react further, Izuku's free hand shot up. Ventus impetus. A powerful gust of wind magic exploded outward from his palm, the force strong enough to send him rocketing backward across the plaza, creating crucial distance between himself and the Nomu. He landed in a crouch near Aizawa, sword still drawn, frost still clinging to its edge. Every student watching from the top of the staircase, every villain, and whoever is at that location were now staring at him. At the sword that shouldn't exist. At the ice that had frozen a creature designed to fight All Might. At Izuku Midoriya, who was clearly far more than he appeared to be. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was hoarse, his eyes wide as he took in the weapon. What? What are you? As Izuku stood up, he rested his sword casually on his shoulder, the ice-wreathed blade still glowing with pale blue light. His expression was a mixture of frustration and resignation. DMN, he muttered, loud enough for those nearby to hear. Today has really become a shit show. Now I'm forced to show my hand. Despite telling the two girls to leave earlier, he noticed them hiding behind a broken pillar near the staircase. His eyes narrowed, and he yelled out, his voice sharp with genuine concern and anger, "What the F are you two doing?" Both Tsuyu and Mina yelped, jumping slightly at his tone. Sorry. We couldn't just leave you like that. Mina stammered, her usual confidence cracking under Izuku's intense gaze. Izuku sighed heavily, his shoulders dropping for just a moment before his expression hardened again. Fine. Both of you take Aizawa and get away from here. Things are about to get a little more dangerous if you stay, and I don't want you three getting caught in the crossfire. But Midoriya, Tsuyu started. We can help. Mina insisted. I'm not leaving my student to. Aizawa tried to push himself up. Izuku turned to look at all three of them, and the expression on his face stopped every protest cold. It wasn't anger, it was something far more intense. A look of absolute determination mixed with genuine fear for their safety. His green eyes, usually so warm and analytical, now burned with an authority that seemed far beyond his 15 years. The weight of that gaze, the sheer presence behind it, made all three of them instinctively move. Mina and Tsuyu scrambled over to Aizawa, each taking one of his arms despite his continued protests. Midoriya, you can't, Aizawa began, trying to dig his heels in. Sensei, Izuku said quietly, not breaking eye contact. Trust me. Please. There was something in his voice, a plea wrapped in steel that made Aizawa finally relent, even as every instinct screamed at him not to leave his student alone. As the girls began pulling their teacher toward the safety of the staircase, Izuku turned back to face the villains, his sword still resting on his shoulder. The frost continued to spread slowly across Nomu's frozen arm, the creature staring at it with what might have been confusion. Well, Izuku said, his voice carrying across the plaza with unexpected confidence. I guess we're doing this now. Shigaraki's manic scratching intensified, his red eyes fixed on Izuku with burning curiosity and rage. Ice and wind, he said slowly, as if working through a puzzle. You're using multiple quirks? First you freeze Nomu's arm solid, then you blast yourself away with wind. How is that possible? His scratching grew more frantic. What kind of quirk do you have, brat? Izuku's grip tightened on his sword's hilt, and he shifted his stance into a proper combat position, one leg back, blade angled forward, his free hand already beginning to glow with subtle magical energy. Just a student, Izuku replied, though the slight smile on his face suggested he knew how unconvincing that sounded right now. One who's had some unconventional training. Unconventional? Kurojire's misty form rippled with what might have been amusement. Boy, whatever you are, you've just made yourself the most interesting target here. Behind them, Izuku could hear the girls and Aizawa finally reaching the relative safety of the staircase. Good. At least they were out of immediate danger. Now he just had to survive whatever came next. Nomu, Shigaraki said, his voice dropping to something cold and dangerous, his tantrum replaced by focused malice. I don't care what tricks this brat has. Rip him apart. Use your other arm if you have to. Shigaraki's scratching stopped abruptly, his hand dropping from his neck. Multiple quirks or not, you're still just meat, he said coldly. Nomu, rip off that frozen arm and get that brat. Kill him. Without hesitation, Nomu reached across its body with its right hand and grabbed its own frozen left arm. The sound that followed was sickening, a wet crunch mixed with shattering ice as the creature literally tore its own limb off at the shoulder. Frozen flesh and crystallized blood scattered across the ground like macabre confetti. But where there should have been a gaping wound, there was only exposed muscle tissue that immediately began to writhe and regenerate. New flesh sprouted from the shoulder socket at a visible rate, bone forming, muscle weaving itself together, skin stretching over the new growth. Within seconds, a brand new arm had completely replaced the frozen one. Regeneration on that level. Izuku breathed, his eyes widening. The creature hadn't even flinched. It had torn off its own arm like it was nothing more than a broken tool to be discarded. The massive creature flexed both arms now, the new one testing its range of motion. Its eyeless face turned toward Izuku, and for the first time since the battle began, it seemed to regard him as an actual threat rather than just another target. Izuku rolled his shoulders once, adjusted his grip on his sword, and thought urgently, Altair, I'm going to need everything we've got. Ready when you are, master, her voice replied in his mind, steady and confident. The plaza fell silent for one perfect moment, the calm before the storm. Okay, let's see. Izuku muttered, his analytical mind already cataloging the threats. Super speed, super strength, and super regeneration. Great. Master, looks like things are going to get rough, Altair's voice echoed in his mind. Yeah, it is, Izuku agreed grimly. Then Nomu charged, and the real fight began. The creature moved like a bullet train, closing the distance in a fraction of a second. But Izuku was already moving too. Altair, now, he called out in his mind. Lightning magic surged through his body, Altair's power flowing into him like liquid electricity. Blue-white sparks crackled along his limbs, his muscles flooded with enhanced speed that pushed him beyond normal human limits. His perception sharpened, time seeming to slow just slightly as the lightning magic supercharged his reflexes. Nomu's massive fist came down like a meteor, but Izuku was already gone, a blur of motion that left afterimages in his wake. He dodged to the right, his lightning-enhanced speed matching the creature's momentum. Before Nomu could recover, Izuku raised his free hand toward the creature. Ice magic gathered in his palm, the temperature plummeting as his power manifested. Glacis fragmentum. Dozens of razor-sharp ice shards materialized in the air around his hand, each one gleaming like crystalline daggers. With a move of his palm, they launched forward in a deadly barrage, whistling through the air as they converged on Nomu. The shards struck home with wet, meaty impacts. The moment they made contact, frost erupted outward from each point of impact, spreading like infection through the creature's flesh. Parts of Nomu's torso began to freeze solid, the tissue turning blue-white and brittle. Chunks of frozen flesh cracked and broke apart, falling away like ice calving from a glacier. For a heartbeat, it looked like it had worked. Then the regeneration kicked in. New flesh sprouted from the frozen wounds, pushing out the ice from within. The frozen sections shattered and fell away, immediately replaced by fresh, healthy tissue. Within seconds, every wound Izuku had inflicted was completely healed, as if they'd never existed at all. Shigaraki's laugh echoed across the plaza, high-pitched, manic, and filled with genuine amusement. You think your ice is going to be enough to stop Nomu? He spread his arms wide, like a showman presenting his masterpiece. He was built to fight All Might. Designed to kill the symbol of peace himself. His red eyes locked onto Izuku with cruel delight. What can a hero brat like you possibly do to it? Master, we need to overtax the Nomu's regeneration, or else this will never end. Altair's voice cut through his thoughts with tactical precision. A grim smile crossed Izuku's face. Right. Let's turn up the heat. He gripped his sword with both hands, channeling a different type of magic through the blade. The ice that had coated it melted away in an instant, replaced by something far more aggressive. The sword began to transform, the metal glowing red-hot as flames erupted along its length. The blade grew larger, broader, the fire magic reshaping it into something that looked more like an executioner's greatsword wreathed in writhing flames. Shigaraki's scratching stopped mid-motion, his eyes widening behind the hand on his face. Now what? First ice, now fire? His voice pitched higher with confusion and growing frustration. What the hell kind of quirk is that? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the USJ, most of the students had finally made it back to relative safety. 13 was being bandaged up by several students, their hands shaking as they tried to tend to the hero's injuries. Uraraka and Zero were helping support Aizawa, who was still trying to pull away despite being freshly healed. I need to get back down there, he growled, his voice rough with urgency. Midoriya is facing that thing alone. Sensei, you were just, Uraraka tried to protest. Where's Ida? Aizawa demanded, his sharp eyes scanning the group of students. He escaped. Uraraka told him quickly. He's running back to UA to get help. Aizawa's jaw clenched. Help would come, but would it be in time? As everyone's attention was focused on their injured teacher, the sounds of battle intensified from the plaza below. Flames roared to life with a whoosh that echoed through the entire facility. Heat rolled up from the central plaza in waves, making the air shimmer and distort. How is Midoriya able to fight that thing like that? One student stammered, their voice cracking with disbelief. From their vantage point, all they could see were streaks of blue lightning and red fire zipping around the plaza, two blurs of color moving at impossible speeds. One was the massive dark form of Nomu, the other the smaller but blindingly fast form of Izuku. Izuku dashed forward, his lightning-enhanced speed carrying him past Nomu's guard. His flaming greatsword lashed out in a wide arc, the blade biting deep into the creature's torso. The smell of burning flesh filled the air immediately, the intense heat cauterizing the wound even as it was made. He didn't stop. Another dash, another strike, this time across Nomu's back. The creature tried to turn, but Izuku was already gone, appearing on its other side to deliver another devastating slash across its leg. Cut. Burn. Dash. Repeat. With each strike, more of Nomu's flesh was seared away. The wounds healed, but not at the same rate as before. The regeneration was working overtime, trying to repair tissue that had been burned at a cellular level, the extreme heat making the process slower, more labored. Shigaraki watched the battle unfold, his scratching becoming more frantic by the second. Master Shigaraki, Kurojire's calm voice cut through his growing panic. I fear the Nomu cannot keep dealing with this kind of assault much longer. I know. Shigaraki shrieked, his hands flying to his neck to scratch harder. Get in there and help him. Yes, Master. Kurojire's misty form expanded, and dark portals began opening all around the battlefield. As Izuku launched another barrage of fire-wreathed strikes at Nomu, one of the portals opened directly in the path of his attack. His sword plunged through it, and emerged from another portal behind him, the blade now aimed at his own back. Izuku's eyes widened. Altair. A shimmering barrier of pure magical energy materialized behind him just as his own flaming sword was about to impale him from behind. The blade struck the barrier with a sound like breaking glass, the barrier absorbing the impact and deflecting the sword away harmlessly. More portals opened. Kurojire began redirecting every one of Izuku's attacks. Fire blasts sent back at him, ice shards turned around mid-flight, even his own movements through space disrupted as portals tried to swallow him whole. But each time, golden barriers appeared, sometimes in front of him, sometimes behind, sometimes forming complete spheres that protected him from attacks coming from multiple angles. Altair's defensive magic was working overtime, predicting and countering every redirection. Shigaraki's scratching reached a fever pitch, his fingers actually drawing blood from his neck now. Wait, what? How is that brat doing that? His voice cracked with genuine confusion and rage. He's cheating. He's a hacker. He pointed accusingly at Izuku, his whole body shaking. Is he some kind of mini-boss? This isn't fair. This isn't how the game is supposed to work. Collapse zone. In another part of the USJ, the collapse zone was living up to its name. Buildings tilted at dangerous angles, rubble littered the streets, and the air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of explosions. DMNIT. Bakugo's voice echoed through the wreckage as another villain went flying from one of his explosive blasts. We f'd up. We got in 13's way. Kirishima hardened his arms, deflecting a villain's attack before countering with a solid punch. Dude, Aizawa is going to have our heads for that. TCH, whatever, shitty hair. Bakugo snarled, palms crackling with barely contained explosions. Hey! Our hair is the same. Kirishima protested, running a hand through his spiky red locks. TCH, whatever. Bakugo was already scanning the area, his sharp eyes tracking movement through the debris. I'm going to find the warp BSTRD and teach him a thing or two. Dude, we should regroup with the class at the entrance. Get the hell out of here. Kirishima called out, even as he took down another villain with a hardened elbow strike. If you want to run, go ahead. Bakugo shot back, launching himself forward with controlled explosions. But the warp BSTRD is the way out. Stop them, and we're not trapped anymore. Kirishima paused mid-fight, his eyes widening slightly. Oh wow, that's actually really smart. I figured you were only die, and always mad. Shut it. I'm always calm. Bakugo roared, which really didn't help his case. Now let's go. Despite the contradiction, Kirishima grinned and hardened his entire body. Hell yeah. That's so manly. Landslide zone. At the landslide zone, the scene was eerily quiet compared to the chaos elsewhere. Ice covered everything, the ground, the rocks, even several villains who were frozen solid in various poses of attack, their faces locked in expressions of shock and fear. Todoroki stood in the center of it all, his right side still coated in frost, his expression cold and analytical. Before him, a single unfrozen villain knelt on the ground, shivering violently, more from fear than from cold. I'll ask one more time, Todoroki said, his voice carrying the same chill as his ice. How are you planning to kill All Might? I told you everything I know, the villain stammered, his teeth chattering. The Nomu. It was built to fight All Might. Multiple quirks, super regeneration, shock absorption, it's supposed to be strong enough to kill him. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. Multiple quirks? That's impossible. I am just telling you what I heard. Please, I don't know anything else. For a moment, Todoroki considered freezing this one too. But the information was valuable, and he'd gotten what he needed. Without another word, he turned and started walking toward the plaza, leaving the terrified villain behind. If there really was a creature designed to kill All Might down there, and if his classmates were in danger. His pace quickened, ice already forming on his right side as he prepared for battle. On the road to UA. Ida ran with everything he had, his engines roaring at maximum output. His legs pumped like pistons, carrying him across the ground at speeds that blurred the landscape around him. But even at his top speed, every second felt like an eternity. Flashback. Ida, we need you to go and get help. 13 had said, their voice strained with pain. I can't just leave you. Ida had protested, his whole body rigid with the conflict between duty and honor. It would dishonor the Ida name. The Ida family doesn't abandon. Listen to me. Uraraka had grabbed his shoulders, her eyes intense. You're not abandoning us. You're getting back up. It's the smartest move we have. She'd given him a small push toward the entrance. So do it now. Run faster than you've ever run before. End flashback. Ida's jaw clenched, his arms pumping harder as he pushed his quirk beyond its normal limits. The Ida family motto echoed in his mind, swift and sure, never waver. Hold on, everyone, he whispered, his voice nearly lost in the wind of his passage. Help is coming. I swear it. The gates of UA appeared in the distance, and Ida pushed even harder, his engine screaming with effort. He just had to make it in time. Back at the plaza, both Nomu and Izuku had stopped moving. Izuku was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face despite the cold emanating from his magic. Every muscle in his body screamed with fatigue, his magical reserves depleting rapidly from the sustained combat. The Nomu wasn't much better. Its movements had become sluggish, almost labored. Its body was struggling to keep up with the constant barrage of attacks, the regeneration quirk working overtime but unable to fully restore the damage as quickly as it was being inflicted. Master, I think you need to take a potion, Altair's voice was urgent in his mind. Yeah, I know, Izuku muttered. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial filled with shimmering blue liquid. Without hesitation, he uncorked it and downed the solution in one gulp. Immediately, warmth spread through his body, his stamina restoring, his magical reserves refilling, minor injuries healing. The effect was visible as color returned to his face and his breathing steadied. Shigaraki's eyes locked onto the vial with manic intensity. Cheater. What was that? You took something. Answer me. What was that? Izuku turned to look at him with the most deadpan expression imaginable. Dude, what the hell? You think this is some kind of anime? I'm just going to answer your questions like that? The silence that followed was almost comical. Then Shigaraki's scratching intensified to a fever pitch, his entire body shaking with rage. You mocking brat. Izuku sighed heavily, rolling his shoulders. Look, I'm really getting tired of this, okay? Let's just end this fight. Oh, you want to end this fight? Shigaraki shrieked, his voice cracking. Fine, brat. Nomu. Bring me that green-haired brat's head. Altair, Izuku said quietly in his mind, his expression becoming deadly serious. We're going to end this with one final big attack. I'm going to be drained after this. Master, what are you planning? Altair's voice held a note of concern. Then realization dawned. Wait, I hope you're not planning to use that attack? Yep. Of all the reckless things to think of. Despite her words, Altair couldn't help but smile warmly. You truly are Igneel's little brother. Izuku's hand went to his sword. The flames wreathing the blade suddenly extinguished, wisps of smoke rising from the metal. Then, with a whisper of magic, frost began spreading across the blade once more, but this was different from before. The ice was deeper, darker, more intense. The blade itself seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, turning a deep crystalline blue. He shifted into a drawing stance, sheathing the transformed ice blade at his side. He stood perfectly still, eyes closed, his breathing becoming slow and measured. The entire atmosphere of the USJ began to change. The temperature started dropping. Not gradually, precipitously. Ice began forming on the ground around Izuku's feet, spreading outward in crystalline patterns. The air itself seemed to crystallize. Ribbit. Why do I feel so sleepy? Tsuyu murmured from the entrance, her cold-blooded body immediately affected by the plummeting temperature. What the hell? One student gasped. Why is it getting so cold? Even the villains noticed. Those still conscious began shivering, their breath coming out in white clouds. Power surged off of Izuku in visible waves, not quirk energy, but something else entirely. Something ancient and primordial. The temperature kept dropping. Colder. Colder. The water in the shipwreck zone began to freeze over, ice spreading across its surface like a plague. Bakugo and Kirishima burst out of the collapse zone at a full sprint, both of them immediately skidding to a halt as the temperature hit them like a physical wall. What the? Bakugo's explosion sputtered in the intense cold. Todoroki emerged from the landslide zone at the same moment, and immediately stumbled. His right side, the side covered in frost from his own quirk usage, suddenly felt like it was being stabbed by 1,000 frozen needles. The cold hit him harder and faster than it should have, his own ice quirk making him more vulnerable to the supernatural chill emanating from the plaza. Why? Why am I getting so cold? He gasped, his breath coming out in thick white clouds. His right side was actually starting to hurt, something that never happened with his own ice. Even he, someone intimately familiar with ice, someone who'd lived with it his entire life, could feel that this wasn't normal ice. This was something far beyond anything his quirk could produce. Something ancient. Something absolute. All three students' eyes locked onto the plaza. Onto Izuku. Izuku stood in the center of it all, still as a statue, eyes still closed. In his mind, he was chanting, colder. Colder. It needs to reach absolute zero. Then it began. Ice wings started forming on Izuku's back, massive, crystalline structures that looked like they'd been carved from the heart of a glacier. They spread wide, each feather a perfect shard of ice that glowed with an otherworldly blue light. Behind him, something else manifested. A dragon's head, formed entirely of ice, began growing from the space behind his shoulders. It was massive, easily twice the size of Izuku himself, with eyes that burned with cold blue fire and a maw filled with icicle teeth. Everyone gasped. Students. Villains. Even Kurojire's misty form seemed to waver in shock. What? What? I asked that, someone whispered. Then the magic circle appeared. A deep, luminous blue circle expanded outward from Izuku's feet, intricate runes and symbols rotating within its geometric patterns. It spread across the ground, growing larger and larger until it formed a perfect circle approximately 10 feet in diameter with Izuku at its center. The air within the circle shimmered with barely contained power. Altair, Izuku's mental voice was calm, focused. Are you ready? Yes, master, she replied, her voice steady and sure. Please guide me. Of course. Shigaraki stared at the display, his scratching stopping for just a moment as genuine unease crept into his expression. He didn't know what that UA brat was planning, but every instinct screamed danger. Nomu, he shrieked, his voice cracking. Hurry up and kill that brat before All Might shows up. The Nomu moved. It shot forward like it had been fired from a cannon, moving in a straight line directly toward Izuku with every ounce of speed and power it possessed. This was the creature's final, desperate charge. Everything seemed to slow down. The Nomu's charge. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki all moving forward, trying to intercept. The USJ doors suddenly bursting open with explosive force. All Might appearing at the top of the staircase, his eyes widening in shock at the scene before him. But it was already over. The moment the Nomu's foot crossed into that 10-foot circle, Izuku's eyes snapped open glowing with intense blue light. His hand moved to his sword's hilt. Time seemed to freeze. Then, swing. Izuku unsheathed his sword in one fluid, impossibly fast motion. The blade cut through the air with a sound like shattering glass, leaving a trail of absolute zero cold in its wake. The slash connected with the Nomu's torso, cutting clean through from shoulder to hip. Simultaneously, the ice dragon behind him roared a sound that shook the very foundation of the USJ and slammed down onto the Nomu with its massive jaws, engulfing the creature entirely. The effect was instantaneous. The Nomu froze solid. Not the surface-level freezing from before, but complete molecular crystallization. Every cell, every molecule, frozen at absolute zero. The creature's black skin turned blue-white, then transparent as ice, its form becoming a perfect crystalline statue captured mid-charge. Time seemed to return to normal speed. The silence that followed was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. No one even seemed to breathe. The only sound was the soft tinkling of ice crystals settling and the gentle creak of Izuku's ice wings as they slowly began to dissolve into mist. Izuku stood in the center of his magic circle, sword still extended from the draw, breathing heavily. The dragon head behind him dissipated like morning fog, and the ice wings crumbled into sparkling dust. Before him, the Nomu, the creature designed to kill All Might, the bioengineered monster with multiple quirks and regeneration that could heal almost anything, stood frozen solid, perfectly preserved in ice as clear as glass. Defeated. The silence in the USJ was deafening. Then Izuku's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground beside him. The magic circle faded, the temperature slowly beginning to return to normal. Midoriya, someone whispered from the entrance. All Might stood frozen at the top of the stairs, his mouth hanging open in shock. And Shigaraki. Shigaraki just stared, his hands limp at his sides, his mind unable to process what he'd just witnessed. What? He whispered hoarsely. Shigaraki stood frozen not from ice, but from sheer shock. His mind couldn't process what had just happened. His master's Nomu. The creature that was supposed to kill All Might. The perfect weapon. Destroyed. By a student. By a child. His voice started quiet. So quiet it was barely a whisper. No, that's not possible. Then it got louder. That's not how this was supposed to go. Louder. You cheater. You hacker. That's not fair. His scratching became frantic, almost violent, drawing blood from his neck as he ranted and raved, his voice breaking. You're a cheater. This game is broken. You're broken. How could you? All Might's mind snapped back into focus, shaking off the shock of what he'd just witnessed. His students. He needed to save his students. The rest could be dealt with later. With a burst of speed that left a small crater where he'd been standing, All Might rushed down into the plaza. Any villain still conscious and standing found themselves knocked out in an instant. Professional, efficient, no wasted movement. Within seconds, he'd cleared a path straight to where Izuku knelt. All Might. Shigaraki's voice cracked as he saw the symbol of peace. His rage twisted into something manic, almost gleeful despite his obvious distress. The final boss. You're here. You're finally here. Then his expression crumbled. But my Nomu. My perfect Nomu is. His eyes fixated on the frozen statue that had been his ultimate weapon. Move, he screamed at it suddenly. Move. Get up. Kill All Might. That's what you were made for. Move. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the frozen Nomu started to move. A smile spread across Shigaraki's face, manic and desperate. Yes. Yes. It's working. It's still. The smile vanished. The Nomu wasn't moving. It was crumbling. Cracks spread across the crystalline ice. Pieces began falling away, first small chunks, then larger sections. The frozen creature was falling apart, disintegrating into fragments that shattered further upon hitting the ground. The ice particles caught the light, creating a strange, almost beautiful display as they scattered and blew away like diamond dust in an invisible wind. No, no. No. Shigaraki's scream echoed through the entire USJ, raw and broken. All Might stepped forward, his imposing figure casting a long shadow. His voice was firm, authoritative, the voice of the symbol of peace. It's over, villains. Your plans have failed. Master Tamura, Kurogiri's calm voice cut through Shigaraki's breakdown. We must leave. Without the Nomu, our mission has failed. We cannot win here. A villain, one of the few still conscious, stumbled over to Shigaraki, his face pale with fear as he looked up at All Might's imposing figure. B-boss. We gotta run. That's All Might. The real deal. We can't win this. We have to. Shigaraki's head snapped toward the villain so fast it was almost inhuman. His remaining hand shot out, grabbing the villain by the face, all 5 fingers making contact. Run? Shigaraki's voice was venomous, unhinged. You want to run? The decay quirk activated instantly. All Might and the 3 hero students watched in horror as the villain's scream was cut short. The decay spread from Shigaraki's hand like a plague, skin flaking away, then muscle, then bone. The villain crumbled into dust from the head down, his body disintegrating in seconds until there was nothing left but ash particles floating in the air. Shigaraki let the dust fall through his fingers, his breathing ragged. Nobody runs from MY game. Right. Shigaraki's voice was hollow, defeated. But then his eyes, still visible behind the hand on his face, locked onto Izuku's kneeling form. Something dark and vindictive flashed in them. A manic smile twisted his features. If I can't kill the symbol of peace, he muttered, his voice low and dangerous, then I can at least kill that brat before he becomes a major headache in the future. A small portal barely larger than a hand opened silently in the air right next to Izuku's head. Shigaraki's hand moved through it, all 5 fingers spread wide, reaching for Izuku's face. No! All Might saw it. His eyes widened in horror. Deku! Bakugo screamed, already launching forward with explosions. Midoriya, Kirishima and Todoroki both shouted, running, knowing they were too far. All 4 of them rushed forward desperately, but they were too far away, moving too slow. Shigaraki's manic laughter echoed from his position. Die, you cheating brat! All 5 fingers made contact with Izuku's neck. But what happened next defied all expectations. Instead of Izuku turning to dust, Shigaraki's hand froze instantly. Not just frost, complete, instantaneous crystallization. The ice spread from the point of contact, racing up his hand, his wrist, his forearm, consuming his entire arm in less than a second. Shigaraki's manic laughter transformed into a scream of pure agony. Ah! It burns. It's cold. My hand. My hand. Master Tamura. Kurojirai reacted instantly, closing the small portal and opening a larger one behind Shigaraki. His misty tendrils wrapped around the villain leader, pulling him back through the escape portal. The last thing anyone saw was Shigaraki's wide, terrified eyes as he clutched his frozen arm. The bar. In a dimly lit bar somewhere far from the USJ, a portal opened. 2 figures tumbled through, one made of mist, the other screaming and clutching his arm. Shigaraki fell to his knees, his frozen arm held out in front of him. The ice was so cold it was almost black, so complete that his arm looked like a sculpture carved from dark crystal. He could see through it, see his own bones, his blood vessels, all frozen solid. Get it off. Get it off, he screamed, clawing at his shoulder with his other hand, trying to stop the spread. But the ice had already reached his shoulder. Then crack. The frozen arm simply fell off, separating cleanly at the shoulder. It hit the floor with a sound like breaking glass. For a moment, it lay there, a perfect crystalline replica of Shigaraki's arm. Then it began to crumble, just like the Nomu had. The ice turned to powder, then to fine dust particles that scattered and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Not even blood from the wound. The extreme cold had cauterized it instantly. Shigaraki stared at the empty space where his arm had been, his eyes wide with shock, his breathing ragged. Then he started laughing. A broken, unhinged sound that echoed through the empty bar. That brat, he wheezed between laughs and what might have been sobs. That cheating. Broken. Overpowered. Mini-boss brat. Kurojirai hovered nearby, his misty form tense with concern. Master Tamura, we need to get you medical attention. He took my arm, Shigaraki said, his voice distant, almost disconnected. A student. A first-year UA student just took my arm and destroyed our Nomu. His remaining hand flew to his neck, scratching frantically. Sensei is going to be so disappointed in me. The aftermath. The other teachers finally arrived at the USJ, quickly moving through the facility to capture the remaining villains. But Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, and All Might couldn't look away from the scene in front of them. Midoriya was still kneeling on the ground, his sword lying beside him. But something was wrong. He wasn't breathing heavily, it was like he wasn't breathing at all. His entire body was covered in shades of ice blue, frost crystallizing across his skin and uniform. Young Midoriya, All Might called out, his voice concerned. Are you okay? No response. All Might waited a moment, then tried again, louder this time. Young Midoriya. Still nothing. No movement. No acknowledgement. Oi, Deku. Bakugo's voice cut through the air, sharp with frustration and something that might have been concern. The lack of response was pissing him off. Why wasn't the DMN nerd answering when people were calling him? Bakugo moved forward, reaching out to grab Midoriya and shake some sense into the idiot, but All Might's hand shot up, stopping him. Wait, young Bakugo. All Might took a careful step forward, slowly reaching out toward Midoriya's shoulder. The moment his fingers got close. Ouch! All Might yanked his hand back with a yelp, shaking it frantically. What was that? All Might stared at his hand in shock. It felt like he'd been burned, but not by heat. By freezing cold. A degree of cold he'd never experienced before, and he'd fought villains with ice quirks plenty of times. Nizu, on Vlad King's shoulder, made his way over to All Might and the boys. All Might, is everything alright with young Midoriya? All Might could only shake his head, still staring at his hand. Recovery Girl was just making her way down the stairs when she saw the commotion. Let me have a look, dearie. Don't. All Might moved to block her. You can't touch him. Everyone looked confused. Why not? Recovery Girl demanded. I don't know what it is, but whatever that last attack was, the one that froze that monster, it's affecting his body. When I went to touch him, it felt like I was badly burned. But it wasn't from heat. It was extreme cold. Let me see your hand, Recovery Girl ordered, her tone brooking no argument. All Might extended his hand, and Recovery Girl examined it closely. Her eyes widened. My God. You have mild frostbite on the tips of your fingers. How is that even possible from just touching him? Nizu's eyes gleamed with analytical interest. Can someone please have Miss Yaoyorozu come here, if you may? Yes, sir. Kirishima said, running off to get her. All Might looked at the principal in confusion. Why would you need her? I have a theory about what's going on, based on what you said about young Midoriya's last attack. While waiting for the students to arrive, Bakugo's mind was racing. He'd witnessed the entire fight, Deku battling that monster like a pro. Like someone on All Might's level. How did he get so strong? This doesn't make sense. Bakugo's fists clenched at his sides. What happened to that weak, quirkless pebble in my way? His thoughts were cut off when Kirishima returned with Yaoyorozu and Aizawa, who looked almost fully recovered. The moment Aizawa saw Midoriya, he started forward. Midoriya. Shoo, Nizu held up a paw. Please wait, Aizawa-san. Yaoyorozu looked between the adults. You wanted to see me, Principal Nizu? Yes, Miss Yaoyorozu. Can you create a cryometer for me? Momo nodded, particles of light emanating from her arms as her quirk activated. Within moments, a sophisticated cryometer materialized, and she handed it to Nizu. With the device in hand, Nizu pointed it at the still unmoving Midoriya. The device beeped. Nizu's eyes shot open. Oh my. What? All Might, Recovery Girl, and Aizawa all asked simultaneously. What's his temperature? Nizu looked up at them, his expression grave. Well, I have to say I've never seen anything like this before. His temperature is reading -239 degrees Fahrenheit. Audible gasps echoed around the group. That's almost absolute zero. Yaoyorozu was the first to speak, her voice filled with disbelief. How is that even possible? Todoroki, a known ice user, stood frozen in shock. He had never gotten his ice to reach that level of cold. Never even come close. He stared at Midoriya, his fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. How are you able to do that when I can't? God damn it, problem child. Aizawa's voice was rough with emotion. You told me to trust you, and you go and do something this reckless? Kirishima didn't know what to say. After seeing Midoribro fight that monster and beat it, all he could think about was how manly it was. But to think he'd do something this dangerous just to save them. He looked down in shame. If only I'd been here. If only I was stronger. Damn it. Bakugo stood frozen in place, his mind stuck on one thought: if Deku can pull off attacks like that, would I even stand a chance against him? All Might was taking it the hardest. Damn it, Tashinori. If only I had been here, young Midoriya wouldn't have had to do something this extreme. Recovery Girl was quick to take charge. Damn it. We need to warm him up as fast and as safely as possible. I need fire. Aizawa was quick on the uptake. He turned to Todoroki. I need you to use your fire. The still shocked teen snapped his head toward his teacher, absolute anger flashing in his eyes. I refuse to use his fire. Everyone reacted with shock. What? Young Todoroki, All Might stepped forward, his voice urgent. This isn't the time. Your fellow student's life is on the line. Please, we need you to use your fire to help save him. But Todoroki wasn't listening anymore. All he could feel was the oath he'd made never to use that power, no matter what. His father's power. He wouldn't. He couldn't. While everyone begged and argued with Todoroki, something else was happening. In Izuku's mindscape. In the dark space of Izuku's unconscious mind, Altair stood over her master's prone form. The mindscape was cold, so cold that even here, in this mental space, frost clung to everything. Izuku lay still, his breathing shallow, his body struggling against the absolute zero that threatened to consume him from within. "My dear master," Altair said softly, kneeling beside him and stroking his hair with infinite gentleness. Her fingers trembled slightly as she brushed the green strands away from his face. "You truly are so reckless." Her expression softened, memories flooding through her mind, memories from the moment Izuku had first unlocked access to her, just 2 weeks ago. Flashback. She remembered awakening within the grimoire, her consciousness suddenly connected to a young boy whose heart burned with such fierce determination it had literally called out to her across the magical seal that had bound the ancient tome. The grimoire that was given to him on the day the portal was set to close by his father figure Araba. As he started to read and practice with it, over time the connection between them grew strong in such a short time to be able to unlock her. The first thing she'd seen through his eyes was his reflection, tears streaming down his face as he clutched the leather-bound grimoire, realizing how much he was missing his family, who gave him a path forward. "Please," he'd whispered to the grimoire, not knowing she could hear him. "I can do this. I can use this to become a hero. Even without a quirk. I can still save people." And she'd answered, "Yes, young master," she'd said, her voice echoing in his mind for the first time. "You can. And I will show you how." After the master showed his mother Inko that he had unlocked her from within the grimoire, he could speak with Altair, learn from her the woman had been overwhelmed with hope and fear in equal measure. That very first night, after Izuku had fallen asleep exhausted from his first lesson in sensing magical energy, Inko had held the grimoire close and spoken directly to Altair's spirit. "Altair-san," Inko had whispered, her voice trembling, "I don't fully understand what you are or how this is possible. But my son. My precious Izuku." Her voice broke. "The world is so cruel to quirkless children. And now he's found a way to fight back, to chase his dream. But please." Tears fell onto the grimoire's worn pages. "Please promise me you'll protect him. He's so reckless, so willing to hurt himself if it means saving others. Promise me you won't let him destroy himself chasing this dream." Altair had manifested then, just barely, just enough for Inko to see a translucent figure of a woman with kind eyes appearing above the open grimoire. "Mistress Inko," she'd said, her voice filled with conviction, "I swear on my very existence, on my magic, my soul, and everything I am, I will protect your son. No harm will come to him that I can prevent. This I vow." Inko had sobbed with relief, clutching the grimoire to her chest. "Thank you. Thank you so much." End flashback. Altair's eyes misted over as the memory faded. It had only been 2 weeks. 2 short weeks since Izuku had unlocked her power, since she'd begun guiding him, teaching him, protecting him. But in that time, she'd seen everything. Every moment of his past reflected in his memories: the diagnosis at 4 years old, the years of bullying, the suicide baiting, the loneliness. And she'd seen his heart too pure, determined, filled with a desperate need to save others even at the cost of himself. 2 weeks was nothing. A blink of an eye. Yet somehow, this boy had already become precious to her. Like the little brother she'd never had. "You will grow stronger every day," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "You're not that scared little boy who thought he was worthless. You are an incredible young man who just defeated a creature designed to kill All Might." A tear slid down her cheek, something she rarely allowed herself. "But you're still so reckless. Still so willing to destroy yourself if it means saving others. Just like Igneel was. Just like all the foolish, wonderful heroes who came before you." She could feel his life force flickering, the absolute zero cold trying to extinguish it like a candle in a blizzard. The spell he'd used was never meant for someone so young, so inexperienced, for a second time. It should have killed him. By all rights, it should kill him. But she had made a promise. "I promised Mistress Inko I would always protect you," she said, her voice growing stronger, more resolute. "And I have never, will never break that promise." Her hands glowed with pure magical energy, not just her ice magic, but something deeper. Life magic. Healing magic. The very essence of her being. "You are my master, yes," she continued, placing her glowing hands over his heart. "But you are also my student. My ward. My precious little brother." Her voice cracked with emotion. "And I will not let you die here. Not like this. Not when you have so much left to accomplish." The glow intensified, warmth spreading through the frozen mindscape. Her eyes blazed with determination and love. "I will save you, Izuku Midoriya. Because that is what family does." Her eyes lit up with power, brilliant, blinding, beautiful power that pushed back against the cold, against death itself. "So wake up," she commanded, her voice echoing through the mindscape with the force of an unbreakable vow. "Wake up and live. People are waiting for you out there. Your mother. Your classmates. Your teacher. All Might. She smiled through her tears. And you still owe me that promise, remember? That you'd become the greatest hero this world has ever seen. So you don't get to die here, little master. You don't get to leave us behind. The warmth grew, spreading from her hands into Izuku's chest, fighting the absolute zero with the absolute determination of a guardian who refused to let her charge fall. Now wake up. And let's show them what we're truly capable of. Outside. While Aizawa and the others continued going back and forth with Todoroki, something started to happen. Izuku's dagger, the one at his side, began to glow with a soft golden light. At the same moment, the grimoire attached to his belt started to pulse with the same luminescence. Everyone's attention snapped to the twin sources of light. Then, the grimoire lifted itself from Izuku's belt, floating up into the air above his frozen form. Its pages flipped open on their own, glowing runes and symbols becoming visible as ancient magic activated. The dagger's glow intensified in response, the two artifacts resonating with each other. The glow from both grew brighter and brighter, the air itself seeming to shimmer with power. Then something emerged from the symbol on the dagger, small at first, then growing to the size of a medium dog. It was a fox. Its fur was white as fresh snow, with a distinctly vulpine appearance. But what made everyone gasp was the 9 tails that fanned out behind it, each one moving independently. They had never seen anything like this creature before. Even Nizu was mesmerized by its majestic appearance. The fox slowly walked over to Izuku and nuzzled its head against his frozen form. Then, carefully, it wrapped itself around him like a living blanket. One by one, its 9 tails lit up with flames. Everyone who witnessed it couldn't move. Couldn't speak. The colors coming off each tail were beyond beautiful: reds, oranges, yellows, blues, whites, and purples, all dancing together in perfect harmony. Recovery Girl was the first to speak, snapping everyone out of their trance. I've never seen anything like this before. What kind of quirk does this boy have? Nizu pointed the cryometer at Midoriya again and watched as the numbers began to rise gradually. After what felt like a lifetime, Izuku started to move. His chest began rising and falling with breath. He slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by the face of the most beautiful animal he'd ever seen. The 9-tailed fox uncurled herself from around him, gave him a quick lick on the cheek, and bowed. Then, in a burst of flames, she disappeared back into the dagger. Recovery Girl rushed over to check his vitals, examining him for any lasting damage. Everyone else let out a breath they didn't realize they'd been holding. How is he, RG? All Might asked urgently. She turned to look at everyone, her expression one of relief and confusion. He's doing fine. Whatever that thing was, it brought his temperature back to normal and managed to heal whatever injuries he may have had before we got here. Oh, thank God, multiple voices echoed. Back with Izuku, his thoughts were rueful. Man, note to self, don't do that again anytime soon. In his head, Altair mentally slapped him over the head. Ouch! Izuku said out loud, making everyone look at him in concern. What? What happened? Multiple voices asked. Izuku looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his head. Then, a growling sound came out of seemingly nowhere. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Izuku's stomach. Izuku looked down at his belly, then at everyone, then back at his growling stomach. Did anyone bring anything to eat? I'm starving. All at once, everyone started yelling at him. Hungry? You've got to be kidding me. We thought you were dead, dude. You were frozen. Midoriya-san, your body temperature was close to absolute zero. Yaoyorozu added. Wait, what? Really? Izuku's face lit up with excitement. DMN, I was so close. I almost made it to absolute zero on my second try. He looked so happy with himself that he didn't notice the angry faces forming behind him. When he finally turned around, he swallowed hard, seeing the furious expressions of his 2 classmates, 3 very set-off teachers, and an angry Recovery Girl raising her cane. Aizawa moved with speed. A person who is almost recovered shouldn't be able to, bonking Izuku over the head and leaving a visible bump. Before Izuku could say anything like, sorry, Aizawa pulled him into a tight hug. Don't you ever do something that reckless again, his teacher said, his voice thick with emotion. All Izuku could do was nod in acknowledgement. And with that, the USJ attack came to an end. They had made it out alive. 3 days had passed since the USJ attack. The school had been closed while investigations were conducted, statements taken, and security measures reviewed. Every student and teacher who had been present gave their account of what had happened that day. But there was one statement that required special attention. Izuku had promised Aizawa that he would explain everything, how he'd done what he did, what his abilities truly were. And now, sitting in the UA conference room, that promise had come due. Present in the room were All Might, Principal Nizu, Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, Recovery Girl, and Detective Tsukachi. Across from them sat Izuku and his mother, Inko. The atmosphere was tense, heavy with unspoken questions. Before Izuku could say a word, Principal Nizu stood up. Then, one by one, every teacher in the room rose to their feet and bowed. "We are deeply sorry," Nizu said, his voice carrying genuine remorse, "for our failure in protecting you and your classmates." Izuku's eyes went wide, and he immediately started stammering, waving his hands frantically. What? No. It's okay. You don't need to. No, Midoriya, Aizawa cut him off, his voice firm. It's not okay. We are pro-heroes. Your safety is our top priority. We should have been better. His expression hardened with determination. No, we need to be better. And from here on out, we will strive to improve and make UA safe for everyone. There was a moment of silence, then Izuku and Inko both stood and bowed deeply in return. Thank you, they said in unison, their voices thick with emotion. Once everyone had settled back into their seats, Principal Nizu cleared his throat. Now then, young Midoriya. It has come to our attention that your abilities are a little more than what they seem. I hope you can expand on that for us. Yes, Aizawa leaned forward, his intense gaze fixed on Izuku. You gave me something that healed me far better than any quirk could have, and at an incredibly fast pace. What was it? Please, I must know. Recovery Girl added, her professional curiosity clearly piqued. Whatever you gave Shota was remarkably effective. I've never seen healing like that outside of my own quirk. Izuku looked at his mother. She met his eyes and nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, Izuku turned back to face the assembled teachers. I know this is going to be hard to believe, but first. He gestured to his mother. Inko stood up, pulling out a stack of papers from her bag. Before anything is said, I would like everyone present all UA staff and the detective to sign this NDA. Whatever is said here today stays here. No exceptions. The room immediately erupted in whispers. Nizu raised his paw, and the whispering ceased. A smile played at his lips. Of course. It must be very secretive if you need to go this far, Miss Midoriya. It is, Inko said, her voice steady despite the nervousness in her eyes. This is mostly for my sons and my own safety. Because if this gets out, we don't know who might come after us. The gravity in her words silenced any further questions. One by one, each person in the room signed the non-disclosure agreement. Detective Tsukachi reviewed each signature carefully before nodding to Inko. With all the paperwork signed and collected, Izuku stood up. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. I apologize for lying about my power. Several staff members raised their eyebrows. Why would he feel like he was lying? Izuku straightened, meeting their eyes. You see, my power. My quirk. Isn't really a quirk. He took a breath. It's magic. The room fell completely silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Now, young Midoriya, All Might said carefully, his tone gentle but skeptical. You don't really expect us to believe your power is that of magic, do you? True. Every staff member's head snapped toward Detective Tsukachi, who had spoken the single word with absolute certainty. Naomasa, wait, are you sure? Aizawa demanded, sitting up straighter. Yes, the detective replied calmly. You all know how my quirk works. What he just said is the truth. He's not lying, his power genuinely is magic. The room exploded with gasps and whispers. Several teachers started talking over each other, their voices rising in disbelief and shock. Nizu simply sat there, a gleam in his eyes like a new puzzle piece had just dropped into his lap, one that made the entire picture far more interesting. Aizawa rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath, not just a problem child. A super mega problem child. Present Mike and Midnight couldn't help but chuckle at Aizawa's reaction to his favorite student. Order, please. Nizu's voice cut through the chaos. He cleared his throat, and everyone settled down, though the tension in the room had shifted from concern to intense curiosity. I have to say, young man, Nizu continued, his smile widening, that is truly intriguing. Can you explain how you were able to achieve magic in place of a quirk? In all my years of research, I've never encountered anything quite like this. Izuku nodded slowly, gathering his thoughts. This was the truth he'd kept hidden for so long. It all started when I was 12 years old, he began, his voice quiet but steady. I was running from some bullies. He deliberately left out that Bakugo had been one of them. And I ran into the woods near my neighborhood. I needed to get away, you know? I kept running deeper and deeper, not paying attention to where I was going, until I stumbled upon this cave. It was hidden behind overgrown vines and brush. I probably never would have found it if I hadn't been so desperate. Izuku's hands gripped the edge of the table. I went inside to hide, thinking I'd wait until they gave up looking for me. But as I went deeper into the cave, I fell through something that looked like shimmering air. His eyes grew distant with the memory. It felt like falling through colors, and then suddenly I was somewhere else entirely. Another dimension? Nizu leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. A different world, Izuku confirmed. Where magic is real. Where the air itself felt alive with energy. He took a breath. And that's where I met them. 4 dragons: Igneel, Mardraconus, Tio, and Araba. The room erupted in shocked whispers. Even Tsukachi's eyes widened, though his quirk confirmed Izuku was telling the truth. Dragons? Midnight repeated, stunned. Real dragons, Izuku nodded. Each one was massive, the size of a house. Igneel was red with flames, Mardraconus was blue like the ocean, Tio was green with feathers instead of scales, and Araba was brown and solid as a mountain. He looked down at his hands. I was terrified at first. I fell to my knees and apologized for trespassing. But they didn't hurt me. They asked me questions. How I found the portal. Why I was running. His voice grew softer. And I told them everything. About being quirkless. About wanting to be a hero anyway. About how everyone said I couldn't, that I was worthless, that I should just give up. Inko reached over and squeezed his hand, her eyes glistening with tears. They listened to all of it, Izuku continued, his voice thick with emotion. And when I was done, Igneel said something I'll never forget. He said, "How can a world so full of power be so blind? To turn away a heart like yours. It is wrong." Aizawa's expression softened, and even All Might looked deeply moved. "They offered to teach me," Izuku said. "To help me find the strength I needed not to prove others wrong, but to fulfill my own heart. They said I wasn't weak. I wasn't broken. I wasn't alone. That I was worthy of every dream I held." He wiped at his eyes quickly. I didn't know what to say. No one had ever said anything like that to me before. So I asked them to teach me. And they said yes. Recovery Girl dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. Present Mike looked like he might start crying too. "Before I left that first day," Izuku continued, "Tio the Wind Dragon gave me a gift. She placed a mark on my palm that would let me return whenever I wanted. All I had to do was say the word apparate and I'd be transported back to their world. For 2 years," Izuku's voice grew stronger, "I trained with them. Araba taught me physical conditioning, making my body strong enough to handle magic. He said magic takes strength, stamina, and a solid core. That if my mana ever ran dry, a strong body would be my backup." Aizawa nodded approvingly at that logic. "Time flows differently there," Izuku explained. 1 hour in our world equals about a week in theirs. So I could train for weeks and only be gone for an hour or 2 here. My mom thought I was just out studying heroes or training on my own." He glanced at his mother apologetically. "I kept it secret because I was afraid. Afraid she'd worry, afraid she'd stop me from going, afraid I'd lose my one chance to become something more. But when I turned 14, Inko spoke up, her voice gentle, Izuku finally told me the truth. And I asked to meet them. To see this world that had given my son so much hope." She smiled through her tears. "The moment I saw them, these magnificent, powerful beings treating my quirkless son like family, I understood. Igneel teased him like a big brother. Araba watched over him like a stern father. Mardraconus and Tio fussed over him like worried mothers." She laughed softly. "He was loved there. Truly loved. And he was happy. I started visiting with him after that," Inko continued. "I'd sit with Mardraconus and Tio by the river while Izuku trained. I watched him spar with Igneel, argue with Araba, grow stronger and more confident every day." Her voice cracked. "For the first time since that doctor told us he was quirkless, I saw real hope in my son's eyes." Izuku took over again. "They taught me everything. Magic theory, mana control, spell casting, combat techniques. Igneel specialized in fire magic and close combat. Mardraconus taught me water and healing magic. That's what I gave you, Aizawa-sensei. A healing potion made with her techniques." Aizawa's eyes widened in understanding. "Tio taught me wind magic and mobility," Izuku continued. "And Araba taught me earth magic and defensive techniques." He paused, his hand instinctively going to where his sword rested. "But I wasn't just learning magic. The dragons introduced me to someone else, a master swordsman named Alibaba." All Might leaned forward with interest. "Alibaba taught me swordsmanship," Izuku explained. "How to fight with a blade, how to move, how to read an opponent. The dragon said that magic alone wouldn't be enough, that I needed to master physical combat as well. So while I trained with the dragons in magic, Alibaba drilled sword techniques into me until they became second nature." He looked down at his hands, remembering countless hours of practice. He was strict, demanding, but fair. He taught me that the sword was an extension of myself, that every movement had to be precise and intentional. That's why during the USJ attack, I was able to channel my ice magic through my blade. It was a combination of everything they taught me. They didn't just teach me how to use magic or fight, they taught me to believe in myself. To see worth in who I am, not what power I was born with. He looked around the room at all the pro heroes watching him. The portal started closing when I was 14. The dragon said it was time for their world and ours to separate again, that the connection was never meant to be permanent. They had maybe a year before it would seal completely. So they worked with me every day, Izuku said. Teaching me as much as they could before time ran out. And then, 2 weeks ago, the portal was set to close for good. His hand went to his belt where the grimoire rested. On that last day, Araba gave me this grimoire. He said it contained all their knowledge, all their teachings, everything they wanted me to remember. He pulled out the leather-bound tome, placing it on the table. But it wasn't just a book. Inside the grimoire was Altair. At the mention of her name, a soft glow emanated from the grimoire, and Altair's translucent form appeared above it, making several teachers jump in their seats. "Greetings," Altair said with a graceful bow. "I am Altair, the spirit bound to this grimoire and young Master Izuku's magical guide." The room fell completely silent, everyone staring at the magical being that had just manifested before their eyes. "The grimoire unlocked for me on my second day at UA," Izuku explained. "That's when I first heard Altair's voice, when I could finally access all the knowledge the dragons had left for me. She's been teaching me, guiding me, helping me master the magic I learned." He looked at each teacher in turn. "That's the truth. I'm not quirkless, I never was. I have something different. Something this world doesn't recognize or understand. But it's real, it's mine, and I've worked harder for it than anything else in my life." The silence stretched on as everyone processed what they'd just heard. Detective Tsukachi finally spoke up. "Every word he said is true. The dragons, the other world, the training, all of it. I've never encountered anything like this in my entire career, but it's real." Principal Nizu sat back in his chair, a wide smile spreading across his face. "My dear boy," he said, his voice filled with wonder, "you may just be the most fascinating student UA has ever had the privilege of teaching." Izuku looked back at the assembled teachers. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them." Nizu was the first to speak, his paw raised. "I have what I believe is one of the most important questions." His eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Can magic be taught to other people?" "With your approval, of course, young Midoriya." Izuku turned to Altair, who smiled gently but answered truthfully. "I'm sorry to say, but no. In this world, certain requirements need to be met to be able to use magic." She held up a finger. "First, to use magic, one must have mana within their body. Young Master found a portal to the dragon realm where magic is vast and widespread. He spent time there, absorbing mana into his body through training and simply existing in that environment. Seeing as there isn't any mana present in this world, those on the outside cannot learn magic the way he did. The reason Master can replenish his mana supply," Altair continued, "is because he is linked to that source. Even with the portal closed, it channels through me through our connection via the grimoire. Second," she held up another finger, "people with quirks will not truly be able to use magic." Nizu's eyebrow raised. "And why is that?" Altair conjured a translucent image of an empty glass in the air. "Let us say this glass represents Izuku. As you can see, it is empty, no quirk factor. But the moment he entered the dragon realm and started to train, it began to fill with mana. The glass in the illusion began filling with glowing blue liquid. Then she conjured a second glass, already full. Now, this glass represents a person with a quirk. As you can see, it's already full, the quirk factor occupies that space. Now, if you were to add mana to this glass." She tilted a pitcher of glowing liquid toward the full glass. The realization dawned on every teacher's and officer's face simultaneously. "The glass would overflow," Aizawa said quietly. "Unable to contain both the quirk factor and mana." "Precisely," Altair confirmed. "The human body can only hold so much. A quirk already fills that capacity. Adding mana would cause catastrophic results." "Interesting," Nizu said, his analytical mind already working through the implications. "So unless someone is quirkless and able to enter the magic realm, those with quirks, even if they somehow entered the dragon realm, would not be able to use magic safely." "That is correct, Mr. Nizu." "Oh, that's a shame," Nizu sighed. "That would have been a great help to our students' development." Altair chuckled, a knowing smile on her face. "I didn't say that was the only way." Izuku and Inko both sighed in unison, recognizing Altair's tendency to be theatrical. "There is a third option," Altair said with a grin. "Runes." "Runes?" multiple voices echoed. Yes. Magic writing a way to infuse magic into items. Altair's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nizu and Aizawa both sat up straighter, paying rapt attention. For example, Altair turned to Izuku, Master, do you have your drawing paper and quill? Yes, I do, Izuku said, pulling out a blank sheet of paper and a special pen from his bag. Good. Follow my commands. As Izuku followed her instructions, he began writing symbols in a language no one in the room had ever seen before, flowing, intricate characters that seemed to shimmer as they were written. When he finished, Altair spoke again. Now, Master, share some of your mana with that paper. Izuku placed his hand on the paper, and a soft blue glow emanated from his palm. The paper absorbed the light, glowing brightly for a moment before the glow faded. When it was done, the paper looked completely normal. Many in the room exchanged skeptical glances, clearly believing whatever Midoriya was trying to demonstrate had failed. But Altair smiled, seeing the doubt in their eyes. All Might, sir, she addressed the symbol of peace directly. You are Toshinori Yagi, correct? All Might nearly choked, several teachers gasping at the casual revelation of his identity. He stood up slowly. Why yes. Yes, I am. Please take that paper, Altair gestured to the sheet in front of Izuku, and try to rip it. The teachers and All Might looked puzzled at the request. Ripping a piece of paper, anyone could do that. But when All Might picked up the paper and tried to tear it, nothing happened. He pulled harder. Still nothing. His eyebrows furrowed, and he began applying more force, far more than should be necessary for paper. The paper didn't even crease. Oh my, Nizu breathed, his analytical mind racing with possibilities. All Might, now genuinely straining, tried one more time with considerably more power. The paper remained perfectly intact. Fascinating. Nizu practically vibrated with excitement. If you could imbue runes into student gear, hero suits, support equipment. His mind was already cataloging dozens of applications. Not only that, Altair added, but you can regulate the magical effects in items as well. Strengthening, protection, enhanced durability, temperature resistance, even healing properties can be woven into fabric, metal, or any material capable of holding the runes. She gestured to the paper still in All Might's hand. That simple sheet of paper now has the durability of reinforced steel, and it will maintain that property for approximately 1 month before the mana dissipates and needs to be recharged. Recovery Girl leaned forward. Could these runes be applied to medical equipment? Bandages? Surgical tools? Yes, Altair confirmed. Though the more complex the effect, the more intricate the runes, and the more mana required to activate and maintain them. Aizawa's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. The protection you put on me during the attack, that was runes? No, Izuku shook his head. That was a rushed spell I cast to help you survive. Runes take time to inscribe properly and need the right materials. In the middle of combat, I didn't have time for that, so I used a direct protective spell instead. Young Midoriya, Nizu's voice was filled with barely contained excitement, would you be willing to work with our support department? The applications for hero work alone are extraordinary, but the potential for rescue operations, disaster relief, medical advancements. I'd be happy to help however I can, Izuku said, a bit overwhelmed by the enthusiasm. Present Mike, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke up. So let me get this straight, little listener here has been training with dragons, can use magic, and can make indestructible paper? When you put it like that, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, it does sound kind of crazy. Kind of? Mike laughed. Dude, you're like something out of a fantasy novel. Despite the tension, several people chuckled at that. Recovery Girl, who had been listening intently, spoke up. Young man, would it be possible for you to show me how to make that potion of yours? The one you gave to Aizawa? Her eyes were serious behind her visor. That would be a tremendous help in healing and fixing up students in the hero course all years, really. If I could learn to make even a basic version. Yes, of course, Recovery Girl, Izuku said with a genuine smile. I'd be happy to teach you. Mardraconus's healing techniques can be adapted for potion making. It might take some time, but I'm sure we can work something out. Recovery Girl nodded, satisfied. Good, good. We'll schedule something soon, then. Nizu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Well, I believe that wraps things up for today. He stood and bowed once more. Thank you, Miss Midoriya, young Midoriya, and Miss Altair, for clearing everything up and explaining it in a way we could understand. This has been enlightening. The other teachers stood and bowed as well, showing their respect and gratitude. Altair smiled and bowed in return before fading back into the grimoire. Izuku and Inko both stood, bowing deeply. Thank you for listening, Inko said, her voice thick with emotion. And for accepting my son for who he is. Thank you for trusting us with the truth, Nizu replied warmly. After the long day, Izuku and his mother finally made their way home. The weight that had been on Izuku's shoulders for so long felt lighter now. The truth was out, at least to those who mattered most at UA. Back in the principal's office, Nizu stood at his window, gazing out over the UA campus as the sun began to set. All Might and Aizawa stood behind him, the three of them processing everything they'd learned. Izuku Midoriya, Nizu said softly, his reflection visible in the glass, you might be the greatest puzzle and the greatest thing to happen to this hero world in a very long time. All Might nodded, his expression thoughtful. A quirkless boy who refused to give up, found magic, trained with dragons, and now stands among heroes. His story alone could inspire millions. He's going to change everything, Aizawa added, his voice quiet but certain. The way we think about power, about what makes a hero, about what's possible. That kid. He's going to turn this world upside down. Nizu smiled, that gleam of excitement still in his eyes. Indeed. And I, for one, cannot wait to see how his story unfolds. The three educators stood in comfortable silence, watching as the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in shades of orange and gold. UA had weathered many storms and welcomed many remarkable students over the years. But something told them that Izuku Midoriya would be remembered as one of the most extraordinary of them all. The real question was, what would come next?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.